A History of the Soviet Union. Geoffrey Hosking has been Professor of Russian History at the School of Slavonic Studies, University of London, since 1984. Born in Scotland in 1942, he studied Russian at Cambridge and European history at Oxford before gaining his doctorate in modern Russian history on the basis of archive work done in Moscow and Leningrad. He has taught at the universities of Essex, Wisconsin, Cambridge, and Cologne, and has been a senior research fellow at Columbia University in New York. Amongst his other books are The Russian Constitutional Experiment, Government and Duma, 1907 to 1914, 1973, and Beyond Socialist Realism, Soviet Fiction since Ivan Inosovich, 1980. In 1986, won the Los Angeles Times History Book Prize. In 1988, Professor Hosking was invited to give the annual Wreath Lectures. He spoke on the subject of change in contemporary Soviet society. Geoffrey Hosking. A History of the Soviet Union 1917 to 1991. Final edition. 1. Introduction 15. 2. The October Revolution 35. 3. War Communism 57. 4. The Making of the Soviet Union 93. 5. The New Economic Policy and its Political Dilemmas 119. 6. Revolution from Above 149. 7. Stalin's Terror 183. 8. Stalinist Society 205. 9. Religion and Nationality under the Soviet State 227. 10. 261. 11. The Last Years of Stalin 296. 12. Khrushchev and Stalinization 326. 13. Soviet Society under Developed Socialism 363. 14. Religion, Nationality and Descent 402. 15. The Decline and Fall of the Soviet Union 446. Soviet Union. Preface. Viewed from the West, the peoples of the Soviet Union tend to seem gray, anonymous and rather supine. When we see them on our television screens, marching in serried ranks past the mausoleum on Red Square, it is difficult to imagine them as more than appendages, or potential cannon fodder, for the stolid leaders whom they salute on the reviewing stand. This is, of course, partly the image the Soviet propaganda machine wishes to project. But is it not also partly the result of our way of studying the country? So many general works on the Soviet Union concentrate either on its leaders, or on its role in international affairs, as seen from the West. There is plenty on the Soviet leaders in this book, too. No one could ignore them in so centralized and politicized a society. But I have also tried to penetrate a little more into their interaction with the various social strata, the religious and national groups, over which they rule. Fortunately, in the last 10 to 15 years, quite a large number of good monographs have been published in the West and, to a lesser extent, because of censorship, in the Soviet Union itself, which enable us to say more about the way of life of the working class, the peasantry, the professional strata, and even the ruling elite itself. In addition, many recent émigrés have, since leaving, given us candid accounts of their lives in their homeland, and these have afforded us a much more vivid insight into the way ordinary people think, act and react. In order to focus on this material and give, as far as possible in brief compass, a rounded picture of Soviet society, I have deliberately said little or nothing about foreign policy or international affairs. There are already many excellent studies from which the reader can learn about the Soviet Union's role in world affairs. To add to them is not the purpose of this book. I have, however, given some consideration to the Soviet Union's relationship with the other socialist countries lying within its sphere of influence. As I argue in Chapter 11, developments in these countries have a claim to be considered almost as Soviet internal affairs. Besides, East European efforts to discover their own distinctive roads to socialism have brought out elements in the socialist tradition which have been obscured or overlaid in the Soviet Union itself. These elements may yet be of great importance, and therefore it is essential to give them due weight. I have, moreover, again in the interests of concentration, consciously laid the strongest emphasis on the years of Stalin's personal rule, roughly from the start of the first five-year plan in 1928 until his death in 1953, because this seems to me the most crucial period for understanding the Soviet Union today. It is also the one on which recently published works throw the greatest light. In order to avoid cluttering the narrative and to allow a smoother flow of argument, I have dealt with some individual topics, such as literature, religion, education, and law, not within each chapter, but in large sections confined to a few chapters. Thus, for example, the reader interested in the Russian Orthodox Church will find most of the material on it concentrated in chapters 9 and 14. The index indicates these principal sections in bold type. This history is the product of some 15 years teaching on the Russian Studies program at the University of Essex, and it reflects the often stated needs of my students on the post-1917 history course. I owe a considerable debt to them, especially to the inquisitive ones, who tried to encourage me to depart from vague generalization and tell them what life has really been like in a distant and important country they had never seen. I have also learned a great deal over the years from my colleagues in the history department and in the Preface. Russian and Soviet Studies Center at Essex University. The marvelous Russian collection in the Essex University Library has provided me with most of the materials I needed, and I am particularly thankful to the collection's custodian, Stuart Rees, for his unfailing attention to my wants. I am most grateful to my colleagues who have read all or part of an earlier draft, the late Professor Leonard Scapiro, Peter Frank, Steve Smith, Bob Service and, the most tireless of my students, Philip Hills. At crucial stages of the writing, I have benefited from conversations with Mike Boker, William Rosenberg, and George Kolankiewicz. Where I have ignored their advice and gone my own way, I acknowledge full responsibility. I am much beholden to the support and encouragement of my wife Anne, and my daughters Catherine and Janet. Without their Endel 5's patience and indulgence, this book would have been abandoned long ago, and then they might have seen more of me. School of Slavonic Studies. University of London. July 1984. Preface to second edition. By a strange coincidence, the first edition of this book was published on the very day that Gorbachev became General Secretary of the Soviet Communist Party. That made for good publicity, but it meant that the text rapidly became overtaken by the remarkable events which began to take place under the new leadership. It is true that in the last pages of the old edition I remarked that change, when it came, would be rapid and far-reaching, and that the Soviet public would prove to be more ready for it than we were then accustomed to think. As a pointer to the future, that now seems to have been reasonably apt, but all the same, a mere 4 years into the new era, a generous extension of the last chapter seemed essential to give some idea of the momentous changes which have been occurring and to relate them to earlier Soviet history. I have taken this opportunity to correct a few errors earlier in the text, and thank those reviewers and readers who have pointed them out to me. School of Slavonic and East European Studies. University of London. July 1989. Administrative divisions. Often in the text I refer to one or other of the main administrative divisions of the Soviet Union. These may be schematically laid out as follows. 1. The philosophers have only explained the world, the point is to change it. This famous dictum of Marx invites us to judge his doctrine by its practical consequences, in other words by examining the kind of society which has resulted from its application. Yet, paradoxically, many Marxists themselves will deny the validity of such a judgment. They will dismiss the example of Soviet society as an unfortunate aberration, the outcome of a historical accident, by which the first socialist revolution took place in a country unsuited to socialism, in backward, autocratic Russia. It is important, therefore, to begin by asking ourselves just why this happened. Was it indeed a historical accident? Or were there elements in Russia's pre-revolutionary traditions which predisposed the country to accept the kind of rule which the followers of Marx were to impose? It is true that Russia was, in some ways, backward and it was certainly autocratic. Economically speaking, in agriculture, commerce, and industry, Russia had lagged behind Western Europe from the late Middle Ages onward, largely as a result of 2 centuries of relative isolation under Tatar rule. There is, however, no single track along which history advances, and this backwardness had positive as well as negative features. It made the mass of the people more adaptable, better able to survive in harsh circumstances. It may also have helped to preserve a more intimate sense of local community, in the peasants' commune, mir, and the workmen's cooperative, artel. Politically, on the other hand, 19th century Russia might be thought of as rather advanced, if by that we mean resembling 20th century Western European political 16. Systems. It was an increasingly centralized, bureaucratized, and in many ways secular state. Its hierarchy had strong meritocratic features, it devoted a considerable share of its resources to defense, and operated a system of universal male conscription, and it accepted an ever more interventionist role in the economy. Furthermore, the state's opponents, the radicals and revolutionaries, pursued secular utopias with the same mixture of altruism, heroism, and intense self-absorption, which characterized, for example, the West German and Italian terrorists of the 1960s and 1970s. What Russia did not have, of course, was parliamentary democracy, though even that was developing, in embryonic form, from 1906. As for autocracy, there were very good reasons why it should have proved the dominant political form in Russia, and why it should have been acceptable to most of the people. It is unnecessary to postulate an inborn slave mentality, as many Westerners are prone to do. First, there are Russia's flat, open frontiers, which have been both her strength and her weakness. Her strength, because they gave Russia's people the chance to spread eastwards, colonizing the whole of northern Asia and occupying in the end 1/6 of the Earth's surface. Her weakness, because they have rendered Russia ever vulnerable to attack, from the east, the south and, especially in recent centuries, from the west. For that reason all Russian governments have made the securing of their territory their chief priority, and have received the wholehearted support of the population in so doing. National security has been, in fact, more than a priority, an obsession to which, when necessary, everything else has been sacrificed with the enthusiastic approval of the people. Any other people in such circumstances would react the same way. That is not to say that Russian governments have not abused the trust their subjects have placed in them, on the contrary they have found it possible to do so again and again. But the geographical and historical motives for accepting strong authority have nearly always prevailed. Another reason for the popular identification with the 17. Autocrat is that, historically speaking, Russia's formation as a self-conscious nation began unusually early. The Tatar occupation of the 13th century generated, by reaction, intense Russian national feeling, which centered on the Orthodox Church, as the one national institution which had survived the disaster. And because the Church conducted its liturgy not in Latin but in a Slavonic tongue close to the vernacular, this national feeling had deep roots among the ordinary people. All this imparted to Russian national consciousness from early times a demotic quality, a defensiveness, and an earthboundness which still have strong echoes today. Its religious basis was celebrated as soon as Russia was able, thanks to strong Muscovite rulers, to throw off the Tatar yoke. Moscow Grand Dukes proclaimed themselves Tsars, Caesars, claiming the heritage of Byzantium, which had fallen to the infidels in 1453, 2 Romes have fallen, the third Rome stands, and there shall be no fourth. Russia became Holy Russia, the one true Christian empire on earth. In order to ensure that armies could be raised and the country defended, the Tsars imposed a tight hierarchy of service over the whole population. Nobles were awarded land in the form of pomstia, or service estates, on condition that they performed civilian or military service, usually the latter. They also had to raise a unit of fighting men from among the peasants committed to their charge. In this way the old independent aristocrats, the boyars, were gradually displaced, while the peasants became enserfed, fixed to the land, bound to serve their lord, to pay taxes, and to provide recruits for the army. For nobles and peasants alike, their function and status in society was defined by state service. Society became almost an appendage to the state. In the end, even the church was taken into service. The process began in the 17th century, when its head, Patriarch Nikon, tried to provide for the Church's imperial role by correcting liturgical mistakes which had crept into the prayer books over the centuries, and which he felt would 18. Shame the Russian Orthodox Church in its relations with other churches. He was also ambitious for the Church to play a stronger role in the state. Although Tsar Alexei dismissed him as a dangerous rival, the reforms he had sponsored were ratified by a church council. These reforms aroused vehement opposition among both priests and laity, who felt that the integrity of the Russian faith was being violated by foreign importations. All the strength, exclusiveness, and defensiveness of Russian national feeling was exhibited by the old believers, those who clung to the old liturgical practices, and were prepared to be imprisoned or exiled, or even commit mass suicide, rather than submit to the new and alien practices. The old belief survived right up to the Revolution of 1917, and beyond, depriving the official church of many of its natural, indeed most fervent, supporters. Perhaps the most significant aspect of this schism, whose importance for Russian history can scarcely be exaggerated, was that the church became dependent on the full coercive support of the state in implementing its reforms. The way was thus prepared for Peter I, in the early 18th century, to abolish the Patriarchate, symbol of the independent standing of the Church, and replace it with a so-called Holy Synod, essentially a department of state, headed moreover by a layman. Peter did this with the same aims as Henry VIII in England, to bring the Church under firm state control, to discipline it and make it fitter to fulfill the tasks the state had in mind for it, such as education, social welfare, and the pastoral care and supervision of the common people. His principal ecclesiastical theorist, Fefan Prokopovich, insisted that the state should have undivided and indisputable sovereignty on earth, including the right to interpret God's law. Any less clear arrangement he deemed dangerous, since it might mislead ordinary, gullible people to entertain the hope of obtaining help for their rebellions from the clergy. This secular approach to church-state relations, and the obsession with civil disorder, was close to the thinking of many European Protestant thinkers at the time, notably 19. Thomas Hobbes. Shades of the Leviathan hung over Russian society from then on. Peter I also impugned Russian traditions in numerous other ways. He moved the capital from Moscow to a swampy outpost on the Baltic coast, simply because that sea gave direct access to the ports of Europe, in whose more progressive ways Peter hoped for salvation. In the new city of St. Petersburg, he required his nobility to adopt European fashions in everything from education to clothing. When some of his courtiers refused to shave their beards, honored as a sign of manhood in Muscovite custom, Peter took the shears and did the job personally. Both the changes he promoted, and his uncouth manner of imposing them, aroused considerable opposition. Old believers, indeed, regarded him as the Antichrist. Catherine too completed the subordination of church to state by expropriating the church's huge land holdings, which left the priesthood poor and dependent on their parishioners for subsistence. The clergy became in effect a subordinate estate, having neither the education nor the financial independence to cultivate a distinctive stand, even in spiritual matters. Why were also a more or less closed order, since clergy sons usually had little choice but to take their education in a church seminary, and then to follow in fathers' footsteps. The high culture and politics of the period were essentially secular. Priests were regarded by most intellectuals as beings of inferior education and status, peddling superstition to pacify the plebs. It would be difficult to overstate the importance of this subordination of the Church. It meant that Holy Russia, still haunted by visions of unique religious rectitude, was governed in a radically secular manner, outdoing most Protestant states, and was acquiring an almost aggressively secular culture. Russian government in the 19th century is often described as reactionary, but this view is based on superficial comparisons with West European political systems. In fact, from the time of Peter I, Russian governments were radical. 20. And modernizing to an almost dangerous degree. They were so because they felt they faced a potential military threat from European nations which on the whole were technically better equipped. It was to face this challenge that Peter sacrificed so much to the creation of a strong army and navy, with a modern armaments industry to back them up, and overhauled the administration of the country, the tax system, education, and even social mores. He regarded all the country's resources, material, cultural and spiritual, as being at the service of the state for the good of society as a whole. His successors continued his work, but they faced both the advantages and disadvantages of weak social institutions. Advantages, in that no fractious nobility or urban patriciate possessed the independence to impede the monarch's commands. Disadvantages, in that the existing aristocratic and urban institutions, the elites of town and country, were often not even strong enough to act as transmission belts for orders from above, as they did in other European countries. In their absence the government's intentions often petered out ineffectually in the vast expanses of the landscape. For that reason some Russian monarchs, notably Catherine II in the late 18th century, and Alexander II in the 1860s, actually tried to create or strengthen what Montesquieu would have called intermediary bodies, that is, self-governing associations of nobility and of townsmen, with a direct responsibility for local government. Others, Paul I, for example, and Nicholas I, regarded such associations as self-seeking and divisive, tried to curb them and to rule through monarchical agents, controlled from the center. Much of the history of Imperial Russia's government between Peter I and the Revolution of 1917 is to be found in this swing to and fro between local autonomy and strict centralization, between support of local elites and distrust of them. The radical intelligentsia of the 19th century were in some ways the unnatural offspring of this frustrating rela. 21. Shinship. Most of the radicals came from the social strata from which the Tsarist government recruited its central and local officials, the minor nobility, the clergy, army officers, and professional men, and they typically went through the same education system as the country's civil servants. They espoused many of the ideals of the modernizing wing of the bureaucracy: progress, equality, material welfare for all, the curbing of privilege. Frustrated, however, by the hierarchy and authoritarianism of the state service, and by the gross discrepancy between ideal and reality, they underwent a conversion, usually as early as their student days, and harnessed rare vision to a revolutionary ideology. In the absence of a genuinely conservative political theory, and lacking the support of an independent church, the Russian imperial state often found itself extraordinarily vulnerable when faced with the activists of the revolutionary movement. In effect, the state's own ideals had been hijacked by its opponents, and as a result the government found itself being deserted by those who should have been its natural supporters. Even Dostoevsky, a writer of conservative views, once said that, if he knew that revolutionaries were going to blow up the Winter Palace, he would not report the plot to the police, for fear of being thought an informer. The liberals would never let me hear the end of it. Without necessarily approving of terrorism, in fact, members of the nobility and liberal professions sometimes felt a kind of sympathy for the terrorists' world outlook. The impeccably liberal Cadet Party in 1906, for example, refused publicly to condemn terrorism for fear of discrediting itself in the eyes of public opinion. In this way the revolutionaries came to constitute a kind of alternative establishment. This did not make the practical dilemmas of the radicals any easier. It was not at all clear how they were to achieve their aims. Alexander Herzen, perhaps the first thoroughgoing Russian socialist, thought the peasant commune should function as the nucleus of the new society, but he was ambivalent about how and even whether a revolution 22 should take place to bring that about. Mikhail Bakunin urged that the only essential thing was to spark off a massive popular uprising by the narod, the common people, and this would of itself purge and destroy the evils of existing society, leaving men free to improvise. Petr Lavrov, on the contrary, hoped that revolution would not be necessary at all. He felt that the educated strata had a debt to the narod, their education having been made possible by the latter's toil. They should pay this debt off by going to the people and passing on the fruits of their education to them, teaching them how they might create a truly humane society on the basis of their own institutions, the mir and the artel. In the 1870s several hundred students tried to fulfill Lavrov's vision, learning handcrafts and dressing in smocks and felt boots in order to live in the village, practice a trade and pass on the good word. Most, though not all, of the peasants met them with incomprehension and some suspicion. For the time being at least their faith in the little Father Tsar was still unshaken. Many of the student idealists who went to the people finished up in prison. Their failure lent strength to those who argued that a revolutionary movement must lead and it must use violence, disorganizing the government apparatus by terror, and if possible seizing power by a coup d'état. An organization called the People's Will, Narodnaya Volya, was set up to achieve this, and in 1881 it actually succeeded in assassinating the Emperor Alexander II. But setting up a different regime, or even putting effective pressure on Alexander's successor, that proved beyond their capacities. Their victory was a Pyrrhic one, all it produced was more determined repression. By the 1880s, in fact, the Russian revolutionary movement seemed to be in a blind alley, unable to achieve its aims either by peaceful propaganda or by terrorism. It was in this situation that Marxism presented itself as a panacea in troubled times. Its first Russian exponent, Georgy Plekhanov, was the 23 leader of those who had refused to accept the methods of the people's will. He welcomed Marxism because it suggested he had been right all along in rejecting the idea of a coup d'état. No revolution could yet come about in Russia, by any means, simply because objective social and economic circumstances were not yet ripe. Plekhanov's interpretation thus emphasized Marxism's determinist features. He argued that capitalism had not yet even begun in Russia, so that naturally the socialist revolution, which could only take place as a result of the contradictions of capitalist society, had no chance of success yet. In his view, Russia must first accept the coming of capitalism, with the concomitant breakdown of the peasant commune and the creation of large-scale industry, because these processes would generate a genuinely revolutionary class, the factory proletariat, which would not let down the hopes of the radical intelligentsia, as the peasantry had done. Plekhanov took up Marxism with such enthusiasm because he discerned in it a scientific explanation of history, and hence the certainty that the revolutionaries, if they followed it, would no longer sacrifice their hopes, and indeed their lives, in vain. Previous revolutionaries he dismissed contemptuously as populists. Historians of Russia often approach Marxism as though it came to the country as a completely formed and internally consistent doctrine. In fact, this was far from being the case. Marxism was itself the product of European experiences not unlike those which had troubled the Russian revolutionaries of the 1860s and 1870s, especially the disappointments of the French Revolution, and of the European risings of 1848–9. Each time, the shortfall between revolutionary expectation and subsequent reality had been immense. Marx claimed that this was because the revolutionaries had not heeded objective socio-economic conditions, they were in fact mere utopian socialists. His kind of socialism, on the contrary, he described as scientific. He argued that the proletariat, growing now uncontrollably with the expansion of capitalist industry, would overcome the gap between ideal and reality. The 24 factory worker was in a uniquely favorable position to achieve this, since he was both the subject and the object of history, the object in that he was the victim of its economic laws, the subject in that he was conscious of the fact that he had nothing to lose and he was impelled by the vision of the more just and prosperous society that would come out of his revolt. As the unavoidable contradictions of capitalism bore ever more heavily on the workers, so they would inevitably rise and overthrow their oppressors, creating of their shared destitution a more just and humane society. In this way Marx overcame, to his own satisfaction and that of most of his followers, the troubling gap between ideal and fulfillment. The trouble is, there was and is no necessary connection between Marx's V1s1 on of intensifying socio-economic crisis, with everyone moved by their own material interests and the world of harmony and brotherhood which was supposed to succeed the revolution. Indeed, logically speaking, if the workers were impelled by their own economic interests in making revolution, then the more likely sequel of such a revolution would be further economic struggle, but with a different set of masters. Nevertheless, the idea that the workers' revolution would somehow magically cancel out all the conflicts of society had enormous attraction. It seemed to be both realistic and optimistic at the same time. It had the simultaneous attractions of a science and a religion. That is what made it so appealing, and nowhere more so than in Russia, where the intelligentsia already had its own true bliss with a secular state claiming religious prerogatives. Certainly the young Vladimir Ulyanov, or Lenin, as he became known, was attracted by precisely this dual nature of Marxism. He had been deeply affected by the execution in 1887 of his elder brother Alexander for membership of a conspiracy to murder the emperor. Lenin was attracted by his brother's idealism and self-sacrifice, but at the same time he was determined not to give up his own life in vain. He wanted to pursue Alexander's aim of revolutionary social transformation. 25. Machine with certainty. Hence the scientific claims of Marxism were very important to him. Reading Marx's Capital was, as he later said, a revelation to him, because it seemed to demonstrate that revolution was embedded in the objective evolution of society, if one only had the patience and consistency to await its unfolding. In his own early writings, Lenin made a similar analysis of Russia's own socio-economic structure, aiming to show that capitalism was already destroying the economy of the peasant commune, and that capitalism, and therefore ultimately revolution, was inevitable in Russia. Admittedly, Lenin felt that Russia had further to go than most of Europe, and, following Plekhanov, he envisaged a revolution in two stages, the bourgeois democratic one, when the feudal system, still not entirely destroyed in Russia, would be finally overthrown by an alliance of the bourgeois liberals with the SYT Small Workers' Party. 2. The later socialist stage, which would come in the fullness of time, when capitalism was fully developed and the working class had reached maturity. All this had the merit of apparent certainty. But it was predicated on a formidably extensive time scale, and would require daunting patience and self-restraint to realize in full. In fact, Lenin did not for long adhere to the full schema, but began to cast around for ways of telescoping the two stages. Furthermore, in his own way, he was aware of the gap between science and prophecy in Marx. He did not share the master's confidence that the workers would automatically grasp the full significance of their destitution in existing society and how it might be ended. On the contrary, in his pamphlet What is to be Done? 1902, he expressed his fear that, left to themselves, workers would not attempt a revolution but would fight for more limited goals, such as higher wages, better working conditions and more humane treatment from their employers. His own experience of propaganda work in the St. Petersburg factories of the 1890s led him to the conclusion that the workers did not have, nor was it possible for them to have, an awareness of the 26. Irreconcilable contradiction of their interests with the whole modern political and social system. This did not apply just to Russian workers. The history of all countries shows that by itself the working class can only develop a trade union consciousness, that is to say a conviction of the necessity to form trade unions, struggle with the employers, obtain from the government this or that law. Only the educated representatives of the propertied classes, the intelligentsia, could fully understand the real, as distinct from the superficial, needs of the workers. To bring about a revolution, a genuinely revolutionary party was needed, that is, one embracing primarily and chiefly people whose profession consists of revolutionary activity. That seemed, on the face of it, to exclude any workers, since their profession, perforce, was factory labor. This was a most important clarification of a weak point in Marxist theory. In actual practice, Lenin never tried to run his party in this way. But he always stuck theoretically to his definition of the Revolutionary Party, and indeed made it his touchstone of the true revolutionary spirit. For the sake of it he was prepared to break with other Marxists who took a different view. At what was, in effect, the founding Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Party in Brussels and London in 1903, Lenin insisted that personal participation in one of the party's organizations was to be the key qualification for membership. His principal opponent, Yuli Martov, wanted a more relaxed formulation, regular personnel support under the guidance of one of the party's organizations. This would make it easier for workers to become full party members, even in conditions of illegality. Lenin lost that particular vote, but nevertheless emerged from the Congress with a majority, and henceforth called his faction the Bolsheviks or men of the majority, while Martovs had to content themselves with the sobriquet Mensheviks or men of the minority. The issue which provoked the great split in the Russian Social Democratic Party sounds like a minor organizational 27 quibble. In fact, however, this quibble turned out to symbolize more profound disagreements, which drove the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks ever further apart. With time it became clear that they were envisaging two different kinds of revolution. The Mensheviks laid great store by the coming of a parliamentary bourgeois republic, in which a mass working-class party would act as a legal opposition until they were numerous enough to take power on their own account. Lenin, however, became increasingly impatient with the protracted timetable entailed by this vision. He hankered after telescoping the whole process, running the two revolutions together by enlisting the peasants, carrying out a bourgeois democratic revolution against the landlords, as auxiliaries of the workers, carrying out their socialist revolution against the capitalists. However, he did not fully clarify his ideas on this issue until his final return to Russia from exile in 1917. In effect, Lenin reintegrated into Russian Marxism certain elements of the populist tradition, the leadership of a small group of intelligentsia revolutionaries, the readiness to regard the peasants as a revolutionary class, and the telescoping of the bourgeois phase of the revolution. The populists had, however, their own views. They recovered from their prostration of the 1880s, and by 1901 managed to form a new political party, with its center in emigration, the Socialist Revolutionary Party. Their theoreticians no longer disputed the proposition that industrial capitalism had come to Russia, but they maintained that it had taken a very different form from the one Marx envisaged. First, it was heavily dominated by the state. Secondly, most of the workers had not really broken away from the countryside, they were peasant workers, not proletarians in the Marxist sense. The socialist revolutionaries refused, in fact, to recognize any fundamental distinction between workers and peasants. They organized themselves, and with some success, to work among both. They also set up a fighting detachment to continue the 28 work of the people's will by terrorism directed against officials. They succeeded between 1901 and 1908 in murdering a Grand Duke, several ministers, and over 100 other senior officials. In 1905, risings broke out in both town and countryside. These outbursts owed little to the organizational efforts of the Social Democrats and the Socialist Revolutionaries, but rather more to their long-term inspiration. The most powerful ingredient of all, however, was the enduring discontent felt by the peasants and workers who made up the great majority of Russia's population. The Emancipation Act promulgated by Alexander II in 1861 had released the peasants from personal bondage, but it had not relieved any of their other hardships, and indeed had burdened them with an additional grievance. This was the obligation to pay for land which they already regarded as their own, and indeed, in the Lockean sense that they mixed their labor with it, so it was. The peasants' collective legal sense had never accepted the legitimacy of the awards of land made by the Tsars to the nobles. In order to ensure that the peasants would pay for the land newly allotted to them, and would discharge their other taxes, the government bound them to a village society, which was often, though not always, equivalent to the old commune, or mir. This institution has been the subject of more myth-making and less solid empirical research than perhaps any other in Russian history, partly because its members left little or no written testimony, and partly because ideologists of left and right hoped and feared great things from it. The government saw it as a guarantor of law and order, as well as of primitive social security, while the revolutionaries, at least the populists, regarded its practices as a kind of rudimentary socialism, which might enable Russian society to proceed straight to real socialism without the unpleasant intermediate stage of capitalism. In Great Russia, the Mir assembly, consisting of heads of household, periodically redistributed land, adding to the allotments of 29 families grown larger, dong with the obligation to pay higher taxes, and subtracting from the allotments of those which had lost members. In the Ukraine and Byelorussia, on the other hand, rather different customs prevailed. Land was usually passed down the family hereditarily, and was not subject to periodic redistribution. In both types of commune, timber, meadows, pastures and watercourses were held in common. The communal land tenure system, though it provided a safety net in time of difficulty, had real economic disadvantages. All the villagers were compelled to adopt a safe but primitive and underproductive form of agriculture, the open three-field system with strip farming. At a time when the peasant population was growing very fast, from around 55 million in 1863 to 82 million in 1897, the Mir in effect impeded the introduction of improved seeds, fertilizers, or machines, and it offered a disincentive to land improvement, since the cultivator never knew when his plot might be taken away from him and awarded to someone else. The low level of agricultural productivity was only partly a result of communal tenure. Partly, too, it was a function of low urbanization. Where, as in most of Western Europe, there was a dense network of towns and good communications between them, then a receptive market existed for a wide variety of agricultural produce. In Russia this was the case only around St. Petersburg and Moscow. Over the remaining expanses of Russia's main agricultural regions, peasants scratched the soil with wooden plows, grew rye and oats, lived on a diet of cabbage soup and gruel, as a popular saying had it, and sold very little to the outside world, except when economic need made it unavoidable. As a result, though the picture varied from area to area, it seems clear enough that most peasants were poor, threatened by hunger in bad years, and that the problem was getting worse. In 1890 more than 60% of peasants called up for the army were declared unfit on health grounds, and that was before the famine of 1891. 30. The peasants themselves felt that the explanation for all this was obvious: they needed more land, and they had a right to it. In the neighboring nobles' fields they saw their own potential salvation. This was an illusion. The total area of peasant land holdings exceeded that of the landowners by nearly 3 to 1, so that simple expropriation of the latter would not solve the problem. But in 1905 the peasants were convinced that it would, and that their grievance was justified. Acting in common, by decision of their Mir assemblies, they began to take the law into their own hands, seizing estates and driving the landowners out. It took a long time for the government to restore order. In fact, there was no simple solution to Russia's agrarian problem, as the later experience of developing countries confirms. Only a patient combination of improvements in land tenure and in agricultural methods with the gradual development of the commercial and industrial life of the country could in the end have brought greater prosperity to the village. But the myth that there was a simple solution, and that the peasants had a natural right to all the land, was the single most explosive factor in Russian politics in the last years of the Tsarist regime. Peter Stolypin, prime minister from 1906 to 1911, tried to make a start to the process of patient improvement by giving peasant households the right to withdraw from the village commune, set up on their own and enclose their holdings. After a promising start, however, this program was abruptly curtailed by war and revolution. Workers, the other great factor in the revolutionary upheaval of 1905, were also restless to an unusual degree in Russia compared with their West European counterparts. This may have been because they had unusually close ties with the land. Under the emancipation legislation of 1861, a peasant who went into the town to work permanently was still registered with his village society and remained legally a peasant. His family still paid taxes there, and he probably sent back money regularly to help them out. Perhaps he 31. Would return at Christmas or Easter for family celebrations, or in the late summer to help with the harvest. Some workers, especially those in construction and transport, organized themselves in an artisan cooperative, or artel, which had its origins in village life, and was sometimes found even in heavy industry. Individual factories often perpetuated the rural link by recruiting most of their workforce from a particular province, and workers themselves would often form a zemlyachestvo, or regional association, to keep in touch with each other and with their home villages. Compared with the workers who had lived in the towns for a generation or more, these peasant workers seem to have been unusually prone to unrest at times of crisis. This may have been partly because their right to allotment land in the village gave them something to fall back on, and hence an extra sense of security. Or it may have been because, in the absence of legalized trade unions in the towns, the tradition of collective action was far stronger in the countryside. In their case, too, the newly discovered urban discontents, over housing, pay, working conditions or overbearing foremen, were superimposed on the grievances which they had brought with them from the village. As R.E. Johnson, the most recent student of this subject, has suggested, the fusion of rural and urban discontents and propensities produced an especially explosive mix. At any rate, the experience of 1905 suggested that Russian workers, in times of crisis, were unusually good at improvising their own institutions. The body which sparked off the unrest of that year was, ironically, organized by Father Capon, a priest who wished to save the monarchy. On Sunday, January 9, 1905, he led a huge demonstration in the capital, St. Petersburg, bearing icons and portraits of the Tsar. They were to march to the Winter Palace with a petition appealing for a living wage and for civil rights. The troops stationed in the streets panicked in the face of the crowd and opened fire. Nearly 200 people were killed and many more wounded. 32. This incident, which has passed into history as Bloody Sunday, had a dramatic effect. More than any other, it undermined the popular image of the Tsar as the benevolent little father. It helped to release the restraint which the peasants had previously felt about taking the law into their own hands. And it certainly contributed to the wave of strikes, demonstrations, and sometimes violence which swept Russia's industrial cities. In the course of this, workers set up trade unions for the first time, rather begrudgingly legalized by the government. They also improvised councils, or soviets, of workers' deputies. Beginning as strike committees elected at the workplace, these bodies often found themselves temporarily exercising SMG local government functions as well, in cities whose normal administration was paralyzed by strikes. They also negotiated with the employers and the government. In short, they gained a brief but intense experience of self-government, unforgettable to workers who had never before been allowed to organize in their own interests. The mass popular unrest gave the professional strata and the intelligentsia the chance to press their demands for an elected parliament, or even a constituent assembly, to decide on Russia's future form of government. Political parties were formed, of which the most prominent were the Constitutional Democrats, or Cadets for short, under their leader, the Moscow University history professor, P.N. Milyukov. Their ideal was a constitutional monarchy on the British model, or even a parliamentary republic, as in France. In the end, faced with a general strike, Tsar Nicholas II reluctantly conceded much of what the cadets were demanding. In the October Manifesto of 1905 he promised that henceforth the civil rights of all citizens would be observed, and he granted a parliament, the Duma, to be elected on an indirect but fairly broad franchise. Written into its statute was the provision that without its consent no law can take effect. This concession relieved him of the 33. outright opposition of the liberals, and Nicholas was then able to instruct the police and army, which remained almost completely loyal, to crush the workers' and peasants' movement. During the few years of its existence, the Duma was sometimes harassed, sometimes ignored by the government, and indeed twice summarily dissolved. Nevertheless, its mere presence made a great difference to political life. Its electoral assemblies remained as a minimal focus for working class and peasant political education and activity, even at a time when the government was trying to withdraw some of its concessions of 1905. And the existence of a relatively free press alongside it meant that the reading public, now growing very fast, were incomparably better informed about political issues than they ever had been before. Combined with the rapid growth in literacy, with the bitter political conflicts resulting from 1905, and with ever-accelerating social and economic change, all this was potentially very explosive. The Tsarist monarchy was finally overthrown in the midst of the First World War. Major wars, of course, raise all the stakes in domestic politics, since survival itself is at issue. Furthermore, the government fought this one before a Duma which proved watchful and at times bitterly critical, while the press, though under wartime censorship, remained freer than at any time before 1905. Whether the constitutional monarchy founded by the October Manifesto could have survived if there had been no war is an open question. What is certain is that the war caught it at a very vulnerable moment, when it had not yet fully established itself in the eyes of the public, yet was already suffering from the exposure to fierce criticism which civil liberties made possible. Bloody Sunday had weakened the reputation of the Tsar. His standing was now further undermined by rumors, bandied around in the press though never substantiated, that the royal family was being compromised by a holy man of dubious credentials, Rasputin, and that the court even had treacherous connections with the enemy, Germany. As the 34. normally restrained Milyukov put it in a famous Duma speech of November 1916, is TH's stupidity or is it treason? Against the background of such public accusations, the more or less normal difficulties of war, military defeat, shortages of guns and food, became magnified into matters involving the very survival of the monarchy. The end came relatively suddenly, and to at least the revolutionary parties, unexpectedly, in February 1917, when food queues in Petrograd suddenly turned into political demonstrations, demanding an end to what many still called the autocracy. When even the KC-1CKs, long the faithful upholders of order, refused to disperse the crowds, Nicholas too suddenly found that he had no supporters. Liberals and socialists were in agreement, for the first time since 1905, and what they agreed was that the monarchy must go. Fearing for national unity, not even the armed generals attempted to resist the demand. 2 Duma deputies were sent to see the Tsar, who tendered his abdication in a railway carriage outside Pskov, on March 2, 1917. As we now know, the collapse of the monarchy opened the way to eventual rule by Marxist revolutionaries. Russia became the first country to fall under Marxist socialist domination. In the light of Russia's previous history, it is perhaps possible to see why this should have been so. The country's life had long been arranged on highly authoritarian lines, at least until 1905, dominated by an ideology which was ostensibly religious but was imposed by secular means and thus forfeited most of its spiritual authority. In this sense, Russia was ripe for takeover by a self-avowedly secular ideology bearing unacknowledged religious overtones, which is what Marxism was, especially in its Bolshevik form. In a very real sense, in fact, the Russian autocracy, especially since Peter I, provided a pattern for socialist rule, the notion of the ideological state to which all ranks of the population owed service absolutely and in equal measure. Much, however, was yet to happen before this variant of Marxist socialism gained the upper hand. 2. The October Revolution. It was a mark of the abruptness of political change in Russia that when the monarchy fell, what replaced it was not one regime, but 2. On the one hand, the politicians surviving from the Duma established a provisional government, in which the principal parties were at first the Cadets, later the Mensheviks and Socialist Revolutionaries. It was called provisional because it was to exercise power only until a constituent assembly could be convened, elected by all the people. On the other hand, the workers of Petrograd, as St. Petersburg was now called, hastened to revive their memories of the days of freedom in 1905 by re-establishing the Petrograd Soviet. They were joined by the soldiers of the capital city's garrison, active participants in the revolution for the first time, and their joint tribune was known as the Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies. But government and Soviet refrained from trying to oust each other, for good reason. The provisional government, which began by abolishing the Tsarist police and security services, had no effective power of coercion, and therefore had to tolerate the Soviets as expressions of the popular will, at least in the big cities. As the Minister of War, Gukakov, said, the provisional government does not possess any real power, and its directives are carried out only to the extent that it is permitted by the Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies, which enjoys all the essential elements of real power, since the troops, the railroads, the post and telegraph are all in its hands. The leaders of the Soviets, for their part, recognized that the provisional government contained experienced politicians, that it could command the loyalty of 36. The army officers, reduce the chances of counter-revolution, and gain international recognition. The theoretically inclined among them regarded the provisional government as a bourgeois institution, which the Soviets would supervise, on the workers' behalf, until such time as the socialist revolution became possible. The provisional government was from the start in a very difficult, arguably an untenable position. It had not been brought to power by election, but nor could it claim direct descent from the old imperial government or the Duma. Prince Lvov, its first prime minister, proclaimed that it had been created by the unanimous revolutionary enthusiasm of the people. That was to prove a shaky basis, especially since the new government found itself in a situation where it was unable to carry out the reforms that the people were expecting. The fundamental difficulty was the war. The peasants might be crying out for a redistribution of the land in their favor, but could such a complex operation be carried out equitably without first a thorough land survey, and while millions of peasant soldiers, with an impeccable claim to their own shares, were far away from the village at the front, and unable to take part in the share out? The workers began to organize themselves to exercise a greater share in the running of factories and enterprises, but was it responsible to attempt such intricate reorganization in the middle of keeping up industrial output for the war effort? Could the supplies problems, which had brought the Tsarist government down, be solved while the war was on? Most important of all, was the soldiers' demand to elect their own committees and to take part in the running of their units compatible with the discipline needed at the front line? While the war continued, none of these questions could be solved without serious and damaging political conflict. And yet, to stop the war proved almost impossible, I say almost, since the Bolsheviks did eventually achieve it, but at a price which nearly split the party in two. The leaders of the Petrograd Soviet tried to organize a conference of socialists. The October Revolution 37 from all the combatant states, to put pressure on their governments to negotiate a peace without annexations or indemnities. The British and French governments, however, put paid to this plan by refusing to allow representatives from their parliaments to attend. The alternative would have been to sign a separate peace with Germany and Austria-Hungary, but this would have amounted to a capitulation, and not until the provisional government was in its final days did any of its members recommend such a desperate step. So the war went on. Its problems continued to undermine the provisional government's efforts to establish a new political system, until the popular expectations aroused by the February Revolution finally brought the Bolsheviks to power. The newfound freedoms of February caused a tremendous upsurge in the ordinary people's capacity to organize themselves. It is often supposed that the Russians are a passive people, accustomed to doing what their rulers tell them. Actually, this is far from being the case. Partly because of the huge distances, many Russian communities remained, at least up to the early 20th century, relatively unaffected by central government, and had to improvise their own arrangements. But even where government has been near and ever-pressing, Russians have always been highly inventive in devising social forms such that they appear to be obeying their rulers, whilst in fact running matters as far as possible to their own advantage. This was the centuries-old basis of the peasant commune, which the government had always intended as an agency for taxation and military recruitment. Now, in 1917, with government repression suddenly removed, there was a veritable explosion of self-help organizations among Russian workers, peasants, and soldiers, each with their own, often exaggerated demands. The peasants saw in the February Revolution an opportunity to rectify what they considered a very long-standing injustice, that much of the land they worked did not belong to them. As a resolution from Samara province put it, the land must belong to those who work it with their hands. 38. To those whose sweat flows. Peasants were prepared to support the provisional government as long as it appeared to be actively promoting a wholesale transfer of land to them. As the months passed, and the provisional government did nothing, they lost interest in it and turned instead to direct action. Ironically, the government helped them to create the institutions which made this possible, the local land committees, which it set up to carry out a land survey and prepare for the ultimate land reform, actually became dominated at the lowest level by the peasants themselves, and increasingly proceeded to direct land seizures. This was especially the case after the army began to break up. A typical scenario was for a deserter to return to the village from the front, bringing news of land seizures elsewhere. The peasants would gather in their traditional mere assembly, or use the facade of the local land committees. They would discuss the situation and decide to take the local landowner's estate for themselves. They would then all march together up to the steward's office, demand the keys, proclaim the land, tools, and livestock sequestered and give the owners 48 hours to leave. Then they would divide up the land among themselves, using the time-honored criteria employed in the mere, the labor norm or the consumption norm, i.e. the number of working hands available, or the number of mouths to feed, whichever prevailed in local custom. They used violence where they thought it necessary, or where things got out of hand. Inevitably, then, a gulf of mistrust opened between the peasants and the provisional government. It was widened by the government's supplies policy. Because of the problem of supplying the towns with bread, the Tsarist government in its last months had instituted a grain monopoly at fixed prices. The provisional government felt it had no alternative but to continue this, though the belatedly adjusted prices in a period of high inflation inevitably caused resentment among the peasants. Ultimately, indeed, it led to the peasants refusing to part with their produce in the quantities needed. This is where the backward nature of the rural economy became the October Revolution 39 positive strength to the peasants. It was, of course, more convenient for them to buy matches, paraffin, salt, ironmongery and vodka from the urban market, but, if the terms of trade turned badly against them, then peasants could always turn their backs on the market and make do with the primitive products they could manufacture for themselves. During the summer and autumn of 1917 this is what many of them began to do, resuming a natural economy which their fathers and grandfathers had gradually been leaving behind, shutting themselves off from the market and refusing to provide food for anyone outside their own village. All Russian governments had to face this potential isolationism of the peasant communities until Stalin broke open the village economy by brute force in 1929–30. Nowhere was the exuberant improvisation of the revolutionary period so evident as in the multiplicity of organizations created by the workers of Russia's cities. Pride of place, of course, belonged to the Soviets, to which the workers of Petrograd streamed back as soon as they had a chance in February 1917. It cannot be said, however, that the Petrograd Soviet, or any other large city Soviet, lived up to its original ideals. Perhaps that was impossible. The Petrograd Soviet's plenary assembly consisted of 3,000 members, and even its executive committee soon grew to an unmanageable size, so that many of its functions had to be delegated to a bureau of 24 members, on which each of the main socialist parties had a pre-arranged quota of representatives. Naturally enough, these representatives tended to be established politicians and professional men rather than workers or soldiers. In fact, the attempt to introduce direct democracy led to an engaging but unproductive chaos, so that the real business had to be transferred upstairs to a small number of elected officials. This engendered a feeling among the rank and file that their voices no longer counted for anything. As we shall see, this discontent played an important part in the events of 1917, and helped to provide the Bolsheviks with the impetus that carried them to power. 40. In reaction, workers tended to devote more of their energies to lower-level organizations which expressed their aspirations more directly. In some cases this meant the trade unions. These, however, were not well suited to a fast-changing revolutionary situation. They were bodies with some local roots but also strong national organizations. A few of them had managed to survive in shadowy form since 1905, in spite of persecution. They were organized on the production principle, that is to say by branch of industry, whatever the precise skill, qualification, or rank of their members. This tended to produce hierarchical splits within unions, which weakened their influence. They were also, of course, designed to function within a relatively stable economic and political environment, promoting their members' interests within that setting. They were not well adapted to fast-changing circumstances or to attempts to assume real power. It is not surprising that the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries retained a grip on many unions up to and beyond October. In this respect, the factory or shop committees, Fabzovkomi, were more suited to the circumstances of 1917. Often their origins were similar to those of the Soviets of 1905. They began as informal strike committees during the February-March days, but this time at the level of the individual factory or even shop. The question of how they should develop caused controversy. Many socialist revolutionaries and most Mensheviks wanted them to run cultural and welfare facilities for the workers and to represent their interests in negotiations with the employers. That, however, would have reduced them virtually to the status of local trade union branches. The anarchists, on the other hand, and in the short run the Bolsheviks, wanted Fabzovkomi actually to run the factories, or at the very least to supervise the management's discharge of that duty. The anarchists intended that in that way they should become units in a self-governing society, while the Bolsheviks planned to subordinate them to the state economic administration of an embryonic socialist. The October Revolution 41 Society. For both of them, however, the immediate watchword was workers' control, and they persuaded a Petrograd Congress of Fabzovkomi to adopt it at the end of May, the first institution to pass a Bolshevik resolution. The factory committees were thus in the vanguard of all the workers' struggles between February and October, for the 8-hour day, for higher pay and better conditions, and then increasingly for control itself. At first the pressure was directed particularly against harsh foremen or staff. Workers sometimes dealt with unpopular figures by bundling them into a wheelbarrow and carting them out of the factory gates, to the accompaniment of jeers and catcalls, for a ducking in the nearest river. Increasingly, however, the struggles concerned the very survival of enterprises. Faced with newly militant workers, as well as the more familiar problems of shortages of raw materials, fuel, and spare parts, employers sometimes decided that the game was not worth the candle, and that their capital would be better invested in something safer. There was a wave of factory closures. The workers regarded these as lockouts, and often reacted by occupying the factory, and trying to keep production going under their own management. Right from the beginning, some Soviets and factory committees had armed contingents at their disposal. These bodies, often formed during the heady days of February, gradually assumed the name of Red Guards. They were able to provide themselves with weapons and ammunition by courtesy of garrison soldiers, or by pilfering from armaments works. They patrolled factory premises and maintained order in industrial areas, where the writ of the provisional government's militia never really ran. Not until the Kornilov affair at the end of August did they assume real political importance. At that stage, however, the Bolsheviks, now in control of the Petrograd and many other urban Soviets, mobilized them as paramilitary units under the Soviets' military revolutionary committees, originally set up to forestall a military coup, see below, page 48. In that form they 42. Made a major contribution to the October seizure of power. The real troubleshooters of 1917, however, were the soldiers, both at the front and in the rear. Their charuter was the famous Order No. 1, passed in full session by a seething and chaotic Petrograd Soviet, before any provisional government had even been established. It was intended originally for the Petrograd garrison alone, but it soon spread far more widely, probably because it met soldiers' wishes, and was swiftly taken up in most units. It called on servicemen to elect committees to run all units down to company level, and to send their delegates to the new Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies. Soldiers were to recognize the Soviets, rather than the Duma, as their political authority. In combat situations, officers were to be obeyed as before, but the committees would control the issue of weapons, and off-duty officers were no longer to be recognized as superiors. In practice, in some units the committees actually arrogated to themselves the authority, not mentioned in Order No. 1, of electing and dismissing officers. The position of officers during 1917 was not enviable. Because of the high casualty rate at the front during 2.5 years of war, most of the junior officers were quite recent appointees, from the same social class as their men, often raw and unsure of their newfound superiority. Though some reacted flexibly to the new situation and found a common language with their men, others retreated into an exaggeratedly rigid defense of their recently acquired authority. Among the senior officers were rather more survivors from pre-1914, but they were mostly men who had been taught to regard politics as subversive, an affair of which they were properly ignorant. It is not surprising, therefore, that at all levels of the officer corps there was support for a return to the unquestioning discipline of pre-February. Evidence suggests that the soldiers, especially at the front line, remained patriotic in outlook even after February, and determined at least to prevent the Germans advancing any. The October Revolution 43 further into Russia. The revolution did, however, induce in the men a feeling that they no longer had to obey all orders unquestioningly. The Soviets' peace program circulated among them, and led to a widespread conviction that only a defensive war was still justified. The formula without annexations or indemnities was very popular. The peace offensive also aroused expectations that the war would be over soon and that they could return home. These expectations were further sharpened by intensive propaganda from the Bolsheviks, who sent agitators, newspapers, and broadsheets to popularize the idea of a separate peace to be concluded without reference to the Allies. These expectations were rudely jolted by Minister of Defense Kerensky, who in June ordered an offensive on the southwestern front. This was timed partly in order to aid the Allies. The mutinies in the French army looked at that stage more serious than the Russian ones, but partly because the officers hoped it would restore a sense of purpose and discipline among their men. The opposite turned out to be the case. Soldiers' committees discussed the order to advance at great length. Some refused, some went ahead initially and then pulled back when they saw the casualty rate. At any rate, the offensive soon turned into a rout in which the Russian army lost territory. Far more serious than that was the effect on morale. Whole units abandoned their positions, and some of them murdered officers who tried to restore order. Then the mutinous soldiers seized freight wagons, or even whole trains, and held them at gunpoint until they were transported deep into the rear. From there they could return home, rifles at the ready, to take a decisive part, as we have seen, in the sheer out of land. The mood of the garrison troops was, if anything, even more radical than that of those at the front. Many of them were recently mobilized peasants or workers, undergoing their training, and still identifying strongly with the class from which they came. The provisional government's initial agreement with the Petrograd Soviet stipulated that these 44 Troops would not be sent to the front, but would stay in the capital to defend the revolution. And in fact the refusal of a machine gun regiment to be sent to the front sparked off the July days in Petrograd, when an undisciplined armed mob caused havoc on the streets. Even at this stage, however, the army did not disintegrate altogether. Some units remained loyal, particularly Cossack ones, with their special traditions, or specialist units, like those from the artillery, cavalry, or engineers. Nowhere was the collapse so complete that the Germans felt they could advance without risk. Indeed, the German High Command deliberately held back, fearing that a major advance might be the one factor which could yet restore morale in the Russian army. At the time of the February Revolution the Bolsheviks numbered, at the highest estimate, no more than 20,000, and their leaders were scattered in exile, at home and abroad. For that reason they had even more difficulty than the other parties in adjusting to the sudden changes. They were seriously divided about what to do, but the dominant figures inside Russia, notably Kamina and Stalin, inclined towards cooperation with the other socialist parties in the Soviets in exercising vigilant supervision over the provisional government. Some even talked of a rapprochement with the Mensheviks. Lenin had quite different ideas. He was still in Switzerland in February. He returned to Russia with the help of the German High Command, taking a specially provided sealed train through Germany to Sweden. The Germans were anxious to facilitate his return, so that he could begin fomenting unrest inside Russia and spread his idea of a separate peace. They also provided the Bolsheviks with considerable funds thereafter, which helped to pay for the newspapers and political agitators who proved so effective among the soldiers and workers. As soon as he arrived back in Petrograd, Lenin poured scorn on the notion of revolutionary defensism, conditional. The October Revolution 45 support for the provisional government, or cooperation with the other socialist parties. The bourgeois stage of the revolution, he maintained, was already over, and it was time for the workers to take power, which they could do through the Soviets. Russia should unilaterally pull out of the war, calling on the workers of all the combatant nations to convert it into an international civil war by rising against their rulers. Landed estates should be expropriated forthwith, and all other land nationalized and put at the disposal of Soviets of agricultural laborers and peasant deputies. Lenin's new program should not have been a complete surprise to those who had read his writings since 1905, but all the same it did represent something of a shift in his thinking. His study of imperialism had led him to the view that the socialist revolution would take place on an international scale, with the colonized nations of the world rising against their exploiters. In this perspective, Russia, as the weakest of the imperialist powers, but also the strongest of the colonies, in the sense that it was exploited by French, German, and other capital, was the natural setting for the initial spark of the revolution, though it would need swift support from within economically stronger nation if it was not to die away. Lenin, in fact, had moved close to the position of Trotsky, who since 1905 had been preaching permanent revolution on an international scale. Trotsky acknowledged this rapprochement by joining the Bolsheviks in the course of the summer. Another new facet of Lenin's thinking was his view that imperialism created the economic prerequisites of socialism: trusts and syndicates, large banks, railways, telegraph, and postal services, and that when the imperialist state was smashed, these structures would survive and be taken over by the new proletarian government. Since they were sophisticated and self-regulating, all that would be needed was to ensure that they were used in the interests of the people as a whole, not of a small class of exploiters, and this would be essentially a matter of bookkeeping and 46. Monitoring, I control. Capitalism, he asserted, has simplified the work of bookkeeping and monitoring, has reduced it to a comparatively simple system of accounting, which any literate person can do. This vision was the real source of Lenin's confidence in 1917. He seems to have really believed that, through the Soviets, ordinary working people could take power into their own hands, and administer complex economic systems. He called his vision the Commune State, taking as his model the Paris Commune of 1871. This introduced a certain contradiction into his ideas, since of course the Paris Commune had originated in precisely the kind of revolutionary defensism which Lenin rejected. But the image was to prove useful to him and to confuse some of his opponents. At any rate, there proved to be a good deal of support among Bolsheviks for Lenin's heightened radicalism, and by May most of his program had been accepted as party policy. Initially, the Bolsheviks' position in the new popular institutions was very weak. With the disappointments of the summer and autumn, however, some existing delegates swung over towards the Bolsheviks, while new ones were elected on a Bolshevik mandate. The appeal of the Bolsheviks lay in their program of peace, land, and bread. Facing a provisional government which could not end the war, and which was therefore incapable of carrying out land reform or ensuring food supplies either, the Bolsheviks were able to offer something which nearly all workers, peasants, and soldiers wanted. Bearing these promises in their hands, Bolshevik speakers were often able to win over audiences and gradually the new grassroots popular institutions as well. This was the case first of all in the factory committees, then in the Soviets of Workers' Deputies, then in the soldiers' committees and in some of the trade unions. The failure of the July uprising and the public revelations about German backing for Lenin reduced this support for a time, but it revived and redoubled with the Kornilov affair at the end of August. The October Revolution 47. This affair has been the subject of much historical controversy, and it cannot be said that it is clear even now exactly what happened. In the last week of August, General Kornilov, commander-in-chief of the Russian army, sent troops from the front to Petrograd, evidently with the intention of dispersing the Soviets and arresting all the leading Bolsheviks, probably in order to set up a military government. He was thwarted by the action of Kerensky, now Prime Minister, in declaring him under arrest, by the railwaymen, who blocked the passage of his troops, and by the soldiers of the garrisons south and west of Petrograd, who fraternized with Kornilov's troops and persuaded them they were fighting on the wrong side. General Krymuev, their commander, committed suicide at this disgrace. The mysterious aspect of the affair is that Kornilov had been appointed by Kerensky only shortly before, with an apparent mandate to tighten the discipline in the army. Indeed, the early stages of the coup itself were coordinated with Kerensky, who then abruptly changed his mind. The whole business seems, in fact, to have been dogged by the insoluble ambiguities of the provisional government's position. Kerensky wanted to restore military discipline in order to be able to go on fighting the war, especially after the debacle of the June offensive, but at the same time he knew that the measures Kornilov proposed, abolishing soldiers' committees at the front, restoring the full power of officers, imposition of full military discipline among rear garrisons, in armament factories and on the railways, would alienate his allies in the Soviets, and probably provoke a popular rising with Bolshevik backing. In the end Kerensky could not have it both ways, and he came down on the side of the Soviets, in a manner that exposed Kornilov to maximum humiliation. What is quite certain is that this fiasco dramatically revived the fortunes of the Bolsheviks. It left the high command confused, demoralized, and resentful of the provisional government. Alexeyev, Kornilov's immediate successor, resigned in disgust in the middle of September, saying, "We have no 48th Army," and describing his fellow officers as martyrs in the face of the general indiscipline. By contrast, the workers' militias, especially in Petrograd itself, gained enormously in status and self-esteem. Under their new name of Red Guards they gained many new recruits during September and October. The Bolsheviks' view of events generally seemed to have been vindicated, and nearly all popular institutions, especially the Soviets, swung sharply in their direction. From the beginning of September the Bolsheviks had a majority in the crucial Petrograd Soviet, and Trotsky became its chairman. Moscow soon followed suit, and it became clear that the elections to the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets would result in the Bolsheviks becoming the largest single party. To forestall any possible repeat of the Kornilov affair, the Petrograd Soviet established on October 9 the Military Revolutionary Committee, MRC, to organize the revolutionary defense of the capital against either a military putsch or Kerensky's reported intention of evacuating the city and letting the Germans, already in Riga, only 300 miles away, occupy it and crush the Soviet. The motion to establish MRC was supported by left-wing Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries. Its first chairman was a socialist revolutionary. All the same, the majority of its members were Bolsheviks. The new body immediately set about coordinating the Red Guards and, helped by the impassioned oratory of Trotsky, persuading the garrison troops to recognize it rather than the provisional government as their ultimate source of authority. Throughout September, Lenin, at first from the safety of Finland, a warrant had been out for his arrest since the July days, then from hiding in Petrograd, bombarded the party Central Committee with letters urging that the moment for the insurrection had come. He cited as evidence the Bolshevik majorities in the Soviets, the rising wave of peasant unrest, the intended surrender of Petrograd, which would produce the Paris Commune situation, and in the international dimension, the October Revolution 49, the recent mutiny in the German Baltic Fleet. Once MRC was in existence, that seemed to him the appropriate instrument for the seizure of power. And indeed, it was on the day after its establishment, October 10, that he at last persuaded his colleagues on the Central Committee that a rising was on the agenda. Even at this stage, however, there were skeptics among Lenin's closest colleagues, notably Zinoviev and Kamina, two of the longest-standing members of the Bolshevik Party. Their arguments are worth dwelling on, as they represent an important strand in Bolshevik thinking at the time. They maintained that the Bolsheviks had more to gain by working with the other socialist parties in a coalition government based on the Soviets, than by going it alone and risking a violent seizure of power. Bolshevik support was rising among peasants, workers, and soldiers. They would soon dominate the Soviets, and would gain a substantial share of the seats in the Constituent Assembly, whose elections were approaching. Why jeopardize all this by a violent coup, which would alienate everyone? And even if it succeeded, then the Bolsheviks would be left bearing the responsibility alone for the huge tasks of improving the food supply, restoring the industrial economy, and, most difficult of all, either securing peace with Germany or else leading a revolutionary war against her. For such tasks a coalition was needed, and, moreover, the Bolsheviks were already in a position to lead it. Of course, it can be argued that Zinoviev and Kamina were pleading merely for different tactics, for what became known after the Second World War as the Popular Front policy. Yet major differences of conception underlay their argument. Lenin's attitude was utopian, even apocalyptic. For him, the Bolsheviks embodied, in some mystical sense, the people, and once they seized power, that power would ipso facto be in the hands of the people. Zinoviev and Kamina, by contrast, were practical politicians, worried about how power could actually be exercised. Probably their views were closer to those of the majority of Bolsheviks in the Soviets. 50. One significant observation they made: insofar as the choice depends on us, we can and must confine ourselves now to a defensive position. That was precisely what, in the event, MRC did, and this fact may have been crucial to the success of the insurrection. For what finally provoked the seizure of power was Kerensky's action, on the night of 23 October 24, in trying to close down two Bolshevik newspapers and to arrest some Bolsheviks on charges of anti-government agitation. On the initiative of Trotsky, MRC responded by reopening the newspaper offices, and then, to ensure the safety of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, due to open the next day in Petrograd, its troops began to occupy bridges, road junctions, and railway stations, moving on to take over telegraph offices and government ministries during the following night. Lenin came out of hiding and went to the Smolny Institute, now the headquarters of MRC, to persuade them not to confine themselves to a defensive operation, but to carry on and arrest the provisional government. This is certainly what happened, whether because of Lenin's influence or from the natural dynamic of events. MRC called in Baltic sailors from Kronstadt and Helsingfors, While Kerensky's attempts to raise units from the front line were almost wholly unavailing, so low was the stock of the provisional government among army officers. In the end, Kerensky slipped out of the city in a car to continue his efforts in person. The rest of the provisional government was duly arrested in the Winter Palace late on the night of the 25th to 26th. Already on the 25th, Lenin felt able to issue a proclamation announcing that power had passed into the hands of the Soviets. He did not, however, significantly, identify the Congress of Soviets or even the Petrograd Soviet as the new source of authority, but rather MRC, which has placed itself at the head of the proletariat and the garrison of Petrograd. He thus specifically located power in the institution where the Bolsheviks had perhaps the greatest weight. When the Congress of Soviets met that evening, a large and influential the October Revolution 51 group of Mensheviks and Socialist revolutionaries, including most of the members of the Executive Committee of the First All-Russian Congress of Soviets, back in June, condemned this step as a usurpation and walked out of the assembly, to form a committee of public safety and to try to organize resistance to unilateral Bolshevik rule. A few Mensheviks remained behind, while the much larger number of socialist revolutionaries who did so reconstituted themselves as the Left Socialist Revolutionary Party, finalizing a break which had existed for some months in all but name. Now that power was in the hands of the Soviets, one might have expected that it would be exercised by the All-Russian Executive Committee, VTSLK, which was elected by the Congress to conduct its business between sessions and to hold authority in the Soviet movement. This, of course, contained representatives of several socialist parties. Lenin, however, announced that the supreme body in the new workers' and peasants' government would be the so-called Council of People's Commissars, Sovnarkom, a kind of council of ministers, whose members would all be Bolshevik. The left socialist revolutionaries were invited to participate, but were unwilling to do so without other socialist parties also being represented. As a result of the way Lenin and the Central Committee interacted, then, the Bolsheviks had seized power under the guise of defending the Soviets against a provisional government bent on undermining them. That was the basis on which most of the participants in the seizure of power had acted, and most of them expected a coalition socialist government to follow, resting on the authority of the Soviets. There was indeed an attempt to form just such a government, sponsored by the Railwaymen's Union, Viktual, which welcomed the departure of the provisional government, but condemned the Bolsheviks' unilateral seizure of power, and invited representatives of the major parties and political institutions to try to reach agreement on the formation of a socialist coalition. Viktual backed therein. 52. Vitation with the threat of a railway strike. Against Lenin's opposition, several leading Bolsheviks did take part in these negotiations, and indeed discussed political options which would have entailed removing Lenin and Trotsky from the government. They were worried by the intolerant and arbitrary measures their government was taking, such as the suspension of non-socialist newspapers. On November 4, 5 of them, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Rykov, Nogin, and Milyutin, resigned from the party's Central Committee, declaring that we cannot take responsibility for the Central Committee's disastrous policy, which is being pursued against the will of the vast majority of workers and soldiers. Other Bolsheviks resigned from Sovnarkom, warning that there is only one way to keep a purely Bolshevik government in power, by political terror. This front in the upper levels of the party soon dissipated, however. The Viktual negotiations got nowhere, partly because of Lenin's obstruction of them, partly because the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks were unwilling to go on parleying with a party which was suppressing the freedom of the press. The 5 dissident members of the Central Committee suddenly found themselves isolated, and begged their way back by renouncing their personal opinion. Zinoviev commented, "We would prefer to make mistakes together with millions of workers and soldiers, and die together with them, rather than withdraw from events at this decisive historical moment." This was to be only the first of many occasions on which doubting Bolsheviks suppressed their personal scruples in the face of the simple fact that their party held power, and of their judgment that this was all that really mattered. As Leonard Shapiro has commented, the greatest weakness of the opposition was that, Having supported thus far a policy of insurrection without foreseeing its full implications, they felt it was too late for them to withdraw. This is not wholly fair to Zinoviev and Kamina, who had publicly expressed their doubts before the insurrection, but it well captures the essential dilemma of all Bolsheviks who disagreed with Lenin. The October Revolution 53. In the event, Viktil proved unable to mobilize the railway workers to carry out their threat of a strike. For his part, Lenin decided to broaden somewhat the basis of his regime by admitting 7 left socialist revolutionaries to Sovnarkom. They stayed for only 3 months, before resigning over the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, see below, pages 61-2. In the provinces, as in Petrograd, power also passed to the Bolsheviks in the form of a Soviet takeover of some variety. Their opponents were either the scanty and poorly armed forces of the old Tsarist local government bodies, the Zemstvos and municipalities, or else committees of public safety on the Petrograd model. Where the Bolsheviks had a majority in the local Soviet, they assumed power smoothly, and used their domination of the local Revcom, equivalent of MRC, to suppress their opponents. Where they did not have such a majority, they formed a Soviet consisting simply of workers, or called directly on Red Guards or sympathetic garrison units to form a Revcom and take power. Some of the bitterest fighting was in Moscow, where the Soviet did not set up a Revcom till the Petrograd seizure was already accomplished and the Soviet troops needed a further week, with artillery barrages, to overcome the Committee of Public Safety. The only places where the Bolsheviks' methods were used successfully against them were, significantly, the national areas, where local support could be secured for a policy directed against the Russians or the Muscovites. A notable example of this was Kiev, where the Ukrainian nationalists managed to swamp the local Congress of Soviets. The one body that might successfully have resisted the Bolshevik coup was the officer corps. They, however, after the experience of the Kornilov affair, were less than lukewarm in their support for the provisional government. General Cheremisov, commander of the Northern Front, refused to divert any troops from his sector to defend Kerensky. The latter's desperate personal mission to the front only succeeded in raising some 700 Cossacks common. 54. Dead by General Krasnov, these advanced as far as the Pulkovo Heights, outside Petrograd, but were resisted and eventually thrown back by a large force of Red Guards and of sailors from the Baltic Fleet. A rising of officer cadets within the city was not coordinated with this expedition and was crushed separately by Red Guards. In this way, during November and December, the Bolsheviks succeeded in extending their control to most of the country which had been ruled by the provisional government. There remained, however, a final potential limit to their authority. This was the Constituent Assembly, whose nationwide elections were imminent even as the seizure of power took place. This body had been the aspiration of Russian Democrats and Socialists since before the 1905 revolution. The Bolsheviks themselves had criticized the provisional government for not hastening its convocation, and even after taking power they called their new workers' and peasants' government provisional in deference to the claims of the assembly. Privately, Lenin had strong forebodings that the Constituent Assembly would not support the Bolsheviks, but he decided that his new government could not allow itself the outrageous inconsistency of forbidding its convocation. His fears were confirmed by the results of the elections, held in November. The Socialist Revolutionaries polled 15.8 million votes and emerged as the largest single party, with 380 seats, while the Bolsheviks, with 9.8 million votes and 168 seats, were a respectable but clear second. Once that was evident, Lenin began to speak of the assembly as if it were on a level with the provisional government, an institution of bourgeois democratic type whose only function must be to yield to a democratic institution of a higher order, namely the Soviets. Even though they had lost the election, the Bolsheviks did permit the assembly to meet. They did everything possible, however, to instill in its members the impression that they were on sufferance, even under direct threat, from the October Revolution 55 government. Sovnarkom issued a decree outlawing the leading members of the Cadet Party, which had 17 seats in the assembly, as a party of enemies of the people, the first use of a phrase which was to have terrifying implications under Stalin. Their newspapers were closed down, and some socialist revolutionaries and cadet delegates were in fact arrested. On the day the assembly opened, January 5, 1918, Red Guards were posted all over Petrograd, especially around the T-Oracle Palace, where the assembly was to meet. Even during the session itself, soldiers leered at the delegates from the balconies, and took symbolic aim at them with their rifles. The Bolsheviks put before the assembly a resolution recognizing the authority of the new Soviet government. The assembly rejected it, and went on to pass the first 10 articles of a new basic land law, intended to supplant the new Bolshevik legislation on the subject. The guards then requested the chairman to adjourn the session, and locked and sealed the building so that the delegates could not meet the next day. Rejection of the Bolshevik resolution had meant the forcible end of the Constituent Assembly. Some socialist revolutionaries had recognized before the assembly met that its fate would be decided by force. They had set up a committee for the defense of the Constituent Assembly, and, like MRC before them, had appealed for the support of the garrison troops in the city. According to one of their members, Boris Sokolov, the Semyonov and Preobrazhensky regiments were prepared to come to their support, but the Socialist Revolutionary Central Committee decided against using arms in defense of the assembly. They anticipated that the government would win any armed confrontation in the capital, and decided therefore to rely on the moral appeal of the Constituent Assembly and the broad support which the Socialist revolutionaries enjoyed in the country at large. When a workers' demonstration took place in support of the assembly, then, it was unarmed and was forcibly dispersed by the Red Guards, with the loss of some lives. 56. The dissolution of the Constituent Assembly was confirmed the next day by the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets, and the Soviet government finally removed the word provisional from its tide. Looking at the resistance offered by the moderate socialists, one cannot but conclude that they misjudged both the historical situation and the nature of the Bolshevik Party. They all considered the October seizure of power to be an adventurous putsch, morally reprehensible and objectively unjustified by Russia's social and economic development. They tended to regard the Bolsheviks as misguided comrades who would be taught a lesson both by history and by the Russian people. None of them thought the Bolsheviks could last long in power. For that reason the reaction of most socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks was to keep their moral record clean for the battles of the future by walking out of the Soviets and assemblies where the Bolsheviks had just taken control. In that way they more or less capitulated without putting up a fight, though one should note the places, notably Moscow, which were exceptional in this respect. Only belatedly and reluctantly did many of them come to realize that if the Bolsheviks were to be effectively resisted, then it must be by force. In the long run, some army officers, the liberal parties and many of the socialist revolutionaries did come round to the view that it was necessary to fight the Bolsheviks. By that time, however, this meant a civil war in which the Bolsheviks already held many of the advantages. 3. War communism. Even after the dissolution of the Constituent Assembly, it was not clear what form of government the Bolsheviks would be able to install, what its relations would be with local Soviets as local centers of power, nor what kind of support it would receive from the various sectors of the population. The Bolsheviks had called for all power to the Soviets, but Lenin clearly had reservations about that slogan, and the manner in which he had established Sovnarkom did not augur well for the future of decentralized government. The Bolsheviks had also talked a great deal of the dictatorship of the proletariat and had called their new government a workers' and peasants' government, but how was the proletariat to put their newfound authority into effect? What was to be the relation between the new centralized institutions of the Soviet government, admittedly as yet largely on paper, and bodies like trade unions and factory committees, which had their own narrower interests to defend? The Bolsheviks had absolutely no clear answer to these questions. As we have seen, they were divided over how and even whether to seize power. Even Lenin himself had no clear conception of how he was going to run the enormous, divided, war-torn country. He fully admitted this. Not long before the seizure of power, he said, We do not pretend that Marx or Marxists know the road to socialism in detail. That is nonsense. We know the direction of the road, we know what class forces lead along it, but concretely, practically, this will be shown by the experience of millions when they decide to act. He did have a general vision, expounded in State and Revolution, of 58. Ordinary workers and peasants taking over the smoothly running mechanism of the imperialist economy. He evoked this vision frequently in the early days of the new regime, in language which mixed democratic voluntarism with ruthless authoritarianism. Comrade workers, he exhorted them on November 5, 1917, remember that you yourselves are administering the state. Nobody is going to help you if you do not yourselves unite and take over all state affairs. Rally round your Soviets, make them strong. Get to work right there, at the grassroots, without waiting for orders. Institute the strictest revolutionary order, suppress without mercy the anarchic excesses of drunken hooligans, counter-revolutionary cadets Junkera, Kornilovites, etc. Institute rigorous supervision over production and accounting over products. Arrest and deliver to the tribunal of the revolutionary people whoever dares to raise his hand against the people's cause. This was the language of the utopian, confident that he is already on the threshold of the ideal society. Some of the very early Bolshevik legislation did seem to be putting this vision into practice by creating or strengthening institutions through which workers, peasants, and soldiers could gain greater control over their own fate and also over the running of the country. 1. The Land Decree of October 26, 1917 abolished all private land ownership without compensation, and called on village and Volast, rural district, land committees to redistribute the land thus secured to the peasants on an egalitarian basis. The decree was couched in the words of a peasant congress of June 1917. It reflected the socialist revolutionary program and gave the peasants what most of them wanted at the time, while making no mention of the ultimate Bolshevik aim of nationalization of the land. 2. The decree of November 14, 1917 on workers' control gave elected factory committees the power of supervision, control, over industrial and commercial enterprises, for which purpose commercial secrecy was to be abolished. War Communism 59-3. Decrees of November and December 1917 abolished all ranks, insignia, and hierarchical greetings in the army and subordinated all military formations to elected committees of soldiers, among whose duties would be the election of their officers. 4. Existing judicial institutions were replaced, in a decree of November 22, 1917, by people's courts, whose judges would be elected by the working population. Special revolutionary tribunals were to be elected forthwith by the Soviets to deal with counter-revolutionary activity, profiteering, speculation and sabotage. On the other hand, some of the Bolsheviks' very earliest measures pointed in the other direction, towards tighter central authority. On December 2, 1917 a Supreme Council of the National Economy was set up, almost universally known by its initials, VSNKH, or Vysenka, to elaborate general norms and a plan for regulating the economic life of the country as well as to reconcile and coordinate the activities of other economic agencies, among them the trade unions and factory committees. In January 1918 the factory committees were converted into local branches of the trade unions, and the whole structure subordinated to Vysenka. This was not necessarily done against the wishes of the workers themselves, indeed there is a good deal of evidence that, to keep production going at all in the desperately difficult economic circumstances, many factory committees were only too glad to seek support from some larger entity. Nevertheless, in practice it meant that the economy was becoming very centralized even before the Civil War broke out. The same was true of the decision to set up the Chayka, or, to give it its full name, the Extraordinary Commission for Struggle with Counter-Revolution and Sabotage, instituted by Sovnarkom on December 7, 1917. Its immediate task was to combat looting, hooliganism and black market trading, which had increased alarmingly, and to keep watch on organizations known to be opposed to the Bolsheviks. In its early 60 Appeals. It tried to mobilize the population in the same style as Lenin. The Commission appeals to all workers, soldiers, and peasants to come to its aid in the struggle with enemies of the revolution. Send all news and facts about organizations and individual persons whose activity is harmful to the revolution and the people's power to the Commission. In practice, the Cheka was never subordinated to any Soviet institution, nor indeed to any party body, only to Sovnarkom, and was able to extend its powers unchecked. Another source of uncertainty about the new Soviet regime was its relation to the outside world. Lenin had encouraged the seizure of power in the expectation that its example would provoke workers' revolutions in other countries of Europe, especially in Germany. As the months passed and this did not happen, it became clear that the Bolsheviks were going to have to honor their pledge to end the war, not through negotiations with a friendly, socialist Germany, but by reaching some kind of agreement with the old Imperial Germany. Given the weakness of the Russian army, which the Bolsheviks themselves had fostered, this could only mean acceptance of whatever terms the German generals cared to dictate. Trotsky, as the newly appointed Commissar for Foreign Affairs, tried to put the new-style public diplomacy into effect by addressing the German people directly over the heads of their leaders, but his words produced no immediate effect. The dilemma of how to deal with this situation very nearly tore the Bolshevik party in two once again. The Germans were demanding the Baltic provinces and the whole of Byelorussia and the Ukraine, which meant losing a substantial proportion of Russia's industrial and agricultural wealth. The left communists, led by Bukharin, argued that to accept this meant capitulating to imperialism and losing a golden opportunity to continue the world revolution which October had started. Bukharin agreed with Lenin that the Russian army was no longer capable of holding back the Germans in regular warfare, but he rejected this concept of warfare. War Communism 61. Comrade Lenin has chosen to define revolutionary war exclusively as a war of large armies with defeats in accordance with all the rules of military science. We propose that war from our side, at least to start with, will inevitably be a partisan war of flying detachments. In the very process of the struggle, more and more of the masses will gradually be drawn over to our side, while in the imperialist camp, on the contrary, there will be ever-increasing elements of disintegration. The peasants will be drawn into the struggle when they hear, see, and know that their land, boots and grain are being taken from them. This is the only real perspective. Bukharin's views certainly had wide support in the party. They may appear quixotic, but his recipe for involving the masses, especially the peasants, in the revolution through partisan warfare against an occupying power does closely resemble the methods of later successful communist leaders, such as Mao, Tito, and Ho Chi Minh. Lenin, however, took the line of strict realpolitik. The most precious possession of the world revolution, he argued, was that a Soviet government existed in Russia. That, above all, must not be placed in jeopardy. It followed that the only possible policy was to gain a breathing space by capitulating to the German demands and preserving what could be preserved while postponing international revolution to the distant future. In this controversy we see Lenin on the opposite side from the one he took in October. Then he had been an internationalist in perspective, trusting to the revolutionary elan of the workers all over the world. Now he became distrustful of any working-class revolutionary spirit not guided by the Bolshevik Party, as in What Is to Be Done, so many years before, and retreated into the one socialist fortress. The party eventually accepted his arguments, and Soviet Russia signed a treaty at Brest-Litovsk, acceding in full to the German demands. Much flowed from that decision, especially the creation of a relatively conventional army, c. 62. Below, and the abandonment of open diplomacy. One might even see here the first glimmerings of socialism in one country, later to be developed by Stalin. However that may be, Germany's subsequent defeat by the Western Allies rescued Lenin from the most damaging consequences of his decision. The Germans withdrew from the occupied territories after November 1918. The left socialist revolutionaries agreed with the left communists on this issue and resigned from the government in indignation, calling the Brest-Litovsk Treaty a betrayal. Thenceforth the Bolsheviks exercised literally one-party rule. As if to mark this break, they renamed themselves the Communist Party, in memory of the Paris Commune. The Bolsheviks' method of seizing and consolidating power led naturally to civil war. This was something Lenin had always accepted. He had repeatedly urged that the First World War should be turned into a class struggle or international civil war. The same logic underlay his determination in 1917 to shun all agreements with other parties, even from the socialist camp, and to promote a violent seizure of power single-handed. It took some time, however, for the various anti-Bolshevik forces to grasp the reality of the situation, and to retrieve themselves from their initial reverses. Senior officers from the Imperial Army made their way to the Don Cossack territory in the south, where they tried to assemble an anti-Bolshevik volunteer army. Because of the divisions among the Cossacks, however, it took them a long time to secure a base area. Long before they did so, an opportunity for anti-Bolshevik activity was created in quite another part of Russia, namely Siberia. Following the termination of hostilities on the German front, the Czech Legion was being evacuated on the Trans-Siberian Railway, when fighting broke out between them and Red Guards at Chelyabinsk. Using the telegraph system, the Czechs managed to gain control over the entire length of the railway. Since this is the one vital artery of Siberia, that meant the whole of that war communism 63 enormous territory, together with the Urals and part of the Volga basin, became an area where anti-Bolshevik forces could gather. The first to take advantage of the situation were the socialist revolutionaries. Since the October Revolution they had been uncertain and divided about how to meet the Bolshevik threat. On walking out of the Second Congress of Soviets they had declared the seizure of power a crime against homeland and revolution, which means the beginning of civil war. But they had been reluctant to back this declaration with actions. One inhibiting factor was the fear of finding themselves along with the Kornilovites on the side of counter-revolution. They still felt the lingering ties of socialist brotherhood with the Bolsheviks. All the same, some socialist revolutionaries, without the approval of their Central Committee, did organize the assassination of the German ambassador and attempted to seize power by a coup in the new capital, Moscow, in July 1918. This coup was supplemented by an armed rising in Yaroslavl and one or two other northern towns, timed to coincide with an Allied landing at Arkhangelsk. The landing, however, was postponed, and the risings put down. Taking advantage of the Czech revolt, the socialist revolutionaries set up a government at Samara on the Volga, which they called the Committee of Members of the Constituent Assembly, or Komik. As their title implied, they wanted to reconvene the Constituent Assembly on non-Bolshevik territory. They saw themselves as a third force, between the emerging red and white orientations. Their program declared, for example, that the land was irrevocably the property of the people, which was not to the taste of most of the generals. In Omsk, a provisional government headed by the cadet, P. Vologodsky, promised, on the contrary, that all nationalized property, including land, would be restored to its former owners. The two governments eventually reached a compromise and formed a joint directory, but this in its turn was overthrown by OFFI. 64. Serbs and Cossacks, who objected to its, moderately, left-wing program, and installed Admiral Kolchak as supreme ruler and commander-in-chief of all the land and naval forces of Russia. In this way political uncertainty and disunity undermined the efforts of the Whites, while the attempts to found a third force all failed, since such a force always needed support from army officers, which meant the Whites. The emerging White armies did have some degree of foreign support, from Russia's former allies, especially Britain and France. The effectiveness of this support should not, however, be exaggerated. The truth was that Allied governments, though worried by the incipient power vacuum in Russia, and by the growth of communism there, were not sure what they wanted to achieve, nor of the best means for doing so. In the summer and autumn of 1918 the main aim was to get the Russians back into the war against Germany. When that objective lapsed in November 1918, some Western politicians still took the view that it was necessary to rid Russia of Bolshevism, which might otherwise sweep Europe like the plague, Trotsky's vision in reverse. The majority, on the other hand, felt that after a long war the first priority must be to bring the troops home at last, and that in any case anti-communism was a policy that would split public opinion at Horn. Some British soldiers, indeed, mutinied. For that reason, most Allied troops left Russia during 1919, though the Japanese stayed on longer in the Far East, where they had more durable geopolitical interests. Perhaps the most important contribution the Allies made was to supply the Whites with arms, ammunition, and equipment, without which they could scarcely have mounted an effective military challenge to the Communists. On the other hand, they never committed enough men to make a decisive difference to the outcome of the war, and, by committing why, they opened the Whites to the charge of being unpatriotic, of encouraging foreigners to intervene in Russian affairs. They also gave the Communists impeccable grounds for believing, as Lenin had warned them, that the war communism 65 imperialists were out to crush the young Soviet state. The foundations of many a myth were laid by the Allied intervention. The Whites were able, at any rate, to mount a very serious threat to the Soviet Republic. Two moments of crisis stand out in particular. The first was in August 1918, when the Czechs and other White forces captured Kazan, on the Volga. This was some 400 miles from Moscow, but there was no significant force of the infant Red Army ready to interpose itself, so that the capital was very vulnerable. Trotsky, now Commissar for War, rushed in what was to become his famous armored train, to assemble a force to defend the town of Svyazk, on the road to Moscow. He succeeded in doing so, and in recapturing Kazan. This was when he issued his command, "I give a warning, if a unit retreats, the commissar will be shot, then the commander." This crisis gave the decisive impulse towards the creation of a full-scale Red Army, as well as to the declaration of the Red Terror, see below, page 70. The second period when it seemed as if the Reds might be defeated was in the autumn of 1919. The Volunteer Army, having finally become a formidable force under General Denikin, took advantage of a Cossack rising against the Reds to conquer most of the south and the Ukraine, and by October had advanced as far as Chernigov and Orel, the latter less than 200 miles from Moscow. At the same time, General Yudenich, using the Baltic region as a base, advanced on Petrograd, and penetrated as far as the suburbs of the city by October. In both cases the Red Army proved equal to the challenge, and was able to drive the attackers back. The Whites were, then, ultimately unsuccessful. This was partly because of political disunity, as has been suggested. At the very least they failed to act as a focus for all the various anti-Bolshevik forces. They failed even to attract a mass following among the population, though both the workers and the peasants were becoming very disillusioned with Bolshevik rule as it had turned out in practice. The Whites' 66 political programs were vague and inadequate. They did nothing to reassure the peasants that the land they had won in 1917 would not be taken away from the FFI again in the event of a White victory. They failed to offer the workers a secure status for the trade unions, factory committees, and other new representative organizations of 1917. In fact, their only consistent political message was Russia one and indivisible, which of course alienated the non-Russian nationalities who might otherwise have been inclined to support the Whites as Bolshevik nationality policy began to reveal itself in practice. All this might not have mattered so much if the Whites had demonstrated by their behavior towards the population that they were fairer and more responsible rulers than the Bolsheviks. But this was not the case. Dependent for quartering and food supplies on the regions where they were fighting, they requisitioned and pillaged less systematically, but scarcely less ruthlessly, than the Bolsheviks. They never glorified in terror as a system of rule, but they applied it nevertheless. Moreover, the White generals continually lost control of their subordinates, so that, even if Kolchak and Denikin were themselves morally blameless, they proved powerless to prevent their armies committing excesses. As Kolchak wrote to his wife, many of the whites are no better than the Bolsheviks. They have no conscience, no sense of honor or duty, only a cynical spirit of competition and money grabbing. That was no recipe for winning a civil war, especially against opponents who were such masters of political propaganda. The creation of the Red Army was one of the clearest examples of the way in which the Communists reversed the slogans of the revolution. The Bolsheviks had come to power by undermining the old army. Insofar as they had thought about what might replace it, they had envisaged an armed people's militia, on the model of the Red Guards. This was what made the Les Communistes' program for a revolutionary war against the Germans so logical and War Communism 67 appealing. Even for some time after Lenin had secured the defeat of that idea at Brest-Litovsk, the regime left itself with only a small new army, the so-called Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, structured on the principles the Bolsheviks had proclaimed in 1917. There were no insignia or ranks, and each unit was run by an elected committee, one of whose jobs was to choose officers. Military discipline was recognized only in active combat, and even their unit commanders had to operate for the time being without the sanction of the death penalty. This structure, however, did not last for long. During the confusion of the Brest-Litovsk negotiations, the Germans actually resumed their advance for a time. This was a cruel reminder of just how helpless and quixotic the new Russian army was. Trotsky decided to scrap it, and to rebuild on more traditional principles. He set up a Supreme Military Council, under the Tsarist General Bunkbruevik, to organize the task of creating a new army. A network of military commissariats was distributed over Red-controlled territory to raise recruits, at first voluntarily, then, after the Czech Revolt, by compulsory conscription. Most of the Red Guard and militia units were disbanded as unreliable, with a few party members drawn from each to constitute the nucleus of newly formed and conventionally constituted regiments. But who was to command the new units? The party did not possess anywhere near enough men with the necessary degree of military training and experience to lead troops in modern warfare. With Lenin's support, Trotsky turned to officers of the old Imperial Army, at least those who had not fled to serve with the whites. Their insignia and ranks were not restored, but otherwise they were given the disciplinary powers to which they had been accustomed, up to and including the death penalty. There was no longer any nonsense about soldiers' committees. They were simply abolished and replaced by political commissars. These were party-approved appointees, placed at the side of the officers, some of whom, at least initially, were reluctant to serve the Reds. 68. To ensure their loyalty, pass on political instructions and raise the level of political consciousness among the conscripts. The commissar was explicitly not subordinated to the officer but was his equal, with the right to execute him if he committed treason towards the Red Army. Trotsky's methods aroused much criticism, both in and outside the party. In VTSIK the Menshevik, Dan, exclaimed, "Thus the Napoleons make their appearance," while inside the party a so-called military opposition called for a return to the militia principle and the dismissal of old regime officers. However that might be, Trotsky did create an effective fighting organization under ultimate party control. Considering how hastily it was put together, and the magnitude of the tasks it faced, the Red Army fought remarkably well, and it can probably be asserted that morale inside it was better than in any other section of the Russian population. Its troops were, of course, better fed than almost anyone else at the time, and service in the Red Army was an excellent means of advancing oneself in the new society. Hundreds of thousands of workers and peasants in the Red Army joined the party, and some of them later advanced through it to positions of power and responsibility in the new society. Trotsky, in fact, did his best to ensure that Red soldiers were given special training and promoted to command positions as soon as possible. By the end of the Civil War, these new promotes constituted two-thirds of the officer corps. Among them were some destined to become household names during the Second World War. All this had a profound effect upon the social structure of the party, see below, pages 86-7. The revolutionary regime's other main instrument was the Cheka. As we have seen, This was established in such a way that it was not subject to the supervision either of the party or of the Soviets. It arose outside even the rough and ready legal norms which the new regime set before itself. It might be said, indeed, that the Chayka directly embodied Lenin's ambivalence about democracy and authoritarianism. The workers and soldiers, he exhorted the Presidium of the Petrograd. War Communism 69. Soviet in January 1918, must realize that no one will help them except themselves. Malpractices are blatant, profiteering is monstrous, but what have the masses of soldiers and peasants done to combat this? Unless the masses are aroused to spontaneous action, we won't get anywhere. Until we apply terror to speculators, shooting on the spot, we won't get anywhere. From the beginning it was the Chayka, as the avenging sword of the proletariat, which in fact carried out these functions, though Lenin talked of spontaneous mass action. With Lenin's at least implicit encouragement, it soon overstepped the restrictions that had initially been placed on it. It proceeded from mere investigation of counter-revolutionary crime to the arrest of suspects, and from there to staging trials, deciding sentences, and even carrying them out. The first person shot by the Chayka was a certain exotically named Prince Eboli, an extortionist who particularly offended the Chayka head, Felix Dzerzhinsky, because he claimed to be a member of his organization. Thus, said Dzerzhinsky, does the Chayka keep its name clean. The Chayka also received the right to create its own armed formations to carry out its growing duties. From January to July 1918 the left socialist revolutionaries were represented on the ruling collegium of the Chayka, and they resisted summary justice and the application of the death penalty, traditionally abhorred by Russian revolutionaries. Steinberg, the left socialist revolutionary commissar for justice, sought to restrict the Chayka's judiciary functions in the name of the revolutionary tribunals, which, though not necessarily gentle with their accused, were at least elected by the Soviets and to some extent under their control. They more nearly, in fact, embodied popular involvement in justice. After the rising of July 1918, however, the left socialist revolutionaries were expelled from the Chayka, and the Republic entered a more dangerous period, when emergency justice became more acceptable. A start was made with the 70 insurgents of Yaroslavl. The future Prime Minister, N.A. Bulganin, there headed a Chayka detachment which summarily shot 57 rebels, mostly officers, while a commission of investigation selected a further 350 captives for execution. This was still an isolated incident, but with the proclamation on September 5 of the Red Terror, such operations became routine. The decree stated that it is essential to protect the Soviet Republic against its class enemies by isolating these in concentration camps. All persons involved in White Guard organizations, plots and insurrections are to be shot. It became unnecessary for an actual crime to be proven against any person of non-worker and non-peasant origin. His very existence could be held to imply that he was at war with the Soviet system, and therefore with the people as a whole. The sinister term enemy of the people began to creep into official instructions and propaganda. Latsis, chairman of the Eastern Front Chayka, told his officers in November 1918. We are not waging war against individual persons. We are exterminating the bourgeoisie as a class. During the investigation, do not look for evidence that the accused acted in deed or word against Soviet power. The first questions that you ought to put are, to what class does he belong? What is his origin? What is his education or profession? And it is these questions that ought to determine the fate of the accused. In this lies the significance and essence of the Red Terror. The imagery of public hygiene became part of the standard language of Soviet propaganda. Already in December 1917 Lenin had called for a purge of the Russian land from all vermin, by which he meant the idle rich, priests, bureaucrats, and slovenly and hysterical intellectuals. And on August 31, 1918 Pravda exhorted, the towns must be cleansed of this bourgeois putrefaction. All who are dangerous to the cause of the revolution must be exterminated. War Communism 71. Concentration camps served the same sanitary purposes, by isolating the class enemy from the ordinary people. Lenin first proposed their establishment in a letter to the Penza Provincial Soviet on August 9, 1918. The town was in an exposed position on the vulnerable Eastern Front. It is essential to organize a reinforced guard of reliable persons to carry out mass terror against kulaks, rich peasants, priests, and white guardists. Unreliable elements should be locked up in a concentration camp outside the town. Such camps were mentioned again in the Decree on Red Terror, and were evidently already in existence, although the enactment authorizing them was not passed by VTSIK till April 11, 1919. By 1922 it appears from official figures that there were some 190 camps containing 85,000 inmates. According to Solzhenitsyn and others, conditions in most of them, there were notorious exceptions, were still tolerable compared with later days. Prisoners still worked an 8-hour day and received a small regular wage. Perhaps something of the genuine notion of corrective labor still survived. On the other hand, the inmates were hostages, liable to be summarily shot or taken out in a barge and drowned in a river in retribution for some action of the whites in the Civil War. It is impossible to know how many people died at the hands of the Cheka during this period. Latsis stated that 12,733 persons were shot by them up to December 1920. Chamberlain in his Standard History of the Revolution makes an estimate of more like 50,000, while more recently Robert Conquest has given a figure of 200,000 for the period 1917 to 23, reckoning that a further 300,000 died as a result of other repressive measures, such as the suppression of peasant risings, strikes and mutinies. These figures yield something by comparison with Stalin's later efforts, and of course it must be remembered that they occurred in a period of genuine civil war, when the other side was also committing atrocities. One has the impression that white brutality was sporadic and sometimes committed without the knowledge of white leaders, while the Reds 72. Frankly and proudly acknowledged terror to be part of their system. Lenin's attitude we have seen above, and Trotsky, in Terrorism and Communism, 1920, called terror no more than a continuation of armed insurrection. Perhaps these distinctions are tenuous. What one can say with certainty is that Lenin introduced and made habitual the ruthless use of violence against all real and imagined enemies, while also creating, outside Soviet or party control, the extra-legal institutions to enable this to be done. Whatever may have been the Bolsheviks' intentions when they came to power, there can be no doubt that during the Civil War they withdrew or nullified most of the benefits they had given to the people in October, while submitting the democratic institutions they had helped create to rigid and often brutal control from above. During the Civil War does not, however, necessarily mean because of the Civil War. In fact, there is considerable controversy among historians on this point. Soviet historians, and some Western ones, would attribute the extreme authoritarianism of Bolshevik rule at this time to the emergencies which the regime faced. Many Western historians, on the other hand, have always insisted that such authoritarianism was to be found in Lenin's attitudes from the outset and in the way he organized his own faction and broke with all those who were unable to agree with him wholeheartedly. There is in fact no need to posit any total incompatibility between these two views. By their very method of seizing power the Bolsheviks plunged Russia into a situation akin to civil war, which later developed into actual civil war. Furthermore, some of their most authoritarian measures were taken either before or after the most critical phases of the Civil War. The war, in fact, merely offered the Bolsheviks the first occasion to grapple with reality, to move out of the realm of fantasy into that of practical politics. They were guided by the vague but powerful preconceptions they had brought to the situation. Wartime, moreover, in some ways provided them with the best opportunity to combine democracy, in the war communism 73 sense of contact with the masses, and authoritarianism in the manner of Lenin's exhortations of November and December 1917. In State and Revolution he had urged that to organize the whole national economy on the lines of the postal service, all under the control and leadership of the armed proletariat, this is our immediate aim. If one substitutes for armed proletariat the party and the Red Army, that is a pretty close approximation to what war communism actually was. But of course that substitution is the whole point. Lenin easily made the transition from the concept of proletariat to that of party, without seeing the enormity of the questions begged. He displayed the same ambivalence in his article The Immediate Tasks of Soviet Power, of April 1918, in which he was able to assert at one and the same time that without full-scale state accounting and supervision of production and the distribution of products, the workers' rule cannot hold, and a return to the yoke of capitalism is inevitable, yet also that each factory, each village is a producers' and consumers' commune, with the right, of deciding in its own way the problem of accounting for production and distributing the products. Perhaps such ambivalence was natural in what was still largely a utopian program being tempered by reality. At any rate, there can be no doubt that the actual measures adopted even before, but especially during and after the Civil War increased the power of the state enormously, and withdrew or nullified the benefits the Bolsheviks had granted to the people in October. The essence of war communism consisted in, the nationalization of virtually all industry, combined with central allocation of resources, 2. A state trade monopoly, which, because it could not satisfy people's needs, was accompanied by a vigorous black market, 3. Runaway inflation, leading to a partial suspension of money transactions, welcomed by those Bolsheviks who considered that money had no place in socialist society, and the widespread resumption of barter and of wage payments in kind, 4. Requisitioning of peasant surplus, or even non-surplus. 74. Produce. Aleknov has summed it up trenchantly, a siege economy with a communist ideology. A partly organized chaos. Sleepless, leather-jacketed commissars working round the clock in a vain effort to replace the free market. Already gravely overstrained by more than 3 years of a huge war and then by the fears and conflicts of revolution, the economy finally collapsed. By 1921 heavy industrial production was at about a fifth of its 1913 level, and in some spheres had virtually ceased altogether. Food production declined somewhat less severely, as far as we can tell from the inevitably unreliable figures we have, but the trading and transport systems to bring it to the consumer had broken down. The situation of both cities and countryside was indescribable. Yevgeny Zamyatin thus evoked Petrograd in the winters of war communism: glaciers, mammoths, wastes. Black nocturnal cliffs, somehow resembling houses, in the cliffs, caves. Cavemen, wrapped in hides, blankets, wraps, retreated from cave to cave. And Pasternak, Dr. Zhivago, depicted the devastation on the railways. Train after train, abandoned by the whites, stood idle, stopped by the defeat of Kalkuk, by running out of fuel and by snowdrifts. Immobilized for good and buried in the snow, they stretched almost uninterruptedly for miles on end. Some of them served as fortresses for armed bands of robbers or as hideouts for escaping criminals or political fugitives, the involuntary vagrants of those days, but most of them were communal mortuaries, mass graves of the victims of the cold and typhus raging all along the railway line and mowing down whole villages in its neighborhood. In the countryside the peasants had already set about the welcome task of expropriating private land and dividing it up among themselves. Under the terms of the Bolshevik land decree, this process was mainly managed by the old village communes, which of course tended to be dominated by the war communism 75 more established and wealthier, or less poor, village families. The redistribution engendered a lot of friction, was probably not strictly egalitarian in its results, and was in any case vitiated by the discovery that, even when all private, church and state land had been absorbed, each peasant household could only add, on average, half a desiatina, just over an acre, to their holding. Before the process was complete, moreover, the peasants were being importuned by supply officials looking for produce and unable to offer much in the way of money or goods to pay for it. This problem, of course, was inherited from the provisional government, but with the increasing hunger of the towns in the winter of 1917-18 it now became much more severe, and clashes became more bitter. Given their political philosophy, the Bolsheviks were bound to regard this problem as one of class warfare, and therefore to react much more sharply than the provisional government. In January Lenin suggested that the Petrograd Soviet should send out armed detachments to find and confiscate grain, and that they should be empowered to shoot the recalcitrant. And in May VTSIK and Sovnarkom issued a joint decree dubbing those who were reluctant to deliver grain to the state as a peasant bourgeoisie and village kulaks. Only one way out remains, to answer the violence of the grain owners against the starving poor with violence against the grain hoarders. To organize class war in the village, and to make the search for hidden stocks more effective, committees of poor peasants, committee, were set up in every village and volost. Theoretically these were to consist of all peasants whose holdings did not exceed the local norms laid down at the land redistribution. But, in practice, whatever the village's internal disputes, peasants were more and more reacting with united resentment against outsiders. Few except down-and-outs were prepared to help the hated intruders, and the committee degenerated into bands of louts looting for their own benefit or getting senselessly drunk on home-brewed moonshine. The Bolsheviks themselves quickly came to the conclusion. 76. That the committee were doing more harm than good, and abolished them in November 1918. In fact, then, much of the provisioning of the towns was carried on outside the state supplies monopoly. Peasants trudged with their sacks of produce into the towns and there either sold it for high prices or, in view of the unreliability of money, bartered it for manufactured items tendered directly by artisans or workers. Intellectuals and non-manual workers bargained away furniture and family heirlooms in the desperate struggle to stay alive, sometimes themselves going out to the villages to do so. Zoshchenko's story in which a bewildered peasant accepts a grand piano in return for a sack of grain was only a slight exaggeration. Half of Russia was on the roads or railways, carrying or trundling objects with which to trade. These were the so-called meshokniki, or bagmen, who became part of the daily scene. Such urban markets as the famous, or notorious, Sukharevka in Moscow became arenas of permanent lively and desperate haggling, as people sought the means to survive. Of course the communists deeply disapproved of this commerce, it offended their trade monopoly and their ideological instincts. At times they set up road-blocks round cities to apprehend the bagmen. But they never really tried to eradicate the illicit trade, since they knew that to do so would finally bring mass starvation. These experiences, and the committee episode, naturally inflamed peasant feelings against the communists. Further fuel was added to the flames by the closures of churches and the arrests of priests, as well as by compulsory conscription for the Red Army. Between the spring and autumn of 1918 rural violence against communists and against supply officials increased markedly. It was still somewhat restrained, perhaps, by the fear that if the communists were overthrown by the whites, then the peasants would lose the land they had recently gained. But in the autumn of 1920 and spring of 1921, when the whites no longer represented any danger, sporadic violence broke out into full-scale peasant insurrection. War Communism 77. According to the Dutch historian Jan Meyer, a typical peasant rising would begin with a meeting of the Schode, the traditional gathering of heads of households. There an act of condemnation would be formulated, and local communists or members of committee taken prisoner or shot. Arms would be seized from the local military training unit, set up by one Red Army, and the requisition team driven off. The peasants would then endeavor to cut themselves completely off from the outside world and to defend this isolation by force. These risings culminated in the huge insurrections of the Black Earth provinces, the Volga Basin, North Caucasus, and Siberia, the major grain-producing areas, in 1920-1. The largest of them was probably that in western Siberia, where armed rebels may have numbered as many as 60,000, they occupied two large towns, Tobolsk and Petropavlovsk, and cut several stretches of the Trans-Siberian Railway for 3 weeks in February-March 1921. We know very little about this rising, however, whereas that in the Black Earth province of Tambov left somewhat more in the way of written evidence, which has been exhaustively investigated by the American historian, Oliver Radke. Much of what he discovered may well be true of other risings too. The Tambov movement was a peasant rising in the classical sense, with no direct influence or support from any political party. The Socialist Revolutionary Party, who would have been their natural sponsors, were reticent in their support for the insurrection, perhaps because their Civil War experience suggested to them that fighting meant subordination to generals, and they wanted no more of that. It is true that the leader of the rising, Antonov, had once been a left socialist revolutionary, and that there were socialist revolutionary features in the program issued by the Union of the Toiling Peasantry, which was the civilian branch of the movement, reconvening the Constituent Assembly, renewed guarantees of civil liberties, full socialization of the land, and restoration of the mixed economy. But the latter two were natural peasant demands anyway. 78. At first Antonov's men consisted of odd bands of deserters from the Red Army, dispossessed peasants, and other people on the run for a variety of reasons. It was not until the final defeat of Denikin that Antonov extended his forces any further. Then began a campaign of murdering Bolshevik and Soviet officials, raiding village Soviets and courtrooms, burning documents, like the French peasants of 1789, railway stations, and grain collection points. Full-scale insurrection came only in August-September 1920, with the appearance of the requisition teams to claim their share of the harvest, which that year was a poor one. Battles broke out between grain teams and villagers, to whose aid Antonov came. At first he was very successful, thousands of peasants flocked into the Green Army, as it became known, and, since Bolshevik morale and strength in Tambov was low, they were able to liberate whole rural districts and establish a civilian administration. The Green Army was in some ways remarkably like the Red Army in structure, complete with political commissars, though naturally with few trained officers. Even the Reds' opponents found themselves imitating Red methods. At its height the Green Army numbered up to 20,000 men, with a good many more fighting as irregulars. It cut no fewer than 3 main railway lines on which the Bolshevik government depended for communications with the Volga and North Caucasus. By December 1920 Lenin was so alarmed by the situation that he aided a special commission for struggle with banditry, initially under Dzerzhinsky. Surviving local Bolsheviks and Cheka officials were pulled out of Tambov province, and special troops sent in under the command of Antonov Ovzienko, formerly of the Petrograd MRC, and later to Kakevsky, fresh from suppressing the Kronstadt Rising, see below, pages 90-1. These troops took control of villages one by one, shooting whole batches of peasants suspected of having fought with Antonov's army. Some villages they actually burned down. At the same time they flushed the green forces out of the relatively sparse woodland into the open fields. War Communism 79 where armored units with machine guns could function more effectively against them. Repression was, however, combined with concessions. Grain requisitioning was abolished in Tambov on Lenin's specific order, and scarce supplies were brought in from elsewhere. In effect, the new economic policy, see below, page 119, was given a preliminary trial in Tambov, and seemed to work well, when combined with ruthless repression, in reducing the peasant will to fight. It remains to be explained, however, why this and other peasant risings failed. After all, their aims were shared by most peasant communities, especially in the grain-producing regions, and even in some measure by urban workers. Yet there was never any consistent link, either between individual peasant movements, or with the workers. The peasants remained too localized and rural in their consciousness. The Green Army did once mount an attack on the town of Tambov, but seems to have been repulsed relatively easily by Red Guards. Above all, there was a lack of political coordination, such as might have been supplied by the socialist revolutionaries, had they not been already organizationally weakened and reluctant to take up arms, and in any case the peasants were by now distrustful of all political parties and of all help from urban intellectuals. In some ways, given the anti-rural prejudices of most Marxists, it was not surprising that relations between the Bolsheviks and the peasants should have deteriorated so sharply. Matters were not much better, however, among the workers, who should have been the new government's natural allies. We have already seen that by the summer of 1918 the Bolsheviks had nationalized most of industry and subordinated the factory committees to the trade unions, centralizing workers' control to a point where it no longer came from the workers. This certainly contributed to the revolution's loss of its ideals, but nevertheless such centralization was often accepted by the workforce as an alternative to the even graver threat of hunger. The fact was 80. That the peace policies of the Bolsheviks, popular though they undoubtedly were, created a great deal of unemployment. It has been estimated that as many as 70% of Russia's factories were working in some way for the war effort, and these tended to be the larger enterprises, employing large numbers of workers. State defense contracts ended abruptly with the ceasefire of December 1917, and in Petrograd some 60% of the workforce was laid off between January and April 1918. The factories which survived very often went over to one-man management, since Lenin was now very keen on clear lines of authority, and began to pay piecework wages. Since the managers who took over were sometimes the old capitalist ones, now working under state supervision, factory discipline became once again reminiscent of pre-revolutionary days. At the same time, food prices rose. In Moscow the price of potatoes doubled between January and April 1918, while rye flour, the main ingredient of the staple Russian loaf, quadrupled. In Petrograd rations fell to 900 calories a day, as against 2,300 considered necessary for non-manual labor. Productivity declined as workers became malnourished and exhausted. To supplement their rations, many pilfered, resorted to the black market, went out to the villages to barter, or even to resettle there permanently, if they still had relatives or communal rights. Many workers of course joined the Red Army. The great depopulation of the major cities began. Between mid-1917 and late 1920 the number of factory workers declined from around 3.5 million to barely over a million. Those who stayed behind either sought a career in the new party and state institutions, which gave preference to entrants from the proletariat, or they remained cold, hungry, insecure, and powerless. The demonstrations over the Constituent Assembly offered the first opportunity for the workers to express their new discontents. The shooting of unarmed workers by the Red Guards was widely denounced, while workers in a number of factories condemned Sovnarkom, demanded the disarming of war communism. 81 The Red Guards, in some resolutions compared to the Tsarist gendarmerie, and called for new elections to the Soviets. On January 9, which happened to be the anniversary of Bloody Sunday in 1905, a huge procession accompanied the funeral of those killed. The non-Bolshevik political parties were too restrained and disorganized to offer effective articulation to the movement. All the same, some dissident Mensheviks managed to organize in Petrograd a so-called Extraordinary Assembly of Delegates from works and factories, which met in March 1918. It is not clear how the assembly was elected, but it did contain a number of working-class activists of 1917, especially from among the Mensheviks and socialist revolutionaries. Their speeches gave abundant evidence of renewed discontent among the workers, at hunger, unemployment, the closure and evacuation of factories. The capital had just been moved to Moscow, at arbitrary arrests by the Cheka, and the muzzling of the Soviets. Above all, the workers felt powerless. They no longer had any institutions speaking for them. The factory committees were turning into obedient organs of government. The trade unions were no longer in a position to protect their interests. The Soviets would no longer permit them to recall delegates of whom they disapproved in order to choose new ones. Wherever you turn, complained one worker delegate, you come across armed people who look like bourgeois and treat the workers like dirt. Who they are we don't know. In general, they felt that they had been promised bread and peace, but given food shortages and civil war, they had been promised freedom and given something nearer to slavery. The assembly called for the resignation of Sovnarkom, the repudiation of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty and the reconvocation of the Constituent Assembly. The assembly movement did spread to other parts of Russia, and organized a number of stoppages and protests directed against communist policy. It looks as if the movement mainly attracted workers from sectors such as metalworking and armaments, which had suffered perdicoup. 82. Largely severe dislocation at the end of the war. The Assembly's debates reflect the alarm and disorientation of such workers. On the other hand, many workers continued to identify Soviet power with the Communists, seeing them as their best hope in a bewildering and dangerous world. In June 1918 the Communists received working-class support in the elections to the Petrograd Soviet, while the general strike called by the Assembly on July 2 fizzled out. Its failure was partly due to increased governmental pressure. The whole Moscow bureau of the Extraordinary Assembly was arrested, and the Red Army cordoned off the entire Nevsky district of Petrograd, the southern industrial area where the Assembly was especially strong, and declared martial law there. By the summer of 1918, though many, perhaps most workers were profoundly disillusioned with communist rule, they had no convincing alternative to which to look. This may account for the haphazard and inconclusive nature of their activity, compared with the previous year. Most, in any case, were more preoccupied with survival. In 1917 they had felt themselves to be on an upswing, creating the future through the new democratic institutions they had themselves brought into being. Now they had ostensibly achieved their aims, yet were faced by poverty, insecurity, and oppression such as they had never known before. The institutions they had created were now being used against them. Of the two political parties who might have articulated and channeled their grievances, the Mensheviks had pledged themselves to strictly legal activities through the Soviets, while the socialist revolutionaries were divided and ambivalent about whether to oppose the Bolsheviks outright. One Menshevik summed up the workers' political mood in June 1918 as follows: "To hell with you all, Bolsheviks, Mensheviks, and the whole of your political claptrap." This disillusionment and uncertainty, combined with the increasing repression now being applied by the Communists, probably explain the failure of the assembly movement. On July 21, the Cheka finally arrested all 150 participants at a War Communism 83 Congress and took them to the Lubyanka, where they were accused of plotting against the Soviet government and threatened with the death penalty. In the event, however, they were all gradually released over the next few months. The age of rigged trials against supporters of the October Revolution had not quite arrived. The workers were not again able to mount such a widespread challenge to communist rule, but their voting behavior in the Soviets during 1919-21 showed the extent to which they had become disillusioned. Some of their support went to the Mensheviks, who maintained a strong presence in the trade unions, especially among the printers. The Mensheviks also sent an increasing number of delegates to the Soviets, even though they were banned from them for several months after June 1918. Even after they were readmitted they faced constant official harassment. The candidates would be detained shortly before an election, or Menshevik votes would be disqualified on technical grounds. Since Soviet voting was by show of hands, moreover, it was easy for Menshevik voters to be victimized. In view of all this, it is a tribute to their tenacity that they still had any deputies at all in the Soviets. One or two were elected as late as 1922, after which the party's Central Committee, or its surviving members in emigration, forbade further participation in Soviet elections, as too dangerous for the voters. By that time, anyway, all the party's leaders still inside Russia had been arrested by the Cheka. The Mensheviks' main political activity thereafter was to publish an émigré journal, Sotsialisticheski Vestnik, the Socialist Herald, which evidently claimed an extensive network of correspondence inside the country. Over the next decade it published abundant accounts of working-class life in the Soviet Union, which are invaluable to historians. The working-class movement was also, of course, gravely weakened by hunger, poverty, and the drain of so many town dwellers. By 1921 the industrial working population was at about a third of its 1917 level, and was poorer in every 84 respect. The communists had their own ideas about how to restore this supposed social base of their rule. To absorb soldiers coming out of the Red Army at the end of the Civil War, the Central Committee resolved early in 1920 to convert certain army units into labor armies, thus the Third Army became the first labor army. The railways and certain key industrial enterprises were placed under military discipline, and political commissars from the Red Army were brought in to replace trade union officials. Labor soldiers felled trees, cleared roads, rebuilt bridges, and restored railway lines. All this was supposed to facilitate the transition to a peacetime planned economy, without the disruption which demobilization would have brought. Some communists thought that in any case the labor army was the appropriate industrial unit in a socialist society. In a proletarian state, militarization is the self-organization of the working class, proclaimed Trotsky. And in an order of the day he exhorted them, begin and complete your work, to the sound of socialist songs and anthems. Your work is not slave labor but high service to the socialist fatherland. Not everyone agreed. The workers' opposition, see below, pages 89 to 90, were strongly resistant to the idea, and in the Great Crisis of February-March 1921, pages 90 to 2, Lenin came over to their way of thinking, on this issue alone. Apart from the enormous resentment the labor armies aroused among soldiers who wanted to get back home, their actual work achievements were unimpressive. In 1921 they were abolished. By 1921, the Communists were the only significant political force in Soviet Russia. They were also an enormously important social force. Most of the other classes of Russian society had been destroyed or gravely weakened in the Revolution and Civil War, even the working class in whose name the Communists ruled. In the absence of any ruling class, the full-time officials of the Communist Party and the Soviet state came closest to fulfilling that function. Of course they could not yet be regarded as a social class in the full sense, their power and their institutions were as yet embryonic, likewise their customs and their culture, and they. War Communism 85 certainly had not devised a means of perpetuating their power and privilege. In many ways the history of Soviet Russia might be regarded as the history of their efforts to extend this embryonic power and privilege into a permanent, secure and accepted acquisition, such as any ruling class expects to have. Anyone who had known the Bolsheviks in February, or even October, 1917, would have found them in many ways difficult to recognize in 1921. In February they had been a party of underground and exile, small, loosely organized, in spite of Lenin's principles, quarrelsome, but lively, spontaneous, and beginning to make real contact with the mass of the population, especially the workers and soldiers. In October the party still looked much the same, though by then it had perhaps 10 times as many members, and close contact with the mass of workers and soldiers, to whose aspirations it was far more sensitive than any other party at the time. By 1921, it had changed in almost every respect. It now had a mass membership, including many who were in it for careerist reasons. It was tightly organized, rigid, intolerant of divergent views, and out of touch with the mass of the people, indeed regarded by most of them with resentment and fear. The 10th Party Congress in March 1921 sanctified the final stages of this transformation. What had made this difference? Basically it had been the experience of holding power and of conducting a civil war, and both those experiences had resulted directly from Lenin's decision to go it alone in seizing power in October. The most obvious external change was the growth in membership. After their rapid rise in 1917, numbers grew a further 3- to 4-fold by March 1921, when officially membership stood at nearly 750,000. The climb had been by no means smooth. There was, for example, a considerable influx immediately after October, but then a large-scale exodus, probably mainly of workers disillusioned with Bolshevik rule. Growth resumed during the Civil War as Red Army soldiers joined, but there were also 86. Periodic purges designed to weed out the half-hearted, the corrupt, and the merely careerist. These ups and downs reflected in part anxiety in the leadership about their rank and file. Membership policy was dictated by two considerations which were in tension with one another. The Communists were unequivocally the ruling party, but on the other hand they also called themselves a mass party. Now, ruling parties inevitably have many members who, whatever their social origin, become unmistakably middle class in their lifestyle. With the working class base fading away, and the peasants increasingly alienated by the party, it constantly faced the threat of becoming largely a party of officials. Between 1917 and 1921 working class membership reportedly sank from 60% to 40%. In reality, it probably fell a good deal further than that, since many who declared themselves workers were actually by now administrators, commissars, Red Army commanders and the like. Indeed, party records show that in October 1919 only 11% of members were actually working in factories, and even some of them were in administrative posts. Another natural result of numerical growth was that the proportion of pre-October Bolsheviks declined. In the summer of 1919 it was discovered that only 1/5 of the members had been in the party since before the revolution. This proportion must have declined further thereafter. The formative experience of most communists was no longer the revolutionary struggle in the factories, still less the deprivations and theoretical wrangles of underground and exile, but rather the fighting of the Civil War. The archetypal communist was no longer a shabbily dressed intellectual, but rather a leather-jacketed commissar with a Mauser at his hip, and promotion in party ranks now tended to go to the poorly educated, theoretically unsophisticated, direct, resourceful, often brutal types who had risen to prominence in the Red Army. If they were of worker or peasant origin, and most were, they were only too glad to have risen beyond it. It would be too much to say that the party now became war communism 87 militarist in outlook, but it is true that most party officials were by now used to solving problems by willpower, effort, and coercion. This wartime experience reinforced Lenin's dictum that politics was essentially about who defeats whom, kto kogo. The Civil War and the experience of power also profoundly affected the party's internal organization. If in 1917 it had been possible for Sverdlov and Stasova, in the Secretariat, to handle all the party leadership's correspondence and to keep the membership records more or less in their heads, that was clearly no longer satisfactory once the party had governmental responsibility. All the same, it took quite a long time before the party's structure assumed clearly defined forms, and for a year or more after October improvisation was often the order of the day. When it did come, the hardening of the party's institutional structure owed as much to pressure from below as from above, as emerges clearly from recent research by Robert Service. During the emergencies of the Civil War, local party organizations often found themselves desperately short of capable organizers, since their best men had gone off to fight. They were only too glad to he sent emissaries or instructions from the Central Committee in Moscow. Local party secretaries, deprived of colleagues or assistants, would take important decisions themselves. Party meetings would become perfunctory formalities, with resolutions passed at a cavalry gallop, as someone complained. The practice of electing party officials, and of seriously discussing alternative candidates and policies, withered away. It became the norm for officials and committees to be appointed from the next higher level, and for commissars from the center to arrive in an emergency and take all the really important decisions. Of course, all this suited Lenin's leadership style, and Trotsky's too, for that matter. Both men were used to dealing with local difficulties by firing off peremptory telegrams cutting through Gordian knots. What happened now was that their instinctive authoritarianism received institutional form. This meant that, especially at the medium and upper levels, 88. Of the party, a stratum of full-time officials was emerging, whose main function, given the grip the party now had over the Soviets and the Red Army, was simply the exercise of power. At the very top, 1919 also saw further hardening of the structures, owing both to the war and to Sverdlov's death in March. The Central Committee, currently a body of 19 full members and 8 candidates, was already too large for speedy decision-making, and the Eighth Party Congress, March 1919, set up a political bureau, or Politburo, of 5 to do this. Its initial 5 members were Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, Kamina and Krestinsky. Alongside it an Orgbureau was installed to concentrate on the organizational and personnel work of the Central Committee, and this soon developed a formidable array of files and card indices on cadres, as the party's staff came to be called, all over the country. Originally there were only 2 joint members of the Politburo and Orgbureau, Krestinsky and Stalin. The Secretariat was also now formalized to conduct the party's correspondence and deal with current questions of an organizational and executive character, the Orgbureau being entrusted with the general direction of the organizational work. In practice these 2 bodies had overlapping functions. Stalin did not move into the Secretariat until 1922, but when he did so, he not only took charge of it as General Secretary, but also became the only man to sit on all 3 of the party's directive committees. From the outset, the new bodies, especially the Politburo, took over much of the de facto power of the Central Committee. In theory the latter was supposed to meet once a fortnight, but during the rest of 1919 it met less than half that often, while between April and November the Politburo held 29 separate meetings, and 19 joint ones with the Orgbureau, while the latter met no less than 110 times on its own. The party's relationship with the rest of society was also beginning to take shape. The party rules passed in December 1919 laid down that, where there were 3 or more party members in any organization whatever, they had the duty to War Communism 89 form a party cell whose task it is to increase party influence in every direction, carry out party policies in non-party milieu, and effect party supervision over the work of all the organizations and institutions indicated. To ensure that suitable people were selected for this authoritative role, the Ninth Party Congress recommended party committees at all levels to keep lists of employees suitable for particular kinds of work and for promotion within their field. Such lists, coordinated and extended by the Secretariat, became the nucleus of the nomenclatura system of appointments, not just in the party, but in all walks of life. Not everyone in the party approved of these developments. Some prominent members, not in the top leadership, were disturbed by them, feeling that they ran counter to the ideals which had brought the party to power. 2 groups in particular emerged during 1919-20. The Democratic Centralists called for restoration of the democratic element in Lenin's theory of party organization, that is, the restoration of genuine elections and genuine debate over matters of principle. The workers' opposition were worried by what they saw as the growing chasm between the workers and the party which claimed to act in their name. They spoke in the language Lenin had used in October 1917, calling for self-activity of the masses, and proposing specifically that industry should be run by the trade unions, rather than by the managers and specialists that the government had installed under Vysenka. Alexandra Kollontai, the most flamboyant and imaginative member of this group, argued that what had taken the place of self-activity was bureaucracy, buttressed by the system of appointments within the party, and she therefore also urged a return to genuine elections and spontaneous debate by the rank and file. Although fundamental research on this issue still needs to be done, it does seem that the workers' opposition had substantial support among the industrial workers. Before binding discussion of these issues took place, however, the party was faced by a crisis even more threatening to 90. Its ideals than the Civil War. Towards the end of February 1921, first of all in Moscow, then in Petrograd, strikes and demonstrations broke out among the industrial workers. Their immediate cause was a further cut in the bread ration, but the workers' demands rapidly took on a political coloring as well, and began to reflect the effects of more than 3 years of hunger and repression. The demands, in fact, were remarkably similar to those being made at the same time by the peasants of Tambov province, see above, page 77. The workers called for free trade, an end to grain requisitioning, an abolition of the privileges and extra rations enjoyed by specialists and by Bolshevik officials. Their political demands reflected the influence of both the socialist revolutionaries and the Mensheviks, who were regaining popularity, despite their semi-legal status, freedom of speech, press and assembly, the restoration of free elections to factory committees, trade unions and Soviets, an amnesty for socialist political prisoners. There were some calls for the reconvening of the Constituent Assembly. Zinoviev, the party leader in Petrograd, closed down some of the most affected factories, in effect instituting a lockout, and declared martial law in the city. Special troops and kurzantii, Red Army officer cadets, were drafted in and posted to key positions. Selected workers and the most prominent socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks were arrested. At the same time, emergency supplies were rushed into the city, roadblocks were dismantled, and Zinoviev let it be known that there were plans to abolish grain requisitioning. These measures did eventually quieten the Petrograd disorders, but not before they had spread to the nearby naval base of Kronstadt, where the Baltic Fleet had its headquarters. The sailors of Kronstadt had a long revolutionary tradition, dating back to 1905, when a Soviet had first been set up there. They had played a vital part in the October seizure of power. Central to the anarchism which had been the dominant mood in Kronstadt was the original conception of the Soviet as a free and self-governing revolutionary war communism 91 community. This ideal of course had been unceremoniously pushed aside by the Bolsheviks, and now, more than a year after the virtual end of the Civil War, there was still no sign of an improvement. A delegation of sailors went to meet the Petrograd workers and reported back to a general meeting of the sailors on March 1. In spite of the presence of Mikhail Kalinin, president of the Russian Soviet Republic, the meeting unanimously passed a resolution which repeated the demands of the Petrograd workers, though there was no mention of the Constituent Assembly. Pride of place was given to the following demand, in view of the fact that the present Soviets do not express the will of the workers and peasants, immediately to hold new elections by secret ballot, the pre-election campaign to have full freedom of agitation among the workers and peasants. The Soviet government reacted forthwith by declaring the Kronstadt movement a counter-revolutionary conspiracy. They claimed it was led by one General Kozlovsky, who was actually one of Trotsky's numerous appointees from the former Imperial Army, sent to take charge of the Kronstadt artillery. The Communists appointed their own army commander, Tukhachevsky, to head a special task force and storm the fortress across the ice before the March thaw. Once again, special duty troops and kurzantii were used, in larger numbers. On March 17 they finally stormed Kronstadt, capturing it with huge losses on both sides. These were compounded on the rebel side by the subsequent repression, in which the Cheka shot hundreds of those involved. Assembling under the direct shadow of these events, the 10th Party Congress took some decisions which confirmed the rigid centralization the party had developed since 1917. Lenin admitted that the Kronstadt revolt had awakened echoes in many industrial towns, and warned that this petty bourgeois counter-revolution was undoubtedly more dangerous than Denikin, Yudenik, and Kolchak combined. He admitted, too, that relations between the party and the 92 working class were poor, much more solidarity and concentration of forces was required, he exhorted. He submitted 2 resolutions, one explicitly condemning the workers' opposition as a syndicalist and anarchist deviation, the other, entitled On Party Unity, condemning the practice of forming factions and ordering that all future proposals, criticisms and analyses be submitted for discussion, not by closed groups, but by the party as a whole. The Congress orders the immediate dissolution, without exception, of all groups that have been formed on the basis of some platform or other, and instructs all organizations to be very strict in ensuring that no manifestations of factionalism of any sort be tolerated. Failure to comply with this resolution of the Congress is to entail unconditional and immediate expulsion from the party. Such was the besieged mood at the Congress that these resolutions were passed by overwhelming majorities, which even included members of the workers' opposition. One of the delegates, Karl Radek, made a portentous and perceptive comment: "In voting for this resolution I feel that it can well be turned against us, and nevertheless I support it. Let the Central Committee in a moment of danger take the severest measures against the best party comrades if it finds this necessary. That is less dangerous than the wavering which is now observable." No less important was the justification which Lenin gave for the suppression of all opposition parties, as was now finally done. Marxism teaches us that only the political party of the working class, i.e. the Communist Party, is capable of uniting, educating, and organizing such a vanguard of the proletariat and of the working masses as is capable of resisting the inevitable petty bourgeois waverings of those masses and their trade union prejudices. It is true that factions and programs survived a few years longer, in spite of these resolutions. Nevertheless, with the 10th Congress the party finally sanctified the substitution of itself for the working class, and gave into the hands of its leaders the means for the suppression of all serious criticism and discussion. 4. The making of the Soviet Union. The country which the Bolsheviks took over in 1917 was the largest territorial state on earth. It was also a great multinational empire, containing a bewildering variety of peoples. Their formation as nations and their absorption into Russia had been going on ever since the Middle Ages. The Tatar invasion began the process. We saw in the first chapter that the rule of the Eastern hordes did much to develop Russians' sense of their identity as a nation. But it also divided them. Those Russians in the northwest who remained outside the Tatar Empire developed their language and culture, Byelorussian, separately. This later became the official language of a Lithuanian state, which in its turn amalgamated with Poland. Thereafter Byelorussian became largely a peasant language, which absorbed marked Polish elements, while agriculture and land tenure tended to follow Polish patterns. In the south and southwest another branch of the old Russian nation, the Ukrainians, which means border folk, also evolved separately, first under Tatar, then Polish rule. Like the Byelorussians, some of them became Catholics, while even some of those who remained Orthodox in their liturgy recognized the Pope as head of their church, the so-called Uniat Church. They absorbed many Cossacks, or freemen, fleeing from taxation, military service, and serfdom in Muscovy. These became fiercely independent local communities of fighting men, living in a kind of no man's land between Russia, Poland, and Turkey. Their traditions were invoked when Ukrainian national feeling began to revive in the 19th century, even though by that time Cossack units had been reintegrated into the Russian 94 army, and indeed were performing internal security duties for the Tsar. By the time the Byelorussians and most Ukrainians were reabsorbed into Russia during the partitions of Poland in the late 18th century, their languages and cultures were very distinct from that of Great or Muscovite Russia, but the nations themselves were largely peasant, while the urban and rural elites were composed of Russians, Poles, or even Jews. Over the centuries the course of Russian expansion brought under Russian rule many people who had no kinship with Russia at all. Already in the 16th century the Russians were beginning to reverse the Tatar invasion, though at a much slower pace, conquering territories in the Volga basin still inhabited by Tatars as well as by Bashkirs and other pagan or Islamic peoples. In the 18th century the Russians conquered the last independent Tatar Khanate, in the Crimea, and began the subjugation of the Islamic mountain peoples of the Caucasus, which, however, took them nearly a century. The Caucasians proved to be fierce fighters and under their leader, Shamil, waged a jihad or holy war against the infidel invaders. During the mid and late 19th century Russian armies struck across the steppes and deserts of Central Asia, into the oasis regions beyond, in the foothills of the mountains, where a variety of Turkic peoples lived, again of Islamic faith. The aim of the advance was partly better to secure existing frontiers, partly to acquire Central Asian cotton, and partly the desire for sheer military glory. Once the armies had passed, the nomad Kazakh people of the steppes were gradually displaced from their best grazing land by Russian and Ukrainian peasant settlers, while in the oasis regions of Turkestan, colonies of Russian workers immigrated to the towns, including eventually large number of railwaymen, as the railway followed conquest and trade. The resentment aroused among the local. The making of the Soviet Union 95 population by this incursion culminated in a major anti-European rising in 1916, much blood was shed on both sides, and many Central Asian Muslims fled across the border into China. Just beyond the Caucasus Mountains, surrounded by Muslims on all sides, and with Turkey just across the border, were two of the oldest Christian peoples in the world, the Georgians and the Armenians. They both came under Russian rule in the early 19th century. Although they tended to regard the Russians as uncouth upstarts, both peoples acquiesced in Russian suzerainty, for it meant the protection of a strong Christian power against Islam. In other respects, the Georgians and Armenians were very different from one another. The Georgians were a rural people, mostly nobles or peasants, though with a lively intelligentsia. They had a reputation for immense national pride, love of their homeland and lavish hospitality. The Armenians, on the other hand, were more urban and cosmopolitan, successful bankers and traders, often to be found outside their homeland, throughout the Caucasian region, and indeed the whole Middle East. Along the coast of the Baltic Sea, Peter the Great in the early 18th century conquered regions which had been ruled since the Middle Ages by the Teutonic Knights and their German descendants. Their German landowners and burghers of Lutheran faith ruled over a largely peasant population of Estonians, Latvians, and Lithuanians. The Estonians spoke a language related to Finnish, but the other two nations were completely isolated in the European community of languages. During the 19th century they began to generate their own native intelligentsia, often centered on the church to begin with. By the early 20th century, with the coming of industry to these relatively advanced regions, a native working class was beginning to develop. In fact, the growing national consciousness led to especially violent clashes there in the 1905 revolution. The annexations of Poland in the late 18th century, 96, brought several million Jews into the Russian Empire. Speaking Yiddish and practicing their own faith, they ruled themselves in self-governing communities, the Kahal, under the general protection of the crown. Most of them were traders, artisans, innkeepers, and the like. They were usually prohibited from owning land, so that very few practiced agriculture. The imperial government decided to restrict them to the territories where they already lived, which became known as the Pale of Settlement. Only Jews with higher education or certain professional qualifications were permitted to live elsewhere. Official discrimination against them was aggravated by powerful popular prejudice, which sometimes flared up into violent pogroms, especially from the 1880s onwards. Jews began to seek a way out of their situation, some by setting up their own socialist party, the Bund, others by calling for the establishment of a Jewish national homeland in Palestine, the Zionists. Altogether, the peoples of the Russian Empire were at very different stages of national integration by the early 20th century. Some were still primitive nomadic clans, while others had their own literate intelligentsia and working class. In all cases, however, the social changes of the time, urbanization, industrialization, the growth in commerce, the rise of primary education, tended to intensify and accentuate national feelings, both among Russians and non-Russians. More and more citizens of the empire were faced with the question, do I belong primarily to the Russian Empire or to my national homeland? On the answer depended language, culture, career, often religion. The 1917 revolution posed the same question again, in even sharper form. Marxism had no ready formula for the national question. Marx himself had tended to underestimate the whole thing, assuming that the existing industrial nations of Europe had a natural right, at least for the time being, to speak for the proletariat everywhere, while ultimately national differences were less important than economic ones. In the spectrum of European Marxism, Lenin occupied the making of the Soviet Union 97 intermediate position on the national question. Unlike the Austrian Marxists, Otto Bauer and Karl Renner, he did not regard nations as permanent historical entities. He held that they were conditioned, like all other social formations, by economic forces. On the other hand, he did not believe, like Rosa Luxemburg, that as soon as the socialist revolution took place they could all be merged forthwith in an international community. Like most Marxists, Lenin was inclined to underestimate the strength of national consciousness as a social force, but he was very well aware that in the circumstances of 1917, the desire of the subject nations of the former Russian Empire to enjoy greater independence was a powerful potential ally. His observations of the Austro-Hungarian Empire had made him conscious of the power of national feelings during what he called the bourgeois revolution. Besides, during the First World War, Lenin became increasingly impressed by the revolutionary potential of the colonized nations of the world, especially those in Asia. In Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, 1916, he developed the view that the class struggle was now taking place on an international scale, and that the colonized nations as a whole were being exploited by the advanced industrial nations of Europe and North America. It followed that, at the present stage of history, the slogan of national self-determination was a revolutionary one, and in particular that the subject nationalities of Russia, led if necessary by their national bourgeoisie, should be encouraged to overthrow their oppressors and decide their own future. Lenin, then, viewed national aspirations as real and powerful. Nevertheless, he did believe that in the long run they were secondary. And since Lenin always tended to hope at the long run might be speeded up, the result was unsiderable ambivalence on the national question, an ambivalence reflected in his policy after October. His intention was that nations of the old Russian Empire should be allowed either to declare their complete independence from 98. Soviet Russia or to join the new state as a constituent part of it. He did not envisage any intermediary position. In fact, however, as it turned out, what most nations actually desired in 1917 was neither complete independence nor total assimilation, but some form of associate or autonomous status within a multinational federal state. In this significant way, the Bolsheviks were out of tune with the aspirations of the nationalities. Furthermore, in the absence of world revolution, Lenin was in no position to offer them genuine internationalism. The most he could extend to them was membership in a multinational state dominated in numbers, language, culture, and administrative power by Russians. Without the safeguards of a federal structure, this threatened to mean actual Russification, the very evil against which they had struggled, with Lenin's support, under the Tsars. This danger was intensified by the Bolsheviks' explicit subordination, in theoretical terms, of national independence to proletarian internationalism. As Lenin frequently reiterated, the primary concern of the proletarian party was the self-determination, not of peoples, but of the proletariat within each nation. In order to meet these dilemmas, the Bolsheviks in government had from the beginning to compromise, and to accept in practice what they denied in theory, a federal structure. The Declaration of the Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People, of January 1918, explicitly called the new Soviet state a federation of Soviet national republics. At that stage, of course, even this was a mere aspiration, since the Bolsheviks did not control most of the outlying regions of the empire in which the intended national republics were situated. Federation was accepted temporarily as preferable to disintegration. Nevertheless, the use of the word had long-term implications. It harmonized with the Declaration of the Rights of the Peoples of Russia, November 2, 1917, which recognized the equality and sovereignty of all peoples, abolished all national privileges and restrictions, and established the right to self-determine. The making of the Soviet Union 99 nation up to and including secession and the formation of an independent state. To deal with the manifold and delicate problems of relations with the nationalities, Lenin set up a People's Commissariat of Nationality Affairs, Narkomnats for short, under Stalin. It mediated in conflicts between national groups, and advised generally on the ways in which Bolshevik policies would affect the non-Russians. As more nationalities gradually passed under Soviet rule, Narkomnats also became a real instrument of political influence. At its head was a collegium, a kind of large committee on which elected representatives of the nationalities sat. Narkomnats thus collated and aggregated national opinion as well as providing a means by which orders could be passed down from above. Whenever national self-determination clashed with proletarian internationalism, it was the latter which took precedence. This can be seen even in the case of Finland, which had been a Russian protectorate for only a century. It is true that when a non-socialist government led by Sven Hufvud declared independence, the Soviet government in Petrograd recognized this. It also, however, simultaneously supported a Red Rising inside Finland, designed to install a pro-Soviet government in Helsinki. This rising was crushed after the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, when the Germans intervened on the side of the Finnish Whites. Here for the first time a danger appeared which was to recur frequently, that of Red troops being regarded by the local population as Russophiles and being therefore resisted as foreign invaders. The history of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania was somewhat similar. In Estonia and Latvia a national council took advantage of the Soviet Declaration of the Rights of the Peoples and announced their independence from Russia, only to be arrested by Red Guards who installed a Soviet regime. These in their turn were swept aside by the German occupation troops following the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. Then, after November 1918, with the defeat of the Germans, all three national movements struggled to consolidate the 100 existence of independent republics in a dual war against both the Red Army and local socialists, who were especially strong in Latvia. They succeeded in this, at least partly owing to armed support both from irregular German units and from the British Navy, which was trying to deter the region of both Russian and German influence. In this way Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania became independent republics which lasted till 1940. Poland's independence from Russia was already a fait accompli when the Bolsheviks came to power, since the whole of the Congress Kingdom, the Russian sector of Poland, had been occupied by the Germans in 1915. Recognition of this was a pure formality. What reopened the question was the decision of Pilsudski, the Polish leader, in 1920, to invade the Ukraine and attempt to regain corporate territory which had been ruled over by the Poles before the partitions of the late 18th century. The Poles did very well at first, and in fact captured Kiev, but the Red Army then regrouped itself from its victories over Denikin and managed to drive the Poles back out of the Ukraine. The question then arose, should the Red Army profit by its impetus, pursue the enemy into Poland itself, and try to set up a Soviet republic in Warsaw? On this the Soviet leaders were themselves divided, and their divisions were significant. Trotsky took the immaculately internationalist line that socialist revolution in Poland should proceed from the efforts of the Polish workers themselves, for the Red Army to invade would merely persuade them that the Russians had returned, albeit under a new banner, to occupy and rule over their country as before. Lenin, on the other hand, took the view that circumstances were once again favorable for world revolution, encouraged by the heroism of the Red Army against their own bourgeoisie and landowners. The Polish workers would rise against their native oppressors and overthrow their government. Beyond that, too, the revolution might spread to Germany and even the rest of Europe. For a brief intoxicating moment the dreams of October 1917 returned, a Polish. The making of the Soviet Union 101. Provisional Revolutionary Committee, headed by the Social Democrat Marchlowski, waited in Moscow to take up the reins of power in Warsaw, a scene to become familiar in Europe in 1944-5, while Stalin began to elaborate plans for the creation of a super-confederation of Soviet republics, to include Poland, Hungary, and Germany. This Polish War brought the final stage in the reintegration of part of the old officer corps into the new Red Army. General Brusilov, perhaps the most distinguished of the former Tsarist commanders, and a man who had hitherto held aloof from the communists, published an appeal in Pravda: forget the wrongs you have suffered. It is now your duty to defend our beloved Russia with all your strength, and to give your lives to save her from irretrievable subjugation. Many fellow officers responded to his words. And in case anyone should worry about the revival of Russian nationalism in communist guise, the internationalist Radek provided a ready justification: since Russia is the only country where the working class has taken power, the workers of the whole world ought now to become Russian patriots. This was of course only an extension of the arguments Lenin had used to justify the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. It marked a stage in the eventual emergence of the doctrine of socialism in one country. In the end, the Red Army failed to capture Warsaw for reasons which have been the subject of controversy ever since. Trotsky ascribed the failure to Stalin's military insubordination. Lenin, however, summed it up as follows: the Poles thought and acted, not in a social, revolutionary manner, but as nationalists, as imperialists. The revolution in Poland which we counted on did not take place. The workers and peasants, deceived by Pilsudski, defended their class enemy and let our brave Red soldiers starve, ambushed them and beat them to death. The War of 1920 showed, in fact, that Soviet Russia was prepared to act as a new kind of great power with a traditional army, and that its actions would be so interpreted. 102. By its neighbors, even where the ostensible aim was the promotion of international proletarian brotherhood. The ambiguity of Soviet fraternal aid has remained to the days of the Brezhnev Doctrine. The immediate result was a frontier settlement relatively favorable to the Poles. By the Treaty of Riga, concluded in October 1920, Poland was awarded territories that included large numbers of Byelorussian and Ukrainian peasants, and until 1939 her eastern frontier ran only just west of the capital of the Soviet Byelorussian Republic, Minsk. The Ukraine offers an example of a national movement which, though far from negligible in pre-revolutionary Russia, received considerable fresh impetus from the revolutions of 1917. Ukrainian nationalism had been slow to develop in 19th-century Russia, partly because of government repression. It was livelier across the border in Austria-Hungary, where the authorities were less opposed to it. Something of a flowering followed the revolution of 1905, with the easing of national restrictions, and a Ukrainian urban intelligentsia began to develop, particularly in Kiev and the western regions. It remained true, however, that the great majority of Ukrainian speakers were peasants, and that the towns were very strongly influenced by Russian, Jewish, and Polish cultural life. Many of the industrial workers were Russian, especially in the modern industries of Kharkov, the largest city in the Ukraine, the Kryvyi Rog region and the Donbass. Generally the eastern Ukraine had a much higher proportion of Russians than the west. After the February Revolution, a Ukrainian Central Rada, Ukrainian for Soviet, convened in Kiev, elected rather haphazardly, though no more so than the Russian Soviets of the time, by those inhabitants, particularly in the towns, who felt themselves to be Ukrainian. In June, after abortive negotiations with the provisional government, this Rada issued a universal, or decree, in Old Cossack usage, proclaiming an autonomous Ukrainian republic. The Rada was under pressure from a Ukrainian military congress, Reperks. The making of the Soviet Union 103 ending Ukrainian officers and soldiers from the Imperial Army, they had gathered in St. Sophia's Square in Kiev and vowed not to disperse until such a proclamation appeared. During the summer of 1917 a great variety of congresses met, representing Ukrainians from all walks of life, from peasant communes and agricultural cooperatives, from zemstvos and municipalities, from universities and schools, from hospitals and army units. All of them took a pride in using the Ukrainian language and in stressing those traditions which distinguished them from the Russians. What was taking place was the explosive creation of a Ukrainian nation, discovering and confirming its identity in this multiplicity of organizations and meetings, rather as the Russian working class was doing at the same time. For most urban Ukrainians at this moment, however, national, not social, consciousness was paramount. It is not clear that the same was true of the peasants, many of whom shared the grievances and aspirations of their Russian counterparts, and wanted above all more land. After the October Revolution in Petrograd, the Rada, in its third universal, of November 7, 1917, supported again by the Ukrainian Military Congress, confirmed the existence of a Ukrainian People's Republic, and promised an early land reform and the convening of a Ukrainian Constituent Assembly. At this stage the Rada did not insist on complete independence from Soviet Russia. Ukrainian intellectuals had always thought of themselves as part of Russia, but wanted to be a self-ruling part. Yet, all the same, bitter disputes soon broke out between Kiev and Petrograd. With encouragement from the Bolsheviks in Petrograd, Soviets of workers and soldiers deputies, separate from the Rada, were established in Kiev and other Ukrainian towns. Because of the national composition of the population, these were normally dominated by Russians. Troops loyal to the Rada dosed some of these Soviets down, rather as the Bolsheviks themselves were doing to their opponents in other parts of Russia. In fact, Ukrainian national feeling was so strong. 104. Even in the Soviets, that when an all-Ukrainian Congress of Soviets opened in Kiev in December, it turned out to have a non-Bolshevik majority anyway. The Bolsheviks, dismayed by this result, withdrew from it and called an alternative Congress in Kharkov, where they could be surer of working-class Russian support. So in the Ukraine too the Bolsheviks found themselves acting as agents of Russification. In this way the scene was set for civil war on Ukrainian territory, with Red troops and Ukrainian military formations facing one another. The Reds succeeded in capturing Kiev before the fighting was halted by the German occupation of the Ukraine in March 1918. During the following 2.5 years at least 8 different kinds of regime ruled in the Ukraine, and not one of them was able to consolidate itself, or even to claim the adherence of a majority of the population. This was not only because of the multiplicity of forces interested in the region, but also because of the divisions of interest in the population itself. It is scarcely surprising that the Germans, the Poles, and the Whites under Denikin, who would have crushed Ukrainian autonomy, were unable to command mass support. But it is perhaps more surprising that the Rada, or the later Ukrainian nationalist government under Petli Ura, were not able to attract a more stable following. This may have been because, as Vynnychenko, leader of the Rada government, later confessed, the Rada had not done enough to win over the peasants by carrying through a thorough land reform. After all, the great majority of Ukrainian speakers were peasants, for whom the agrarian issue was at least as important as the national one. To ignore their interests was to deprive oneself of a vital source of support. This impression is strengthened by the enthusiastic support given by many Ukrainian peasants to Makhno, the anarchist leader, who seems to have filled a much-felt need, without being able to lay the foundations of stable and lasting government. He had so little support outside the PSNTRY. The making of the Soviet Union 105. Lacking a convinced peasant following, the Ukrainian nationalists could expect little enthusiasm from the Russians, who preferred rule from Moscow to that from Kiev, and still less from the Jews, whom Petli Ura alienated by his encouragement of vicious pogroms against them. The Ukrainian national movement was thus defeated in its hour of apparent victory, and the Reds were eventually able to establish themselves permanently in Kiev. The Ukraine's brief and turbulent independence did, however, leave a heritage. The victorious Ukrainian Bolsheviks were themselves affected by it. It is true that in October 1919 the Ukrainian Communist Party had its own central committee abolished and was directly subordinated to the Russian Communist Party in Moscow. But many Ukrainian communists never really, accepted this decision. Indeed, they protested to Moscow and succeeded in provoking from Lenin a ringing denunciation of great, i.e. Muscovite, Russian chauvinism. He recommended that the Ukrainian Communist Party should rule in a coalition government with the Borobisti, equivalents of the left socialist revolutionaries, and that party members should act by all means available against any obstacles to the free development of the Ukrainian language and culture, for example by making it a condition that all administrative offices should have a kernel of Ukrainian speakers, and that no one should be officially employed who did not have some knowledge of Ukrainian. Under a regime of this kind, the Ukraine did in fact in the J920s experience an unprecedented flowering of its language, its culture, and its education system. But it was to prove fragile, since all the elements of tight subordination to Moscow remained in place. Rather similar developments took place in Byelorussia, where two imperfectly elected Radas arose, one in Minsk and the other in Vilnius. They amalgamated for a time, and declared national independence under German protection, following the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. When the Germans withdrew in November 1918, the Byelorussian state 106 collapsed, and the territory it claimed was subsequently divided between Poland and Soviet Russia at the Treaty of Riga. All the same, its brief, precarious independence served as the basis for later nationalist myths. The nations of the Transcaucasus broke away from Russia not so much from determination to do so, as because circumstances detached them from the empire. The three main nations of the region, the Georgians, Armenians, and Azerbaijanis, had little in common with one another. The Azerbaijanis were Muslims, the other two Christians, but whereas the Georgians were a settled people of peasants and nobles, some 5% of the population belonged to the nobility. Among the Armenians was a fair number of active and thrusting merchants, many of whom lived outside their homeland, and were resented as successful foreign businessmen usually are. There were substantial Russian minorities, administrators, professional men, and workers, in most of the main cities of the region. All three local nations had territorial claims on each other, and the Armenians and Azerbaijanis, in particular, had got into the habit of inflicting violence on one another. The numerous nationalist and socialist parties of the region wanted an easing of Russian dominance, but, with the exception of the Muslim movements, they did not seek secession from Russia. Their fear and dislike of each other was too great for that, and the Armenians still welcomed Russian protection as an insurance against a repetition of the horrifying Turkish massacre among their countrymen in the 1890s and in 1915. It is scarcely surprising, in view of all this, that an attempt at a Transcaucasian federation in 1917-18 swiftly broke down, and that each nation tried to go its own way, seeking armed support from abroad. The Georgians received it first from the Germans, then from the British, the Azerbaijanis from their fellow Muslims, the Turks, and the Armenians from the whites under Denikin, who, though insensitive to national aspirations, at least offered protection from the hated Turks. The making of the Soviet Union 107. The Germans, the Turks, and Denikin were, however, all in turn defeated, while the British withdrew. This left the three republics open to Soviet Russia. During 1920, Armenia and Azerbaijan, weakened by internal conflicts and border disputes, were reintegrated into Russia by the technique which the Bolsheviks had tried in Finland and the Baltic, military invasion coordinated with an internal coup by the local Reds. Azerbaijan, with its large colony of Russian oil workers in Baku, was especially vulnerable to such means, while Armenia was weakened by a Turkish attack. The Georgian Republic was a somewhat more formidable adversary. Alone of the three it had established a stable government, under the Menshevik Noi Zherdanya, and it was carrying out a land reform which brought it solid peasant support. Nevertheless, in February 1921 the Red Army invaded, and was able to conquer the country after a month or so of stubborn fighting. Lenin was doubtful about the timing of this invasion, and he insisted afterwards that a gentler occupation policy should be pursued than in Armenia and Azerbaijan. He was on the eve of announcing the new economic policy in Russia proper, and he was aware of the resentment that brutal communist policies had aroused elsewhere. It is imperative, he exhorted, to enforce a special policy of concessions towards Georgian intellectuals and small traders. He even talked of a compromise with Zherdanya and the Mensheviks. Nothing came of this, not entirely through Lenin's fault. Stalin was anxious to establish a tightly controlled regime in his own homeland, and, as we shall see, came into direct conflict with Lenin over this. The relationship between Islam and Bolshevism was an ambivalent one. There was, of course, a basic incompatibility between the atheism of the Marxists and the staunch monotheism of Islam. All the same, many politically active Muslims had become socialists of one kind or another in the decade or so before the revolution. This was partly for instrumental reasons. They had seen socialism in 1905 as a form 108 of politics able to organize an underground party, mobilize the masses and threaten an oppressive government. They saw in it too the means of attracting international support for their own movements. But the adoption of socialism by Muslim intellectuals sprang from reasons of substance too. As a doctrine, socialism offered them, in theory, the brotherhood and equality of all nations, and solidarity in the struggle against Western imperialism. As Hanafi Muzaffar, a Volga-Tatar radical intellectual, predicted, Muslim people will unite themselves to communism. Like communism, Islam rejects narrow nationalism. Significantly, however, he continued, Islam is international and recognizes only the brotherhood and the unity of all nations under the banner of Islam. That sentence sums up both what was to attract Muslims to communism, and what was to alienate them from it. The ideal of the Ummah, the worldwide Muslim community, was still very different from proletarian internationalism. It was not a vision to which Lenin could accommodate himself save for passing expediency, especially when combined, as it often was, with the idea of a pan-Turkic state, a federation joining all the peoples, both inside and outside Russia, of Turkic language and ethnic origin. All the same, in the late months of 1917, there was much on which Muslims and Bolsheviks could agree. Muslims had been infuriated by the temporization of the provisional government, which had declined to concede the separate educational, religious, and military institutions demanded by the All-Russian Muslim Congress in May 1917. As against this, the Bolsheviks opened their Eastern policy with a declaration of November 20, 1917 to all toiling Muslims of Russia and the East, which expressed abhorrence of religious and national oppression under the Tsars, and promised, henceforth your beliefs and customs, your national and cultural institutions are declared to be free and inviolate. Know that your rights, like the rights of all the peoples of Russia, are protected by the whole might of the revolution. The making of the Soviet Union 109 and its organs, the Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants' Deputies. This promise was to be belied by events soon enough, but for the first 2 or 3 months the Bolsheviks were actually in no position to prevent the emergence of Islamic governing institutions, since this usually happened in areas where Soviet power was insecure. As a result, Soviets and Muslim committees often existed side by side. It soon became clear, however, that the divide between them was a national as well as a religious one. The Soviets were usually entirely composed of Russians, and their attitude to the Muslim committees was often suspicious and hostile, especially in Central Asia, where the memory of the 1916 massacres was still vivid. There were also ideological reasons why no indigenous delegates were admitted to the Soviets or to responsible party posts in Islamic regions. As Koltsov, chairman of the Tashkent Congress of Soviets, explained, it is impossible to admit Muslims to the supreme organs of the Communist Party, because they do not possess any proletarian organization. And indeed, the working class of Tashkent, mostly either railway or textile workers, were largely Russian. The Tashkent Soviet, consequently, was 100% Russian, and the local native population tended to regard it as the bearer of a relabeled but familiar Russian colonialist oppression. Soviet moves to expropriate Waqf, religious endowment, lands, and to close mosques, Quranic schools, and Sharia, Islamic law, courts, vividly exemplified this oppression. Indeed, the Tsarist regime had never attempted religious discrimination on this scale. The tension between the two communities burst into the open in February 1918, when units of the Tashkent Soviet stormed and destroyed the city of Kokand, where a Muslim People's Council had proclaimed the autonomy of Turkestan. Similarly in Kazan, the capital of the Volga Tatars, the Soviet decreed martial law, arrested the leaders of the Harbi Shuro, the Muslim Military Council, and stormed the suburb in which its surveying members took refuge. As a result of these ferocious attacks, some Muslims allied 110 themselves with the whites. But they did not usually stay with them for long, for the whites were no less ruthless with those who opposed them. They shot the prominent Tatar leader, Mullaner Vakitov, for example, in August 1919, and they did not even have any theoretical commitment to national or religious freedom. On the contrary, they proclaimed their intention of restoring Russian supremacy over other nations within the empire. This may explain the fact that most Muslims continued to try to work with the communists, despite the frequent brutality of their policy in the localities. For their part, the communist government in Moscow did come halfway to meet them, at least as long as they needed their support in the civil war. As part of Narkomnats, Stalin set up a central Muslim commissariat, headed by Vakitov, until his death, to coordinate Muslim affairs, and to articulate the views of the Muslim population. They were even allowed for a time to run a Muslim military college, directed by the Tatar, Mir said Sultan Galiev. At one stage nearly half the Red troops on the Eastern Front facing Kalkak were Muslim, so that the Bolsheviks had an overwhelming interest in their morale and training, in spite of the obvious dangers, from their point of view, of authorizing separate Islamic fighting units. Stalin even held out the hope that the Soviet government would create a large Tatar Bashkir Republic, to act as an arena for the development of Islamic socialism, though less than a pan-Turkic republic. It could be seen as the first step towards such a state. The Russian Communist Party also recognized at this stage the existence of an independent Muslim Communist Party, not directly subordinated to Moscow. At the height of their fortunes, in the summer of 1918, the Muslim socialists had succeeded in creating the embryos from which an Islamic socialist state could grow, a state apparatus, a party, an army. The potential ideology of such a state was adumbrated by Sultan Galiev in his The Making of the Soviet Union 111 Nationalnosti, The Life of the Nationalities, the organ of Narkomnats. He extended Lenin's view, expounded in Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism, that the class struggle was now taking place on an international scale. Sultan Galiev actually claimed that European nations as a whole objectively exploited the colonized nations as a whole. All Muslim colonized peoples are proletarian peoples, and as almost all classes in Muslim society have been oppressed by the colonialists, all classes have the right to be called proletarians. Therefore it is legitimate to say that the national liberation movement in Muslim countries has the character of a socialist revolution. This was the first statement of a thesis which has become enormously influential in the 20th century, as developed by Mao Zedong, Ho Chi Minh, and other Asian, African and Latin American Marxists. Like them, Sultan Galiev increasingly suspected that only the colonized peoples were really revolutionary in spirit. He feared that the Russian people, having achieved supremacy in a revived empire, albeit now socialist in name, would resume their oppression of other peoples. He could not give vent to such fears in his Nationalnosti, but he did express the conviction, unwelcome to most Bolsheviks at the time, that revolution was to be expected, not from Western Europe, where the workers were already, from an international viewpoint, bourgeois, but from the East, where colonized and oppressed peoples could be united by the joint Islamic and communist battle cry of anti-imperialism. Like Mao, he saw the army, in his case the Muslim units of the Red Army, as a nucleus and training ground for a revolutionary movement, and ultimately for a legitimate and popular socialist government. In Tashkent a similar line was taken by the Kazakh terror Raskulov, who hoped to establish an autonomous Turkic Republic and Turkic Communist Party. As soon as the Bolsheviks had a little more confidence in 112 history of the Soviet Union, their military position, they moved to inhibit any developments which might impart substance to Sultan Galiev's vision. Already in November 1918 they merged the Muslim Communist Party with the Russian Communist Party, as a subordinate unit. The scheme for a Tatar Bashkir Republic was dropped, and instead two smaller republics, Tatarstan and Bashkiria, were set up within the Russian Republic. In this way hopes of a homeland for Islamic socialism were dashed. Once the civil war was safely over, and Sultan Galiev's doubts became even more irksome to the Bolsheviks, in 1923 he was arrested on Stalin's orders, charged with collaborating with the Basmachi, see below, and expelled from the Communist Party. He was released for a time, but finally rearrested in 1928, and sent to the concentration camp of Solovki. Once the Bolsheviks were securely in power, they unambiguously disavowed the temporary alliance with Muslim national communism. This way having been closed, there remained to Muslims only meek submission or outright armed resistance. The latter began with the Soviets' overthrow of the Kokand government, whose chief of militia escaped and began to organize raids against Russian settlements and Red Army detachments. Gradually more and more partisan bands came into existence, contesting Soviet control over the whole of Turkestan, at a time when the region was cut off from European Russia by white armies. To begin with, the partisans came from all social classes. The various bands were not always in agreement with one another, they fought under different leaders and for different aims. Some continued the anti-Russian tradition of 1916, some wanted to reverse the Bolsheviks' anti-Islamic legislation, yet others actually fought alongside Russian peasants in anti-Bolshevik movements. Nearly all of them, however, believed that they were fulfilling a religious duty in resisting Russian and infidel domination. In Fergana they called themselves an Army of Islam, and proclaimed a jihad. The making of the Soviet Union 113 or Holy War, in the name of our founder and prophet, Muhammad. Traditionalist and reformist Muslims were at one in their estimation that Bolshevik policy posed a grave threat to Islam. The term Basmachi, brigands, was fastened on these various partisan groups by their opponents. They referred to themselves, however, as freemen. The fall of the Central Asian Khanates of Khiva and Bokhara during 1920 brought more recruits to these irregular armies, and a new element of political organization and coordination was injected the following year by the arrival of Enver Pasha, former leader of the Young Turk government in Istanbul. Ironically, he had come determined to convert the Muslims of Turkestan to the cause of communism. What he saw there changed his mind completely, and he began planning the overthrow of Bolshevism and the establishment of Turkestan as a base for an international pan-Turkic state. He made considerable progress towards the formation of a unified army with its own, partly Turkish, officer corps. He regularized communications with the Afghans who, long accustomed to anti-Russian resistance from Tsarist days, were supplying the Basmachi with arms and affording them asylum. By 1921 the communist government had realized that the Basmachi posed a serious threat to their control of Central Asia. They began to send in European Red Army troops, with aerial support, and they devoted an all-out effort to the capture of Enver Pasha. In this they succeeded, capturing and killing him in August 1922. As in their treatment of the Tambo peasant revolt, the communists combined repression with a degree of appeasement. In May 1922 they restored Wakefland to the mosques, reinstated the Sharia courts and relegalized the Quranic schools. At least for a time they were prepared to compromise with Islam in its traditional forms, while turning against Islamic reformism and socialism. This combination was quite successful. Popular support for the partisans dwindled sharply from 1922, and was 114. Largely confined to the mountainous regions thereafter, at least until it revived with compulsory collectivization of agriculture, see below, which once again entailed a direct assault on Islamic values and institutions. By the beginning of 1921 the territorial and national composition of the new Soviet Russia was becoming clearer. Lenin had hoped, of course, for a worldwide union of Soviet republics, but with the collapse of the short-lived Bavarian and Hungarian Soviet regimes, and the defeat of the Red Army in Poland, this vision had receded. The communists found themselves the masters of ethnic Russia, now called the RSFSR, Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic, surrounded by a network of theoretically independent Soviet republics, whose territory covered approximately the same area as the former Tsarist Empire, with the significant exceptions of Finland, Poland, and the Baltic area. The Soviet republics now within the Russian sphere of influence were of two types. There were those on the borders later to be known as Union republics, which had known at least a period of genuine independence during the turmoil of 1917 to 21, and had established diplomatic relations with foreign powers. These were the republics already mentioned in this chapter. Then there were the republics surrounded by Russian territory, known as autonomous republics, the largest of which were Tatarstan and Bashkiria, which had never been in a position to exercise any real sovereignty. The situation of these autonomous republics was fairly straightforward from Moscow's point of view. They were permitted their own governmental bodies, people's commissariats, but subordinate to those in Moscow, while their local Communist Party organizations were equivalent to those of the Russian provinces. The border republics, however, posed greater problems. They had been led to believe that they would be able to exercise genuine self-determination, and all of them had done so, at least briefly, during the making of the Soviet Union 1917–21, notably Georgia, whose new communist rulers proved almost as anxious to assert the nation's self-government as their Menshevik predecessors. With these republics, Ukraine, Byelorussia, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Bokhara, Khorzm, formerly Khiva, and the Far Eastern Republic, Soviet Russia concluded bilateral treaties which varied somewhat from one another, and were highly ambiguous in form. In some respects they were worded like treaties with separate sovereign states, yet in others they were more like articles of federation. They reflected, in fact, the ambiguities of proletarian internationalism. They began as military treaties, offering guarantees in case of external attack, but the military clauses were supplemented by economic ones, which placed decisive authority in most economic matters in the hands of organizations in Moscow. Anomalously, some of the republics actually retained a separate diplomatic service, and foreign representation, for a year or two, but this was lost when the RSFSR claimed and secured the right, in 1922, to negotiate for all the republics at the European Conference of Genoa. These anomalies and ambiguities could not last for long. Already during the Civil War, the population of the border republics had mostly become accustomed to accepting the authority of certain centralized institutions controlled from Moscow: Sovnarkom, the Red Army, the Council of Labor and Defense, which since November 1918 had coordinated the civilian war effort, and the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic, the political branch of the army. Except in the special case of Georgia, it did not stretch custom and expectation too much to extend and formalize these arrangements and establish a unitary Soviet Russian Republic containing all these disparate political entities. That was precisely what Stalin, as People's Commissar for Nationalities, had in mind. He wanted to see a political framework which would give expression to the dominance Russia had assumed in the world revolutionary movement. As one delegate at the 10th Party Congress proudly 116 declared, the fact that Russia had first entered on the road of revolution, that Russia had transformed itself from a colony, an actual colony of Western Europe, into the center of the world revolutionary movement, this fact has filled with pride the hearts of those who have been connected with the Russian Revolution, and has engendered a peculiar Red Russian patriotism. This process might have been accomplished unproblematically had it not been that Lenin himself became concerned by the Russian nationalist implications of Stalin's project, as exemplified by such speeches. His fears were deepened when Stalin and his local lieutenant, Sergei Ortjonikij, came into conflict with the Georgian Bolshevik leaders Budym Divany and Philip Makaradze, over the place of Georgia in the new state. Stalin wanted Georgia to enter the proposed new republic merely as part of a Transcaucasian federation, which would also include Armenia and Azerbaijan. Divany and Makaradze objected vehemently to this downgrading of their homeland. Lenin eventually gave his blessing to Stalin's scheme, but during an argument on the subject, Ortjonikij became very heated and actually struck one of Divany's followers. Lenin was incensed at this uncouth behavior, which confirmed his worst fears about Stalin, and he ordered an investigation into the incident, but he suffered his third and most serious stroke before it could be completed, and was never able to intervene effectively and ensure that the lessons of the incident were absorbed. He did, however, prepare a memorandum on the national question for the forthcoming 12th Party Congress. It was suppressed by Stalin, with the scarcely explicable connivance of Trotsky, and did not come to light until 1956. In it Lenin recognized that self-determination, embodied in the theoretical right to secede from the Soviet state, had been reduced in practice to a scrap of paper, and that as a result the minority nationalities were in danger of being delivered up to this 100% Russian phenomenon, Great Russian chauvinism, which was characteristic of the Russian. The making of the Soviet Union 117 bureaucracy. He demanded exemplary punishment for Ortjonikij, to demonstrate that this would not be tolerated, and recommended that the Soviet constitution should guarantee real governmental power to the minority nationalities, in the form of people's commissariats for all except diplomatic and military matters, as well as enshrining in an explicit code the right to use local language. Although Lenin's memorandum was not publicly discussed, some of its spirit did find its way into the formal provisions of the Soviet Constitution of 1923. For one thing, the new state did not bear the appellation Russia, it was called the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, and was formally a federal union between its various constituent republics, in which none of them was supreme. Also, Narkomnats as a forum for national opinion survived as a second chamber of the All-Union Executive Committee of the Soviets, VTSLK, called the Council of Nationalities. It gave equal representation to each union and autonomous republic, regardless of population. Significantly, though, Lenin did not recommend any change in the highly centralized functioning of the party. His conversion to the cause of the nationalities was never more than partial. In most respects, the new constitution embodied Stalin's conceptions rather than Lenin's. The distribution of governmental powers between the republics and the Union as a whole left the latter with all real authority not only in diplomatic and military matters, but also in the running of the economy, while the Union also secured the right to lay down general principles in the fields of justice, labor, education, and public health. With the notable exception of culture and linguistic policy, this left most power in internal affairs, as well as external, in the hands of the Union. Another strong centralizing factor, in practice, was the disparity between the Russian Republic and all the others. The RSFSR contained 90% of the land area and 72% of the population of the Soviet Union, so that its constitutional status as just one republic among seven was a 118. Fiction. Add to this the fact that 72% of members of the Communist Party were Russian, and it will be dear that only ironclad constitutional guarantees could have restrained Russia from dominating the Union. In the words of E. H. Carr, the Soviet Union was the RSFSR writ large. Or, to put it another way, the Soviet Constitution of 1923 was Leninist in form, but Stalinist in content. All the same, just a few residuary ambiguities remained in practice. The revolution and civil war had given most of the nationalities of the former Tsarist Empire at least a brief experience of real independence, such as they had not known for centuries, or in some cases had never known. This gave a tremendous impetus to feelings of national identity, and, taken together with the policies of cultural and linguistic autonomy pursued for some years yet, rendered non-Russian national identity far stronger than it had ever been under the Tsars. This fact built permanent tensions into the working of the Soviet system. 5. The new economic policy and its political dilemmas. Even as the delegates to the 10th Party Congress were voting for tight party discipline and the violent repression of the Kronstadt revolt, they also approved a radical change in economic policy, this time towards greater freedom. This was the abolition of grain requisitioning and its replacement by a tax in kind set at a much lower level than the compulsory deliveries. This measure was being tried out in Tambov and had been announced in Petrograd. It was conceived as a way of taking the sting out of popular discontent without making political concessions. The abandonment of requisitioning had, however, profound economic consequences. Since the tax was both lower and more predictable than the requisitions had been, it gave the peasant an incentive once again to maximize the productivity of his plot of land, secure in the knowledge that whatever surplus he achieved could be sold for profit on the market. This meant, of course, that the government had to restore freedom of private trade. Since, moreover, peasants could not be expected to trade unless there was something to buy with the proceeds, it was obviously important to generate at least a reasonable supply of consumer goods. In practice, the easiest way to do this was to abolish the state monopoly of small and medium-scale manufacture, retail trade, and services. This was in fact what the government did during 1921, while keeping heavy industry, banking, and foreign trade in the hands of the state. Taken together, these measures became known as the New Economic Policy, NEP. In the 120 urban markets, the results were apparent immediately. When a hero of the novelist Andrei Platonov returned to his native town in 1921. At first he thought the whites must be in town. At the station was a cafe where they were selling white rolls without ration cards or queuing. In the shop he came across all the normal equipment of trade, once seen in his long-forgotten youth: counters under glass, shelves along the walls, proper scales instead of steel yards, courteous assistants instead of supply officials, a lively crowd of purchasers, and stocks of food which breathed an air of well-being. Although some private trade recovered remarkably quickly, in general the economy was still in deep crisis. Years of war, conscription, and food requisitioning had devastated agriculture, particularly in the most fertile regions. On top of this, the Volga Basin experienced drought in 1920 and 1921. Unprotected by any reserves, peasant households faced two very poor harvests in succession. The result was famine on a scale that the government simply could not meet. For the one and only time, it allowed direct foreign aid inside Soviet Russia. An international relief committee was formed, which included prominent Russian non-communists, who were all arrested once the emergency was over. But in spite of its efforts, probably about 5 million people died. Industry, too, was in a desperate state. In the major branches of manufacture, output in 1921 was a fifth or less of the 1913 level. In the case of iron and steel it was actually below 5%. The number of workers employed to generate this output did not fall below 40% of the 1913 level, and here lay one of the major problems of the new era. For these underemployed workers were soon joined by a flood of new job seekers, heading in from the countryside as soon as there was any prospect of a job, and also by millions of former soldiers demobilized from the Red Army. They joined the New Economic Policy 121 labor market at the very time when industrial concerns were having to adjust to the new conditions. Whether they were nationalized or private firms made no difference, henceforth there were to be no direct state subsidies. That meant the expenditure for fuel, raw materials, wages, and further investment had to be met out of sales revenue. Firms had to balance their books, or they could well go out of business. This was a reality which workers, party, and trade unions had to recognize. The industrial recovery thus started on a very shaky basis. Initially this led to an imbalance in the terms of trade with agriculture. In spite of the famine, the plowing and sowing of underused fields proved to be a much faster process than the re-equipment of damaged and dilapidated factories. By the summer of 1923 the shortage of industrial products in relation to agricultural ones had reached such a pitch that the ratio of industrial to agricultural prices stood at more than 3 times its 1913 level. What this meant in practice was that peasants who sold their produce on the market were not thereby raising enough revenue to buy the industrial goods they wanted. The danger was that repeated experiences of this kind would induce them to cut back their sowings, as they had done during the Civil War, and food shortages would resume. Industrial products would then remain unsold, to everyone's mutual disadvantage. Although the fact was not immediately recognized, this scissors crisis, as it was called in reference to the divergent parabolas of industrial and agricultural prices, proved to pose a fundamental threat to NEP. The disputes generated by it formed the first stage in the long-term debate on the economic development strategy of the Soviet government, see below, pages 136-40. Another result of the uncertain industrial recovery was that the workers, who were theoretically the inheritors of the new society, in practice found it very difficult to understand their place within it. The large reserve of unemployed ensured that their wages remained low, In 1925, Sokolnikov, People's Commissar for Finance, admitted that the pay of miners, Metal 122, workers and engine drivers was still lower than it had been before 1914. This in turn meant that workers' housing and nourishment was often inadequate. The Factory Committee of a cement works in Smolensk reported, for example, in 1929, every day there are many complaints about apartments, many workers have families of 6 and 7 people, and live in one room. We have about 500 applications from workers who do not have apartments. Food supplies, though far better than before 1922, fluctuated and so prices were unstable. Again from Smolensk it was reported that wheat flour doubled in price and rye flour trebled between the end of 1926 and early 1929. Workers are being inadequately supplied by consumers' cooperatives run by the Soviets to cushion the workers from the worst effects of price fluctuation. And as a result, private traders virtually occupy a dominant position in the market. It is understandable that workers consequently felt resentment about the peasants, who charged them such high prices, and about the specialists and officials, who were paid so much better. How was this possible in a society allegedly moving towards socialism under the dictatorship of the proletariat? The structure of industrial enterprises was also a disappointment to workers who recalled the heady days of October. All remnants of workers' control had now finally disappeared. Factory administration was once more hierarchical, with clearly identifiable individual managers in charge, sometimes drawn from pre-revolutionary managerial staff, for their expertise and experience, while technical specialists and foremen enjoyed unambiguous authority over the ordinary operatives. Since efficiency and productivity were paramount, some enterprises, though not enough for Lenin, were experimenting with Taylorite schemes for time and motion rationalization and conveyor belt mass production. Lenin had once regarded such schemes as the quintessence of capitalist exploitation, but now favored them for the higher output the new economic policy 123 generated. As a further incentive, most workers were paid on a piece rate system, which tied their income directly to productivity. Before 1917 the workers would have expected the trade union or indeed the party to act on their behalf. But both these organizations were now explicitly part of the state economic mechanism, and hence tended only to support workers in conflict with private employers. In 1925 the trade union newspaper Trud, Labor, itself complained that unions seemed to be occupied in dismissing and fining workers, instead of defending their interests. The mood on the shop floor seems to have been volatile, though research on worker attitudes in this period is still embryonic, and quite a lot of labor disputes and strikes did break out, typically over housing, supplies, late or inadequate pay, or conflicts with specific administrators. The unions hardly ever supported the workers in such disputes. Although further research on this needs to be done, there appears to be no link between industrial protests and any of the opposition groups within the party. Most workers, in fact, seem to have regarded the party as a part of the structure of authority with which they had to deal. Political and production meetings were shunned as boring, unless they dealt with something of immediate interest to the workmen, such as pay or housing. Some workers, of course, looked on the party as a way to get on in life, seeking training, promotion, and ultimately perhaps escape from the shop floor. Party workers, for their part, often complained that the workers were contaminated by bourgeois tendencies and petty bourgeois individualism. Mutual relationships between the party and the class they claimed to represent were, in fact, by the late 1920s, rather cool. For a working-class party about to embark on a major industrialization program, that was a discouraging, not to say dangerous, situation. Relations with the peasants were even worse. In the peasantry the Bolsheviks faced the only social class which 124 had survived the revolution in substantially its previous form. Indeed, revolution and civil war had actually strengthened the more traditional and underproductive aspects of Russian agriculture. The landowners, who had by and large used more modern equipment and methods and who had provided much of the pre-1914 grain surplus, had been expropriated, and their estates had mostly been divided up among the peasants. The Stolypin peasants likewise had their enclosed plots of land taken away from them, and they were either expelled from the village or reabsorbed into the mir. Enclosed holdings were once again divided up into strips and often made subject to periodic redistribution. Modern crop rotations were abandoned where they did not fit the communal pattern. The mir, in short, achieved a dominance in Russian rural life which it had never known before. This was a direct consequence of the Bolsheviks having adopted the socialist revolutionary program in 1917, but that did not mean to say it was welcome to them now. Land holdings, even among peasants themselves, had also tended to get smaller since 1917, in spite of the new awards of land. The problem was that millions of unemployed and hungry workers had streamed out of the towns, looking to resettle on the land, and many of them were awarded communal strips, where they still had claims. The revolution also seems to have intensified strains and disputes within peasant households, which provoked younger family members to break away and claim holdings of their own. As a result of all these new awards, the total number of family holdings rose from 17 to 18 million in 1917 to 23 million in 1924 and 25 million in 1927. The average size of each holding naturally fell also, in spite of the annexations from landowners, church, and state in 1917, as did the proportion of the crop from each holding which was sold on the market rather than used for subsistence. For the government, the implications of this fragmentation of holdings, and of the reversion to primitive techniques were very alarming. As they began to conceive ambitious industrial, the new economic policy 125 projects, they needed more food to be both produced and sold. Yet their own policies aggravated the situation. The better off and more productive peasants were usually taxed more heavily and felt themselves to be under stronger political pressure than their poorer colleagues. They always suspected, moreover, that the policies of 1918 to 21 might return. These factors are reflected in the agricultural production figures, especially for grain, the most vital crop for the regime. It is true that output recovered rapidly from the catastrophic levels of 1920-1, but it never quite returned to pre-war levels. Compared with 81.6 million tons in 1913, admittedly an unusually good year, grain output never exceeded 76.8 million tons in 1926, and fell off thereafter. Livestock production did reach pre-war levels in 1926, but declined subsequently. And there were some 14 million extra mouths to feed. In 1914, grain production had been 584 kilograms per head of the population. In 1928-9 it was only 484 kilograms, while the government was planning for an enormous growth in the number of industrial workers, who would not produce food but would certainly need to consume it. Furthermore, of the amount produced, somewhat less was being marketed than in 1914, though Stalin exaggerated this factor in order to produce the impression that grain was deliberately being hoarded on a large scale. In fact, since official grain prices remained low, many peasants preferred to turn their grain into samagon, unlicensed liquor, or even not to grow it at all. Of course, it had never been the Bolsheviks' intention to let Russian agriculture stagnate in small and primitively cultivated holdings. They had always envisaged large farms, collectively owned and mechanized. Their 1917 land decree had been a tactical diversion from this strategy, and they intended now to return to the main highway. In the last years of his life, Lenin on the whole thought that this collectivization of agriculture should take place gradually, with the party encouraging the creation of model collectives whose 126 high productivity and prosperity would in time persuade the rest of the peasantry to join them. A certain number of collective farms did already exist, some of which had started during the Civil War, with party encouragement and help. Broadly speaking, these were of three types: I, the communa, in which all property was held in common, sometimes with communal living quarters and childrearing; 2, the artel in which each household owned its own dwelling and small plot of land, together with such tools as were needed to cultivate it, but all other land and resources were shared. 3. The TOZ, or Association for Common Cultivation, in which some or all of the fields were cultivated collectively. The last category might be barely distinguishable from the traditional village community, with its custom of pomochi, or mutual aid at busy times of year. It is no surprise, then, to find that the majority of collectives were of the TOZ variety, and there is evidence to show that some of them at least were ordinary village communes relabeled to draw the tax advantages of collective status. In addition, there were some state farms, sovkhazy, in which the laborers were paid a regular wage, like industrial workers. Even taken together, however, all state and collective farms accounted in 1927 for less than 2% of cultivated land. It is significant, though, that their share of marketed produce was much higher, about 7.5% in 1927. In view of this, one might have expected that the party would have begun a program of collectivization much earlier. In fact, however, the party was remarkably dilatory during most of the 1920s about pursuing its own official policy. In part this was because of the weakness of the village Soviets. In theory the Soviets were supposed to take over local administration, leaving the peasant mir, renamed land society, to cope with questions of land tenure and cultivation. In practice, however, the mir continued to collect local taxes and to perform administrative functions, as before the revolution. A study published by Izvestiya in 1927. The new economic policy 127 showed that the mir, not the Soviet, was still the basic unit of local government in most villages, and that this was creating problems in the relations with the next tier above, the Vlast Soviet. Nor was the party any more successful than the Soviets in rooting itself in the countryside. The communists were townspeople by mentality and inclination, and most of them regarded village life with indifference or distaste. It is true that the revolution and civil war did bring an influx of rural members into the party, mostly Red Army soldiers. Yet these were often the first to be expelled in purges against the corrupt or insufficiently active, and in any case they constituted a negligible proportion of the rural population. The 1922 party census reported that party members formed a mere 0.13% of the village's inhabitants, and many of these were teachers, doctors, agronomists, and officials of Vlast Soviets. By 1928 this proportion had only doubled. Out of an estimated rural population of 120 million, about 300,000, 0.25%, were communists, and of that number only some 170,000 were actual peasants. By and large, the weakness of the party meant domination of the village by the traditional notables. While all adults, including women, enjoyed a vote for the Soviet, the commune was, by custom, a gathering of the heads of household, almost invariably male. Younger men, women, and the landless were usually excluded. This meant that, in spite of the equalizing tendencies of the revolution, a degree of stratification soon reappeared in the villages. Indeed, it had never entirely disappeared. Since the commune had usually controlled the process of redistribution in 1917–18, the village notables had typically tried to ensure that some elements of greater wealth, whether in the form of acreage, livestock, or tools, remained in their own hands, or with the families whom they trusted. The former landless were better off than before, but they never became the equals of their betters. This stratification is greatly emphasized in the Soviet. 128. Studies of the subject, both contemporary and subsequent. They divide peasants into so-called kulaks, fists or money lenders, by 19th century usage, but a term now loosely applied to better-off peasants, middle peasants, poor peasants, and landless laborers. The definitions of these terms fluctuated, and they were used by the party on the whole for political rather than scientific purposes. Their use was intended to suggest that class war was brewing in the countryside between the richer and poorer strata. However, Tetershanen's examination of the Soviet data tends to invalidate this hypothesis. He shows that the incomes of kulak households were only marginally higher than those of the middle peasants. They might own 2 horses, hire labor at busy times of year and have more produce left over for the market, but they were in no sense a separate, capitalist stratum. As for the poor peasants, while clearly a real category, their poverty was typically due to circumstances that were temporary: illness, natural disaster, military service of the breadwinner, shortage of working hands. The chance of a hardcore of poor peasants showing lasting cohesion and ability for political action emerging was very limited, therefore. Nevertheless, this was the layer which the party was to try once more to organize, from 1927, in the form of committees of poor peasants. Nor is there much evidence of systematic conflict between different classes of rural dwellers. What Soviet sources call kulak outrages usually turn out, when one can look more closely at the sources, to have involved more than just the wealthier peasants, and often the whole village. It would be much closer to the truth, in fact, to say that the great dividing line was not that between classes of the peasantry, but that between peasants and the rest of society, in particular anything that smelled of the towns. Gorky, writing of his conversations with peasants in 1922, reports that they felt suspicious and distrustful, not of the clergy, not of authority, but simply of the town as a complex organization of C.me people who live on the labor and grain of the new economic policy 129 countryside and make many things useless to the peasant whom they strive in every way to deceive, and skillfully do so. There was much in recent peasant experience to substantiate this view. Since 1914 the town had called up the peasants' sons to fight in a war for aims quite irrelevant to the village. It had requisitioned his horse for the cavalry, it had taxed him extra and offered him derisory sums for his grain. Then, after a paltry land allotment in 1917, it had called up his sons yet again and also extorted his produce by force, paying him nothing for it. Quite often, furthermore, the town had closed down his church, sometimes destroying it in the process, and arrested his village priest. The peasants' distrust, in fact, was wholly understandable, indeed rational. And although they found the products of the town useful, most peasants were still at a sufficiently primitive economic level to be able to fall back on their own resources if they had to. It was very convenient to buy candles, kerosene, matches, nails and vodka in the town, but if really up against it, a peasant could devise his own substitutes for most of these things, and cottage industry was still lively enough to satisfy many of the needs which in more advanced societies are supplied from the town. If they found market conditions not to their liking, in other words, peasants could react, not by working harder and trying to make more money, but by withdrawing from the market altogether. That had been demonstrated in 1918-21, and the threat of a repeat performance always hung over Bolshevik calculations. Altogether, then, NEP was the party's creation, but it also faced the party with unforeseen and bewildering dilemmas. During the last couple of years of his life, Lenin began to reflect on these. He suffered a stroke in May 1922, which left him partly paralyzed, and another in March 1923, which deprived him of speech, but he did not die till January 1924. Between the first 2 strokes, at least, he remained politically partly active. For the first time since October 1917 he was able to stand back to some extent from the immediate 130 pressures of decision-making and come to some conclusions of underscore out what he and his party had done. His reflections were ambivalent, and his writings of these months sometimes betray a note of uncertainty which had never been present earlier. On the credit side was the fact that the Bolsheviks had seized power and held it, in spite of grave emergencies. In almost all respects, however, the premises on which Lenin had urged an uprising in October 1917 had proved false. No international revolution had taken place, on the contrary, the revolution had remained confined to Russia, which as a result was now surrounded by suspicious or hostile states and was rapidly resuming the outward forms of the old Tsarist empire. The proletariat and poorer peasantry had not proved capable of exercising any kind of class dictatorship. The proletariat was dispersed and impoverished, and the poorer peasants, as a result of the land decree, had more or less merged with the rest of the peasantry. Ordinary working people had never had a chance to try their hand at administration. In their place, a growing host of appointed officials, some of them inherited from the old regime, was running the country, especially in the localities. The Bolsheviks had seized power with few definite ideas about how they would govern, and such ideas as they had possessed had been swept away by civil war, deindustrialization, and famine. Lenin spent the rest of his life grappling with these unintended consequences of his own revolution, and after his death his successors quarreled and then split over the heritage. Utopia had failed. The party now divided between those who wanted to restore utopia by coercion, the left, and those who were inclined tacitly to recognize its failure and try to come to terms with the new reality, the right. For all that he might talk of the dictatorship of the proletariat, Lenin recognized the actual situation and was deeply worried by it. Those who get jobs in factories now, he commented at the 11th Party Congress in March 1922, are usually not real proletarians, but just people who happen. The new economic policy 131 to turn up Vysotsky Sluchany element. Marx, he added, was not writing about present-day Russia. Alexander Shlyapnikov, a leader of the workers' opposition, taunted him from his seat, "Permit me to congratulate you on being the vanguard of a non-existent class." This put the matter in a nutshell. Lacking a secure social base, the party could not direct NEP as it wanted to. The economy was like a car not being driven by the man who thought he was at the steering wheel. Speculators, private capitalists, goodness knows who is actually driving the car, but it often goes not at all in the direction imagined by the person at the wheel. This feeling of being out of control was shared by many at the Congress. Lenin attributed it partly to what he called cultural factors. Since the communists would now have to play a more active role than they had envisaged in the construction of a new economy, it was vital that they should possess the basic skills to do this. In practice, he warned, that was not at all the case. Capitalists and private traders were usually more competent. Communist officials often lacked culture, by which he meant education, tact, honesty, public spirit, and efficiency, and so, faute de mieux, they were being swamped by the bad old ways of the pre-revolutionary regime. If we take Moscow, 4,700 responsible communists, and then take the whole contraption of bureaucracy there. Who is directing whom? I very much doubt whether one can say that the communists are doing the directing. The culture of the bureaucrats is wretched and contemptible, but still it is higher than ours. Although he could see some problems clearly enough, Lenin was unable to devise any solutions to them. In some ways, he thought the most important thing to do was to ensure that the best individuals were in charge, people of proven ability and probity. In his testament he reflected on the characteristics of his possible successors from that point of view, and, significantly, he found them all wanting. He expressed particular misgivings about Stalin, on the grounds that he might not be able to use his unlimited authority as U2 Party General Secretary with sufficient caution. He later added in an appendix, "Stalin is too rude, and this defect, though quite tolerable in our midst and in dealings among us communists, becomes intolerable in a general secretary. That is why I suggest that the comrades think about a way to remove Stalin from that post." He also proposed administrative reorganizations, enlarging the Workers' and Peasants' Inspectorate, which had inherited the powers of the Tsarist Auditor General, and merging it with the Party Control Commission, a kind of party inspectorate, so that the more capable and trustworthy people at the top could better monitor what was going on lower down. Actually, that was a recipe for compounding the problems of over-centralized decontrol, especially in view of the fact that the Workers' and Peasants' Inspectorate was headed by Stalin. Lenin died before he was able to try to effect any of the changes he proposed, and the party leaders kept his unflattering personal comments secret from the rank and file. With Lenin's death, the nature of politics and public life changed quite considerably. Lenin had always been confident that he was right in his ideas, but he acted by persuasion. Until 1921 he had never tried to silence debate within the party, and even thereafter he often tolerated it in practice. Certainly he had never demanded consecrated status for his own ideas. Now, however, a very real change began to take place. Perhaps it is significant that two members of the commission in charge of Lenin's funeral ceremony, Anatoly Lunacharsky and Leonid Krusin, were past adherents of God-building, the pre-revolutionary intellectual tendency which had claimed to be a socialist religion of humanity, indeed the most religious of all religions. Its main tenet had been that the proletariat, in creating a new and more humane kind of society, were building a new man, who would cease to alienate himself in illusions about a transcendental God, but instead would fulfill a more genuine earthly religious mission. Lenin had been scathing in his denunciation of this tendency, but, as far as is known, Lunacharsky had never. The new economic policy 133 abjured it, while Krusin had been a sympathizer of Bogdanov, who as the philosopher of proletkult, see below, page 180, tried to revive God-building in a new form after the revolution. At any rate, the form of ceremony chosen for Lenin had strong traditional religious overtones, especially the decision to embalm his body and preserve it for public display in a mausoleum on Red Square, in the middle of Moscow. This was comparable with the Orthodox cult of relics of saints. But it was also different. Orthodoxy had never preserved a whole body. This was, in fact, a religious gesture of a new kind. Stalin approved of the decision to embalm Lenin, indeed he may have initiated it, and although he was never a God-builder, he had a shrewd idea of the value of religious symbolism to the state, derived perhaps from his youthful study in the Tiflis seminary. In accord with the new spirit, at a session of the Congress of Soviets on the eve of the funeral, he carefully enumerated Lenin's commandments and pledged himself to fulfill them, as if consciously assuming the mantle of disciple and heir. During 1924-5 he continued this work by assembling a doctrine, drawn selectively from the dead man's writings, which he published as the foundations of Leninism. Two special institutes were set up, the Marx-Engels Institute and the Lenin Institute, to gather and study the heritage of the founding fathers of the new ideology, and a journal, Bolshevik, was founded to publish the results. Claiming for himself the home ground of these ideological temples, Stalin could assail the ideas of opponents of the new orthodoxy, not just as misguided, but as somehow illegitimate. Traditional religions would have used the term heresy, Stalin called them deviations. The first issue on which Stalin tried thus to isolate and discredit his opponents was the fundamental question of the nature of the revolutionary state and the nation it claimed to represent. NEP had initially been launched in the expectation that it constituted a retreat, a temporary concession to capitalism in order to restore the economy until such time as 134. Socialist revolutions could break out elsewhere and backward, war-torn Soviet Russia receive fraternal help from outside. By the autumn of 1923, however, with the failure of yet another attempt at a communist coup in Germany, it was becoming clear that, for the foreseeable future, Russia was going to be on its own. Did that mean that the Soviet state should indefinitely prolong a provisional economic system, or did it mean that the Russians should abandon hope of external help, and buckle down to build socialism on their own? Almost ever since the October Revolution, some Bolsheviks had tacitly accepted the proposition that, for the moment at least, proletarian internationalism must mean Soviet, and even Russian, patriotism, since Russia was the only country in which a proletarian state had been established. We have seen this at the time of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty and during the Soviet-Polish War. At the same time many non-Bolsheviks took a partly compatible view, that the Bolsheviks had succeeded in holding on to power because, in circumstances which threatened the disintegration of the Russian Empire, they had proved themselves to be the party best able to hold that empire together. This stream of thought crystallized in 1920 in the form of Smenovikhovstvo, from the collection of essays, Change of Landmarks, which appeared in that year. Nikolai Ustryalov, its leading exponent, now in emigration in Karbon, argued that the defeat of the Whites had demonstrated that the Bolsheviks were now the only truly Russian national force. They had succeeded in holding Russia together against all the attempts of foreigners and non-Russian nationalities to dismember her. His case was strengthened by the reincorporation of the remaining non-Russian nations into the new Soviet Union, and by the introduction of NEP, which seemed to show that, in social and economic terms as well, the new Russian state was becoming more like the old one. In a famous image, Ustryalov likened Soviet Russia to a radish, red outside and white inside. This point of view found some support among émigrés, but the new economic policy 135 even more perhaps inside Russia itself. It was close to the outlook of probably the majority of former Imperial Army officers who had joined the Red Army. Many of the bourgeois specialists would also have sympathized with it. Indeed, Jeremy Israel, the historian of the managerial stratum in Soviet society, goes so far as to call Smenovikhovstvo the ideology of the specialists. Some writers, especially the fellow travelers, and clergy took a similar view. At a time when émigré books were still published inside Russia, and links between Soviet citizens and émigrés were strong, these ideas, while not universally accepted, especially in emigration, did play a part in reconciling the traditional professional classes to the new system. Obviously the Soviet leadership could not simply take over Smenovikhovstvo, since it was avowedly non-socialist and anti-internationalist. But there were good reasons why they should evolve their own version of Russian patriotism. First, because they needed to appeal to the specialists on whom they still depended so much, and it was cheaper and more effective to gain their willing compliance than to rely on compulsion alone. Secondly, even the party apparatus itself, now growing so fast under the guidance of Stalin's card indexers, could not be expected indefinitely to work enthusiastically for a system that was only provisional. They too needed to feel that they were doing something constructive, building socialism, even if only in Russia, and not just marking time till the world revolution, now apparently receding, should at last break out. It was with them above all in mind that Stalin began in 1924 to reconsider the party's theoretically absolute commitment to international revolution. In an article entitled October and Trotsky's Theory of Permanent Revolution, published in the newspapers in December 1924, he first raised the possibility that socialism might be achieved in one country alone, even if that country were less developed economically than its neighbors which had remained capitalist. Such a victory he deemed perfectly possible and even probable. 136. It is significant that this idea, backed with scanty but authentic quotations from Lenin, was directed against Trotsky. Stalin's article was in fact a salvo in the power struggle for Lenin's succession. The theoretical differences between St.Lin and Trotsky were mainly ones of emphasis. Even Stalin conceded that the final victory, as distinct from just the victory, of socialism required an international proletarian community. But Stalin depicted Trotsky as someone who lacked confidence in Soviet Russia, and in the alliance of the proletariat and the toiling peasantry, which had brought about the socialist revolution in Russia, and could, according to Stalin, now make possible the construction of a socialist society. This was a classic example of a weapon Stalin was to use increasingly, exaggerating and distorting the views of his opponents, and applying crude labels to them, as though from a position of unique and guaranteed rectitude. Trotskyism, the left deviation, the right deviation, these gradually became equivalent in Stalin's rhetoric to non-Leninism, and hence to anti-Leninism, which objectively meant supporting the imperialists. By stages, in fact, Stalin was able to insinuate that all his opponents were nothing less than enemies of the Soviet system. At any rate, as far as socialism in one country was concerned, there was at least as much justification in Lenin's writings for Trotsky's assertions that primacy should be given to international revolution. But it was Stalin who managed to occupy the temple, to represent his interpretation as the only truly Leninist one, and to gain the institutional backing for it. The 14th Party Conference, in April 1925, resolved that in general the victory of socialism, not in the sense of final victory, is unconditionally possible in one country. Thereby socialism in one country became official party doctrine, and its implications had to be absorbed. The economic ones were the most pressing. It was generally assumed that building socialism meant developing Russia's the new economic policy 137 industry. Lenin had hoped to do this by attracting foreign concessions to the country, recognizing frankly that Russia needed help from abroad, even from capitalists. But, although a few significant deals were concluded, foreign concessions still accounted for only 0.6% of industrial output in 1928. This was scarcely surprising, in view of the fact that the Bolsheviks had deliberately defaulted on all past Russian debts. It took them many years to regain a reputation for financial probity. At any rate, it looked as if economic development would have to come out of Russia's own resources. The opposition, which was beginning to crystallize around Trotsky, felt this could only be done through rigorous state planning and the diversion of resources from the private sector to feed heavy industry. The manufactured products thus created would feed into all sectors of the economy, including consumer industry and agriculture, and would ultimately make them all more productive. Admittedly, there would probably be some years of austerity, while consumption was cut in order to concentrate resources on industrial investment. The opposition's main economic spokesman, Yevgeny Ryabrajhensky, even called this process primitive socialist accumulation, and likened it to the primitive capitalist accumulation, which Marx had described in Capital. He argued, however, that it would be far less objectionable than the capitalist variety, since, a. it would bear mostly on the bourgeois sector of the economy, and, b. the surplus value generated would be used for the ultimate benefit of everyone, not just for the conspicuous consumption of the few. The oppositionists were moved by a dislike of NEP which was widely shared in the party. They were repelled by the raucous, untidy, money-grabbing peasant markets, by the debauchery of the night clubs, by the furs and silk dresses at the theater, all to be seen again just as if the revolution had never taken place. Even prostitutes had reappeared on the streets. Preobrazhensky warned, with Trotsky's support, that if the socialist sector of the economy were not given deliver 138 advantages, then the country was in danger of being dominated by kulaks and nepmen, as the traders, retailers, and small manufacturers were contemptuously known. Fast industrialization, on the other hand, would enable agriculture to be mechanized, and this in turn would draw the peasants into collective farms, as Lenin had recommended. Only a powerful socialized industry can help the peasants transform agriculture along collectivist lines, Trotsky argued in the opposition's platform of September 1927. Spokesmen for NEP were quick to point out the drawbacks in the opposition program. Squeezing the private economy meant above all squeezing the peasantry. Might the result not be the same as during the Civil War, severe shortages and the revival of the black market? If Russia was now really on its own, could the nation afford a policy which would endanger the relatively smooth trading arrangements between town and country created by NEP? Or, to put it in Leninist terms, was it prudent to jeopardize the alliance between the proletariat and peasantry which had made the October Revolution possible? In his testament Lenin had warned, "Our party rests upon two classes, and for that reason its instability is possible, and if there cannot exist an agreement between those classes its fall is inevitable." It was precisely in order to preserve this alliance that Bukharin and the party's right wing, including initially Stalin, rejected the recipes of the opposition. With experience of NEP, especially in its contrast to war communism, Bukharin increasingly came to see the peasant economy as bearing the key to Russia's economic future. For that reason, during the scissors crisis he recommended easing the terms of trade for the peasants by cutting industrial prices. For the same reason in 1924-5 he recommended easing restrictions on peasant hiring of labor and leasing of land. Both these proposals were put into effect, and helped to stimulate an upswing in agricultural production and marketing. If the peasant economy developed at its own pace, he argued, then the benefits would be felt in all sectors of the economy. The new economic policy 139 produced the peasants' crew would feed the urban workers, their buying power would create a reliable market for industrial products, and their taxes and savings would fuel future industrial investment. The artificial forcing of industry, on the other hand, as Bukharin saw it, would create an unbalanced economy, in which workers in highly modern steel works would not have proper food, clothing, or housing. This would be to the detriment of all sectors of the economy. At one stage, in 1925, Bukharin went so far as to call upon all strata of the peasantry, enrich yourselves, accumulate, develop your economy. Bukharin never fully faced the political consequences of what he was saying, but his opponents did. As they saw it, giving primacy to a non-socialist sector of the economy would result in conceding to the petty bourgeoisie a great deal of political influence. Bukharin partly accepted the logic of this. He did not favor the establishment of opposition political parties, but he did envisage a degree of pluralism. He thought it important to encourage the emergence of hundreds of thousands of small and large rapidly expanding voluntary societies, circles, and associations in the economic, cultural and social fields. These associations one-at-one-ons, from agricultural cooperatives to learned societies and chess clubs would express the interests of the different strata of the population and foster mass initiative at lower levels, opening channels through which the people could influence the government, learn about politics, and thus gradually grow into socialism. The existence of such legally protected voluntary organizations he saw as a guarantee against the bureaucratization of society, a danger which, like Trotsky, he increasingly discerned behind the growth of the party-state apparatus. This vision, though Bukharin never really developed it fully himself, has remained, though in embryo only, an alternative view of socialist society, as a one-party system in which the rule of law would guarantee individuals and groups against the otherwise crushing power of the state. It has never been 140 properly tried out, but more than a quarter of a century later Bukharin's views, unacknowledged, were to influence some of the post-Stalin attempts to find alternative roads to socialism, especially in Eastern Europe. Since the economic component of Bukharin's theories in fact underlay party policy in 1921-7, it is important to inquire why the party never accepted the social and political corollaries. Fundamentally, the answer seems to lie in the nature of the emerging party apparatus and of its leadership. As we have seen, by 1922, when Stalin became General Secretary, the system of appointing all party officials from the center was already well established, and was being extended to the regular appointment of non-party posts in all social and public organizations. This system was not created by Stalin, it grew naturally out of Lenin's theories as well as the exigencies of the Civil War. But it was Stalin who now perfected it and transformed it into a base for his own personal power. To his comrades in the party leadership he was known, rather condescendingly, as Comrade Card Index, Tovarish Kartotekov. They were content to leave him to assemble and classify the personnel files, not yet realizing what power was accumulating therein. Most of them, being well read in the history of past revolutions, were obsessed by a very different danger, that of finding the revolution hijacked by a general, another Bonaparte. One can understand their fears. In 1917-21 power had certainly grown out of the barrel of a gun, to use a later expression. If there was any authoritarian figure waiting to take over, most would have guessed it to be not Stalin, but Trotsky, the man who had hired the old regime generals to win the Civil War. It was in fear of him that Lenin's two closest old colleagues, Zinoviev and Kamina, principal party secretaries in Petrograd and Moscow, initially allied themselves with Stalin, forming what was generally known as the Triumvirate. Trotsky was no less authoritarian a figure than Stalin, but in rather a different way. In his pamphlet Terrorism and the New Economic Policy 141 OMU 111 SM, and in his schemes of labor armies he had conceived some of the most extreme versions of the dictatorship of the proletariat. But for him authoritarianism was always indissolubly linked to the revolutionary spirit, to the emotional impetus of defeating enemies and creating a new world. Stalin, though no stranger to this type of authoritarianism, could accommodate himself to more peaceful and settled conditions. Indeed, he needed them to consolidate and perfect his kind of politics, which Trotsky contemptuously and somewhat misleadingly stigmatized as bureaucratism. This basic incompatibility of temperament, as well as long-standing personal differences, engendered the split between them which came into the open after Lenin's death. In this way Trotsky himself became from 1923 what earlier observers would least have expected, a spokesman for all those in the party who were worried about the increasing rigidity and unresponsiveness of the apparatus. He had rejected earlier warnings, from Rosa Luxemburg, from the Mensheviks, that suppression of free elections, freedom of the press, of association etc., would be bound to cause the atrophying of the body politic and the triumph of bureaucracy. Yet now, though without making the causal connection, this was precisely the sin he castigated. The first immediate occasion was an outbreak of working-class unrest in the summer and early autumn of 1923, in which members of two underground groups in the party were said to be involved, underground because of the resolutions of the 10th Party Congress. Their leaders were arrested. In October, Dzerzhinsky requested that members of the party should be placed under a formal obligation to report to the GPU, as the Chayka was now known, and fractions opposing the official leadership. In a letter to the Central Committee, Trotsky objected that the encouragement of spying and denunciations was symptomatic of the unhealthy atmosphere that had grown up inside the party. Participation of the masses in the party had now become completely illusory. In fact, the present regime is much further from any workers. 142. Democracy then was the regime of the fiercest period of war communism. The election of party officials had atrophied, and appointment of the secretaries of provincial committees is now the rule. That creates for the secretary a position essentially independent of the local organization. As a result, secretarial psychology had grown up, the principal trait of which is that the secretary is capable of deciding everything. The events of 1923 amply substantiated Trotsky's newfound perspicacity. Criticism of NEP, of concessions to the bourgeoisie, suppression of the workers, was by now very widespread in provincial party organizations, in the Komsomol, the party's youth organization, and in university and army party cells. It found expression in a platform of 46, circulated to members of the Central Committee only a week after Trotsky's letter. Although he himself did not sign this platform, many of those who did had been associated with him in the past, and its sentiments closely echoed his own. Starting from wide-ranging censure of the regime's economic policy, the signatories traced its shortcomings back to a one-sided recruitment policy, to a division which had opened up between a secretarial hierarchy and the quiet folk, who do not participate in the common life. Serious discussion of issues had stopped, because members of the party who are privately dissatisfied with this or that decision of the Central Committee, who privately note this or that error, irregularity, or disorder, are afraid to speak about it at party meetings, or even in conversation, unless the partner in the conversation is thoroughly reliable from the point of view of discretion. Like Trotsky, the 46 were not in favor of inter-party democracy on principle. They too wanted to restore real unity in opinions and actions, but of a different kind from Stalin. The triumvirate decided to respond by promising free discussion of serious issues within the party, and opening up the pages of Pravda for the expression of opinions. It soon turned out that Trotsky and the 46 did indeed have widespread support. The new economic policy 143. Meetings were held in party organizations. It transpired that the opposition had a majority not only in many of the provinces, but even in the Moscow City Party organization, and indeed in the enormous party cell of the Central Committee itself. Stalin got his personal assistants to collate the voting figures and keep records of them, and in the following months used them to start making changes in the personnel of party organizations. Antonovovzenko, for example, was dismissed as head of the political department of the Red Army, and a selective purge of secretaries was carried out in the Komsomol, as well as in provincial organizations which had voted for the opposition. At the same time Stalin used a ploy suggested to him by Trotsky, and thus gave the appearance of making concessions to the opposition. Trotsky had pointed out that workers formed only a small minority, approximately 1/6, of the party's membership. The reason for this was that some workers had left since 1/1, when working class membership of 40% had been reported. In disillusionment, some had been promoted to official positions and ceased to be working class, while yet others had been expelled for belonging to the workers' opposition or other underground groups. For Trotsky this was ample evidence of the degeneration and bureaucratization he discerned. Stalin responded with 2 massive recruitments of workers in the year after Lenin's death. This Lenin enrollment brought in some 500,000 workers, doubling party membership and dramatically improving the proletarian share of it. The effects, however, were opposite to those Trotsky had intended. The entrants were admitted with the minimum of scrutiny and formality, in contravention, strictly speaking, of the party rules. They were of course beholden to the secretaries who recruited them, who in their turn were beholden to Stalin. In this way Stalin created for himself an abundant fresh reservoir of patronage. Some of the new recruits made excellent careers for themselves, and became prominent figures in the 1930s. Many more were able to use 144. The party ladder to escape from the working class, as the following figures from the 1927 party census suggests. Workers, peasants, employees. Social situation, current occupation, percent, 55.7, 19.0, 25.3, 30.0, 9.9, 42.8. Quite apart from the fact that the current occupation rubric leaves 17.3% unaccounted for, the figures suggest that nearly half of those members who had been peasants or workers on entry had moved up, mostly in a very short time, into the white-collar category. The party, in fact, was now the major channel of social mobility in Soviet society. Education and other factors counted for very little. It is scarcely surprising that domination of party patronage had become such a powerful weapon in politics. A comment is necessary on the term bureaucracy. When Trotsky, and indeed Lenin in his last years, used it, they intended to imply that petty officials from the old regime were creeping back into the new regime and restoring their petty bourgeois practices. As applied to the state machinery, that reproach may have been partly correct, but it certainly did not apply to the party. Nor is the term bureaucracy, in the sociological sense, very appropriate to the emerging party apparatus. In the Weberian usage, the term implies a compartmentalized and specialized body of administrators, obeying the law and written instructions, and operating on rational criteria. Party secretaries did not behave in that manner at all, they would have been sacked if they had. They were expected to be generalists, to obey revolutionary consciousness rather than law, to cope with emergencies at all hours of the day and night, to use violence where they. The new economic policy 145 thought it necessary, and in general, to get on with the job at all costs. Stalin described them as an order of Teutonic knights at the center of the Soviet state, and this image certainly conveys far better their conviction, their devotion to duty, their often brutal methods, and even their frequent sense of being an occupying force among a sullen and suspicious population. At any rate, Stalin was able to utilize his tightening grip on appointments to weaken his potential rivals. In January 1925, a conference of political commissars called for and obtained Trotsky's resignation from the post of People's Commissar for War. Zinoviev and Kamina, alarmed by Stalin's growing power and his policy, rt lived, as it turned out, of concessions to the peasantry, went into opposition, and they too soon found themselves deprived of their power bases in the Leningrad and Moscow party organizations. Yet they found it difficult to work together with Trotsky to concert their opposition to Stalin. Years of personal differences impeded their rapprochement. Trotsky was, in any case, a difficult person to work with. A towering figure in revolutionary upheavals, he seemed incapable of stooping to the daily infighting of ordinary politics. With the mixed arrogance and humility of those who believe history is on their side, he disdained the conciliatory gestures and the menial bonhomie of the politician who needs allies. It was not until 1926-7 that he, Zinoviev and Kamenev managed to form a united opposition. They were joined by other members of earlier groups, such as the Democratic Centralists and the Workers' Opposition. Many of the great names of the revolution were in the united opposition, but now they lacked any local or institutional power base, and any organized mass support. Their moral authority had been weakened by their inconsistencies and their mutual quarrels of the past. As Anastasy Mikoyan tellingly remarked at the 14th Party Congress, when Zinoviev is in the majority, he is for iron discipline. When he is in the minority, he is against it. All of them had acquiesced in the crushing of the other parties, so 146. That now there was nowhere for anyone to go who wanted to resist Stalin and his secretarial regime. Besides, most of them felt, like Trotsky, that history offers no way of being right but through the party. Stalin exploited their weaknesses, their doubts, and their potential divisions very skillfully. Defeated at a Central Committee meeting in April 1926, the opposition tried to present their case at the 15th Party Conference in October, but were denied the right to speak. When they tried to appeal direct to the mass of the party by addressing meetings of workers in factories, party militants turned up, tried to rouse those present against the opposition, and if they failed, broke up the meetings in disorder. This was the first time violence had been used by the party against its own members. Workers who tried to attend clandestine gatherings of the opposition found themselves under investigation by the GPU. More research needs to be done in this area, but it is difficult to avoid the impression that working class support for the opposition was at a low level. This may have been partly a result of party and police repression, but at the same time, as we have seen, there was ample reason for workers to feel alienated from all wings of the party. Some of the members of the opposition, notably Trotsky himself, had been among the most forthright in their schemes for depriving the workers of political and economic rights. When the opposition tried to prepare a statement for the 15th Party Congress in December 1927, they had to work in secret, for under the provisions of the 10th Congress they now constituted an illegitimate fraction. Their clandestine printing press was discovered by the GPU, and this associated them with criminal activity. Stalin was thus able to obtain the expulsion of all the leading members of the opposition from the Central Committee, and in the case of Trotsky and Zinoviev from the party itself. To compound their political defeat with a moral one, Stalin offered to readmit them if they would repudiate their oppositional. The new economic policy 147 activities and confess their mistakes before the party. This early example of a subsequently familiar Stalinist ritual did split the opposition. Zinoviev and Kamenev agreed to recant and to denounce Trotskyism, while Trotsky and some of his closest associates refused to do so and were deported to Central Asia the day after the Congress. Pseudo-religious politics had already taken its grip. Crushed by the party whose monopoly position and internal rigidity they had enthusiastically helped to build up, the opposition left the stage unsupported and unlamented by the workers whom they had disdained in their days of power. Of those who remained, some, such as Zinoviev and Kamenev, made the required self-abasement, in order not to be left without a role. As I.N. Smirnov put it, I can't stand inactivity. I want to build. In its own barbaric and sometimes stupid way, the Central Committee is building for the future. Our ideological differences are of small importance before the construction of great new industries. Others refused to compromise their consciences before brute power, and sat helplessly in their apartments, drinking glasses of tea and discussing politics and literature, while their comrades were arrested one by one. There was not the slightest chance of doing anything, for they were under the closest surveillance. Victor Serge reckoned that in his Leningrad apartment where about 30 people lived, 3 were reporting regularly on him to the GPU. The desperate nature of their plight was well summed up by a man who was not a member of the opposition, indeed had been thought of as a pillar of the regime, but who was nevertheless soon to share their fate, Bukharin. In 1928 he was secretly in touch with Kamina to see whether anything could still be done to hate the rise of Stalin. "What can one do before an adversary of this kind?" he asked in bewilderment. "A Genghis Khan, a debased product of the Central Committee. If the country perishes, we all perish. If the country manages to recover, he twists around in time, and we still perish." 148. With Stalin's newcomers in the ascendant, and many of Lenin's once closest comrades in a mood of impotent foreboding, the party moved on to cope with the economic problems thrown up by NEP. 6. Communists had always assumed that a socialist society meant a highly industrialized society, in which the means of production were nationalized and planned. Ever since 1917 the Soviet government had been developing institutions designed to plan and direct the economy as a whole. Vysenka, Goel-Ro, the nationwide electrification plan launched by Lenin in 1920, and Gosplan, the state planning authority set up in 1921 to work out a single general state economic plan and methods and means of implementing it. By 1925 Gosplan had collected enough information to be in a position to begin publishing annual control figures, projecting economic development for a year ahead at a time, and soon after it began producing drafts for longer growth plans, spread over 5 years at a time. The maturing of this long process coincided with a renewed crisis mood in the country. In 1927 the nation was reminded for the first time since 1920 of the possibility of intervention against it by capitalist powers. The crushing of the Chinese Communist Rising in that year, together with the temporary rupture of diplomatic relations with the USSR by Britain, revived fears of foreign encirclement and even invasion. People began to hoard food as before a war, and the leaders were reminded of the country's military vulnerability, with the army dependent for much of its equipment on secret agreements with the German Reichswehr. In 1928 the party Central Committee had before it a 5-year plan for economic development. This had been through a stormy history. During its elaboration, 2 main schools of thought competed for it. The first, whose main support was 150. In Gosplan, favored a strictly scientific plan, based on collating existing figures, and predicting future relationships between different sectors of the economy such as would serve to give an overall balance. The other, with its bastion in Vysenka, might be called the teleological school, in that they selected one crucial sector, heavy industry, recommended desirable figures for that alone, and then let all other sectors arrange themselves behind it, in accordance with its needs. As the statistician S. G. Stromilin said, "Our task is not to study the economy, but to change it." Stalin told the Central Committee in November 1928 why industry had to occupy this central position. "We have caught up and overhauled the capitalist countries," he claimed, "in our political forms. But that is not enough. To achieve the final victory of socialism in our country we also need to catch up and overhaul those countries in the technical and economic sense. Either we do it, or we shall be crushed." In a later speech, February 1931, he dramatized even more the stigma which so many communists, including Lenin, had felt to be weighing upon Russia. One feature of the history of old Russia was the continual beatings she suffered because of her backwardness. "We are 50 or 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must catch up this distance in 10 years. Either we do it or we go under." Heavy industry, he argued, had to be at the center of this modernizing effort, because that alone could guarantee the needs of military defense, and because from heavy industry would in time come benefits for all the rest of the economy. As will be apparent, Stalin had more or less taken over the arguments of the opposition, which he had defeated less than a year before. And indeed, before long, he discovered a right deviation, consisting of those who contested his policy of putting increased pressure on the peasantry, see below, page 158, and who considered the draft 5-year plan excessive and unbalanced in its economic indicators. The principal targets were Bukharin, Alexei Rykov, chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, and Mikhail Tomsky, head 151 of the trade unions. Stalin used his patronage system to undermine their strongholds, such as the Moscow Penny Organization, the party cells in the universities and the trade unions, and by late 1929 had them removed from most of their official positions. Like Kamina and Zinoviev before them, they publicly recognized that our views have proved erroneous, and were permitted to stay in the Penny and keep some of their official positions. The same kind of political pressure was operating on the planners. In Gosplan, the whole notion of balance between different sectors of the economy began to be politically suspect. The former Menshevik, Groman, principal exponent of equilibrium planning for optimum economic development, was dismissed along with his working group. Several of them appeared in 1931 in a publicized trial, where they were accused of having tried criminally to retard the country's industrial development. At any rate, most planners preferred, as the statistician Strumilin put it, to stand for high growth rates rather than to sit be imprisoned for low ones. Planning became a matter not of prediction, but of command. The effect was what Noam Jasny has called Bassianalian planning, some results of which can be seen in the following table. The first version represents the plan confirmed by the 16th Party Conference in April 1929, but this was followed by 2 upward revisions, as well as a decision to fulfill the 5-year plan in 4 years. It actually began in October 1928 and ended in December 1932. Actual first optimal amended actual 1927-8 version 1932-3 1932-1932. Coal, M tons, 35.468 75 95 to 105 64. Oil 11.7 1922 40 to 55 21.4. Iron ore 5.7 15 1924 to 32 12.1. Pig iron 3.38 10 15 to 16 6.2. 152. As can be seen, even some of the original plan figures proved optimistic, let alone the subsequent wild flights of the imagination. What cannot be doubted, however, is that during the first 5-year plan, considerable growth was in fact achieved in key sectors of heavy industry, especially the output of machine tools, and the foundation was laid for the creation of whole new industrial areas. Especially notable was the rapid construction of a giant hydroelectric scheme on the lower Dnieper, which attracted a cluster of later factories, the creation of new metallurgical combines at Magnitogorsk in the Urals and near Kuznetsk, in western Siberia, where it was linked to coal. This latter began the movement of industry away from the vulnerable western areas of the country into Siberia. Huge new tractor factories were set up at Stalingrad, Chelyabinsk, and Kharkov, to provide for the needs of mechanized agriculture, though their output subsequently proved inadequate. Also, if some of the results of the first plan were disappointing, that was partly because some of its most ambitious projects only came online during the second plan, 1933-7. All the same, the first 5-year plan left conspicuous imbalances, some of which have become more or less permanent features of the Soviet economy. Even in heavy industry some branches were neglected, such as the chemical industry, whose lagging has posed persistent problems for other branches ever since. The textile industry actually declined during the first 5-year plan, which meant that clothes were of poor quality and in very short supply. The railways were relatively neglected, with the result that goods once manufactured could not always be dispatched to their destination before spoiling. Housing, consumer industry, and services were almost totally neglected, and food supplies disrupted by collectivization, see below. Workers desperately needed on the job had to spend time queuing for essentials. According to Khrushchev, for example, In 1932 all factories and workshops in Moscow were instructed to raise rabbits to keep their canteens supplied. It must be re. 153. Remembered too that the collectivization almost destroyed cottage industry, on which much of the population relied for their clothes, furniture, and tools. Another lasting heritage of the first five-year plan was a structure and style of industrial management. Centralized ministries, or people's commissariats, as they were still called, were set up to take over from Vysenka the task of administering the proliferating branches of industry. In 1932 there were 3 of them, by 1939 their number had reached 20, and by 1948 they numbered 32. This luxuriant expansion offered abundant scope for Stalin's patronage, especially among the new Red specialists being trained for the purpose. Party secretaries in the localities, moreover, now found that they were being judged by the output indicators of the major enterprises in their region. Success was not merely fulfillment of plan figures, but overfulfillment, which they were exhorted to achieve at whatever cost. This meant that party secretaries spent much of their time using their influence to help industrial managers secure scarce supplies in competition with factories from other regions. Even the major projects of the five-year plans were allocated in fierce competition between party organizations anxious to boost their prestige. Once such projects had been allocated, of course, then overfulfillment of the planned targets became the number one priority, to which everything else had to be sacrificed, including health, safety and the interests of every other sector of the economy. The industrial scene became more like a battlefield, with its fronts, campaigns and breakthroughs. Scarce men and supplies were rushed in to deal with emergencies, and victories were reported with rhetorical flourishes in the press. The successful industrial manager was no bureaucrat, but more like a pioneer or even freebooter using rough and ready methods to open up new territory. Some were known to hijack lorries and ambush freight trains to commandeer supplies intended for arrival, provided they overfulfilled their plan. They would receive no more than a 154 rebuke which cost them nothing. But if they failed, the penalty might be dismissal, disgrace, even arrest, on the charge of sabotage. The life of the working class was dramatically transformed by the five-year plans. First of all, their numbers rose very fast. In millions, 1928, 1932, 1937, 1940. Industry 3.16.07.98.3. Construction 0.62.51.91.9. Transport 0.91.51.92.4. Total 4.610.011.712.6. Broadly speaking, working class numbers doubled during the first five-year plan, and nearly trebled between 1928 and 1940. Unemployment disappeared, and the payment of unemployment benefits ceased. The majority of the newcomers flooded in from the countryside, some with handicraft skills, but mostly with little or no education and no experience of industrial processes or discipline. They had to crowd into the existing housing or else into hastily erected wooden barracks. At Moscow's Elektrozavod, electricity works, new arrivals were fitted into a long wooden hut, where beds without blankets or pillows were crowded side by side. These beds had to be shared in shifts, and even then there was often not enough space, so that some workers found themselves sleeping on the floor. Families were squeezed into cramped communal apartments, usually single-family pre-war flats divided up so that a family occupied each room, sharing kitchen, bathroom, and toilet. Sometimes there was not even a whole room to spare for a family. Harold Ekman, a Belgian diplomat, described the contrivances he glimpsed through windows in Moscow in the late 1930s as families tried to protect their privacy. They made pathetic efforts to isolate 155 from their neighbors the few square feet of floor space allotted to their use. Every piece of furniture, every stick they owned, every ragged remnant saved from old curtains, was pressed into service to build up some sort of fence or stockade around their cramped refuge. In Magnitogorsk, which had been no more than a village, Workers even lived in tents until more permanent dwellings could be erected, while in a ravine overlooking the railway, Bashkirs and Tatars built themselves mud huts topped by scrap metal, a shanty town known to the locals as Shanghai. Working conditions and practices suffered enormously from the universal pressure to overfulfill, especially since so many workers had neither the training nor the experience to cope with the sometimes sophisticated machinery they were making. When the first director of the Stalingrad tractor factory asked a worker how he measured the sockets he was grinding, the worker demonstrated how he used his fingers for the purpose. There were no measuring instruments. Lathe operators used coarse cutting tools instead of fine ones, in order to get their jobs done faster. Drills were used without proper protection, and injuries resulted. Machines were not properly cleaned, oiled, and maintained. Unpredictable shortages, sometimes of the most elementary tools or materials, held up whole production lines. At Elektrozavod, an American spindle lathe, imported for $25,000, lay unused and badly rusted because of a minor breakdown that would have cost $50 to repair in the USA. Safety levels were appalling. In Magnitogorsk in 1933, scaffolding on a building site at the metal works was so rickety and slippery that workers fell off and were seriously injured. One riveter fell into a pipe, got stuck there and froze to death overnight. In the Kharkov tractor factory in 1935, increased output capacity was not matched by improved ventilation, so that poisonous gases accumulated round the production line, though in this case it is only fair to add that the trade union publicized the matter and had it corrected. Levels of pay were low, and differentials between skilled 156 and unskilled workers increased. Following a deliberate policy decision, Stalin dubbed equalization of pay a petty bourgeois prejudice. Qualified engineers received 4 to 8 times the pay of an unskilled worker, while administrators and managers earned anything between 8 and 30 times that level, not counting the extensive non-monetary privileges they also received. To some extent the workers' material situation was eased by the workers' cooperative stores, to which they had access, and where they could buy standard essentials at moderate prices. Here they would buy their rations during the famine of 1932-4. Outside the factory, government stores offered better quality at higher prices to those who could afford it, while the peasant market, see below, page 170, grudgingly tolerated by the authorities after the early excesses of collectivization, provided a fallback, with usually good quality food at very high prices. Actual starvation did not threaten the towns as it did the countryside, but the hunting and queuing for scarce food supplies were exhausting and certainly detracted from workers' productivity. Not surprisingly, many workers felt very discontented at their way of life, and frequently left their jobs to look for something better. Since most enterprises were short of labor, they were usually able to obtain work somewhere else, only to find that conditions there were no improvement. The average period of employment in the coal and iron industries in 1930 was a mere 4 months. The government tried a number of measures to get a grip on this constantly migrating mass of humanity. In December 1932, the introduction of internal passports and dwelling permits, propiska, meant that anyone who lived in a town was registered with the police, and could not move to a new town without their permission. Since passports were withheld from peasants, the authorities were now also able to get more of a grip on migration from the villages into the towns. From September 1930 the worker had a wage book at his place of employment, and arbitrary termination of 157 employment was recorded in it. In 1938 this became a workbook, which a worker had to carry with him all his working life. Any infringement of discipline was entered in it. Absenteeism, defined in 1932 as 1 day of absence from work without good reason, was deemed to be sufficient grounds for dismissal, and dismissal at that time usually entailed eviction from home, loss of ration card and loss of access to the workers' cooperative. In 1939 absenteeism was redefined as being 20 minutes late for work without good reason, and in 1940 it was actually made a criminal offense, for which one could be sentenced to 6 months corrective labor, This usually meant continuing in one's normal job, but with a 25% cut in pay. Arbitrary termination of employment also became a criminal offense, punishable by imprisonment. The existence of these draconian provisions does not necessarily imply that they were invariably applied. Employers were short of labor and anxious to retain workers, especially those with skills or good work records. But the very existence of such legislation speaks volumes about the party's attitude towards the class in whose name it claimed to rule. On the other hand, workers who stayed on the job, took extra training and observed labor discipline, could do very well in these years. Workers were encouraged to take part-time courses in apprenticeship schools, FZU, to increase their qualifications. As a result, they would receive higher pay and possibly better housing or social security benefits. Outstanding, udarni, workers, who overfulfilled their norms, received decorations and honors which put them into a kind of workers' aristocracy. The word zenat, a colloquial term for nobility, was officially applied to them. They received higher pay, better conditions, and the promise of a better pension, as well as being celebrated on notice boards and in newspapers. Many of them were selected for special technical education and eventual promotion out of the working class to become administrators and party officials. 158. The apogee of the campaign for overfulfillment was reached in 1935, when Alexei Stakhanov, a coal miner in the Don base, hewed 102 tons of coal in a single shift, instead of the 7 tons prescribed. This was in fact done by halting all other work in his sector of the mine, and using a whole gang to perform the auxiliary work that normally had to be done by the man at the coal face. Similar feats were contrived elsewhere, and glorified in the newspapers, with the message that there are no fortresses Bolsheviks cannot storm. The opportunity was taken to raise norms generally. Stakhanovites became the cream of the new zenat, receiving huge pay rises and the pick of the few new apartments being built for workers. It seems, however, that some Stakhanovites were lynched by their fellow workers, and the campaign was eventually dropped in favor of a more sober alternative, that of the rationalizers, workers who could suggest better working methods and demonstrate their usefulness. By 1940, then, the Soviet government combined a virtually military discipline on the shop floor with very attractive rewards for those who obeyed this discipline and overfulfilled their norms. Those who performed less well could expect a harassed and marginal existence, overshadowed by the threat of arrest and dispatch to one of the fast-expanding labor camps. The explosive growth of the towns naturally required a considerable increase in agricultural output and marketing. The first 5-year plan simply assumed that this would take place, but even as it was being drafted, the signs were moving in the opposite direction. After reaching a peak in 1926, grain procurements began to decline, and in fact by January 1928 state purchases were running at less than 3/4 of the level of the previous year. The reason for the shortfall was partly that the prices the government offered were well below those on the free market, and partly that manufactured goods for the villages were in short. 159. Supply. Besides, peasants were beginning to be wary of being too obviously productive and of getting themselves labeled as kulaks. In this incipient scissors crisis the regime reacted in the opposite way from 1923. Instead of making the terms of trade more favorable to the peasants, it resorted to coercion. This was first tried out in the Urals and western Siberia, where there was known to have been a relatively good harvest. Peasant markets were closed down and private trade in food was banned. Better-off households were ordered to deliver grain, and prosecuted under Article 107 of the Criminal Code, speculation, if they failed to do so. The immediate results were quite encouraging. A good deal of surplus grain was discovered and brought into the towns. The longer-term effect of the operation, however, as during the Civil War, was to discourage peasants from sowing more grain the next year than they needed for their own subsistence. The method, all the same, was extended to other areas, and the Central Committee sent prominent emissaries to see that it was properly executed. Stalin went to the Urals and Siberia, Zdanov to the Volga, Kossier to the Ukraine, and Andreev to the North Caucasus. Committees of poor peasants were once again formed, as in 1918, to compensate for the party's weakness in the countryside, to unleash class war, and to put inside knowledge of the villages at the disposal of the requisition teams. Village assemblies were ordered to hold meetings at which a classification of all households was carried out, each being labeled poor peasant, middle peasant or kulak. The last were then assigned very heavy delivery targets. In some cases whole villages were punished for shortfalls in procurement quotas. In the Crimea, for example, Pravda reported in October 1929 that some settlements had been declared under boycott. Nothing was sold in the cooperative's village shops, no post was issued or accepted, villagers were not allowed to travel anywhere, an inventory of property was taken, and some settlers were arrested. 160. After an encouraging start, the yield of the new policy was disappointing, and in fact bread rationing had to be reintroduced in the towns during 1929. But by now the party had other solutions in mind. Already the 15th Party Congress, in December 1927, had resolved that the task of uniting and transforming the small individual peasant holdings into large collectives must become the principal task of the party in the villages. At that stage, what was envisaged was still a campaign of propaganda and persuasion, as a result of which the peasants would voluntarily join collectives. Indeed, this aim was never explicitly dropped, and the voluntary creation of collectives did get underway during 1928-9, but in the autumn of 1929 it began to merge with the new style grain collections into a single coercive campaign. The ostensible idea of the campaign was to create larger and more productive mechanized farms, but in the absence, yet, of an adequate tractor industry, the main practical aim was to simplify food procurement by reducing very sharply the number of collection points and bringing them under much stricter control. It was represented, however, as a decisive stage in the building of socialism, a return to the early, visionary days of the revolution, for which so many party members hankered after the uncertainties and compromises of NEP. The slogans of battle were gratefully revived: "Those who do not join the Kolkhoz collective farm are enemies of Soviet power." And Yuri Pyatakov, a former member of the opposition, proclaimed, "The heroic period of our socialist construction has arrived." The first stage of the campaign was frankly designated as dekulakization. Stalin put the issue in stark terms. In December 1929 he told a conference of agronomists, "Either we go backward, to capitalism, or we go forward, to socialism." What does that mean? It means that we have passed on from a policy of limiting the exploitative tendencies of the kulaks to a policy of liquidating the kulaks as a class. Having decided that there was no certain way of extorting food supplies from the better-off peasants who 161 were best able to provide it, the party had made up its mind simply to eliminate them from the village, and to put their property at the disposal of the new collective farms. In effect, the label kulak was now applied to anyone suspected of resisting the grain deliveries or of being unwilling to join the collectives. Those who were quite obviously not in any sense wealthy were called podkulachniki, or subsidiary kulaks. Typically, the suspected kulak was summoned to the village soviet and there interrogated by the chairman, or by a party emissary, or by the local GPU official, or by all of them successively, trying to get him to confess that he had hidden grain somewhere, or had sold it on the black market. A requisition team, guided by a local poor peasant, would visit his hut and search everything, breaking down doors, tearing up cushions, ripping up floorboards, and confiscating not only food, but often also furniture, clothes, tools, anything they considered potentially useful to the collective. Many households, in anticipation of such a visit, hastily sold belongings, slaughtered cattle for meat, and drank their supplies of home-brewed vodka in a bitter farewell celebration. Viktor Kravchenko, who was sent as a party emissary, observed one peasant woman set fire to her own home, shrieking, "Infidels! Murderers! We've worked all our lives for our home. You won't have it. The flames shall have it." The next stage was to gather together Kulak families marked for deportation. Some, forewarned, managed to escape or to commit suicide, sometimes in whole families. Some even contrived to go into hiding. Osip and Nadezhda Mandelstam, traveling in Voronezh Oblast a few years later, saw one such family being finally evicted from a dugout and their improvised home being flattened. What struck the Mandelstams most was that the women still managed to dress decently and had kept spinning wheels and sewing machines, preserving a minimum of normality in a world turned upside down. Those who did not elude the authorities were rounded up. 162. And marched to the nearest railway station, where they were loaded into cattle trucks. In those trucks, crowded together without toilet facilities, and with irregular food and drink, they were transported thousands of miles to an unknown fate somewhere in Siberia, the Urals, or the northern part of European Russia. The family of the later well-known poet, Alexander Tvardovsky, was taken along with 500 or so others to the northern Urals, hauled down a frozen river on sledges, and dumped in the forest at a point where there was nothing but a hut for some 20 loggers. There they were ordered to start building a settlement. Many Kulaks were sent to labor camps, where they formed the first really huge contingent of convicts. Others were exiled to remote regions where they had to report regularly to the police, and where the only work available was analogous to that in the labor camps. Those who could find no work starved. The novelist Vladimir T. Andryakov described seeing them in a small town in the northern oblast of Vologda. In Vokrovo, in the station square, Ukrainian Kulaks, expropriated and exiled from their homeland, lay down and died. One got used to seeing the dead there in the morning, and the hospital stable boy, Abram, would come along with his cart and pile the corpses in. Not everyone died. Many wandered along the dusty, sordid alleyways, dragging dropsied legs, elephantine and bloodlessly blue, and plucked at every passerby, begging with dog-like eyes. In Vokrovo they had no luck. The inhabitants themselves, to receive their ration, had to stand in the bread queue all night. There was some armed resistance to this campaign, though its nature and extent were carefully concealed by the Soviet authorities, and even today we know very little about it. Peasants were not as well armed or trained as they had been in 1920-1, and violence usually took the form of murdering individual party or GPU emissaries. Nevertheless, in the 163. Ukraine, the Caucasus, the Don region and Siberia, peasant resistance sometimes went further than this. These were areas where both grain requisitioning and dekulakization were at their most ruthless. On some occasions units of the Red Army had to be sent in, including in at least one case aviation. In the North Caucasus, GPU troops under the direction of Kaganovich rounded up whole villages for deportation to the far north. The authorities saw the whole operation as a war. Whether the Kulaks resisted or not, they had been identified as the enemy. When the writer Mikhail Sholokhov protested to Stalin about the methods used, Stalin replied that the Kulaks were quite prepared to let the towns and the army starve. This is a silent war against Soviet power, war by starvation, my dear comrade Sholokhov. And as the writer Maxim Gorky reminded readers of Pravda and Izvestiya in November 1930, everyone is against us who has outlived the epoch allotted to him by history, so we are entitled to consider ourselves in a state of civil war. The logical consequence of this is that, if the enemy does not surrender, he is to be exterminated. It is far from clear how many people suffered dekulakization. Soviet sources have more or less admitted a figure of 1 million households, or perhaps 5 million people, but the émigré historian Moshe Lewin, in a sober and thoroughly researched history of the subject, estimates that that figure should probably be doubled. The fate of those who stayed behind in the villages was not always preferable. A Central Committee resolution of January 5, 1930 called for total collectivization by the spring of 1932 at the latest, and for the Volga Basin and North Caucasus by a year earlier. This was the language and spirit of the most extravagant versions of the first 5-year plan. Special emissaries, usually young workers with a good party record, and many of them recruits of the Lenin enrollment, were dispatched to the villages to organize the collectives. Hastily trained at special 2-week courses, they were generally known as 25,000ers, because that was the 164 number of the first contingent. They were told frankly that the immediate aim of the operation was to extract grain, at any price. Viktor Kravchenko was told, pump it out of them, wherever it's hidden. Don't be afraid of taking extreme measures. The party stands foursquare behind you. Comrade Stalin expects it of you. Lev Kopelev, another 25,000er, later recalled the lofty and militant ideals which filled him at the time. The grain front. Stalin had said, the struggle for bread is the struggle for socialism. I was convinced that we were soldiers on all invisible front, waging war on kulak sabotage for the sake of bread that the country needed for the 5-year plan. For bread above all, but also for the souls of peasants whose attitudes had hardened through low political consciousness, and who succumbed to enemy propaganda, not grasping the great truth of communism. Once they arrived in the village, the emissaries' first job was to call a meeting of the Mir Assembly, at which they had to persuade the peasants to set up and join a collective farm. They were able to offer inducements of credit or machinery, not always subsequently delivered, and to threaten heavy taxes, increased delivery quotas, or even exile. In most cases they succeeded in obtaining the formal resolution they required, and were able to report it. The official campaign figures swelled impressively, reaching 80% collectivization in some areas by March 1930. The reality did not match the paper. Most peasants were deeply distrustful of the new collectives. The Russian-born American journalist, Maurice Hindus, who talked with the peasants of his native village, commented, these peasants had never believed in anybody's words, they had always distrusted the whole world. And now they were to give up their individual land, their horses, their cows, their farm buildings, the things that had given them bread, protection against starvation, the very security they needed to hold body and 165. Soul together, all on the mere promise of a youthful agitator that this would enrich their lives. Extravagant rumors circulated, that the children would all be sent to China, that a special machine would burn up the old people so that they would eat no more grain, that the village women would become socialist property. Sectarians warned that the Antichrist was coming, and the devil's seal would be affixed to the kolkhoz gates, heralding the end of the world. Color was given to these dire warnings by the fact that collectivization was often accompanied by the arrest of the village priest and the closure and even destruction of the church. Although instructions had been issued about the pace of collectivization, no one had indicated just what a kolkhoz should look like. In the early days the 25,000ers tended to extremes, as they had been instructed, and tried to make everything collective, including household furniture and clothes, which aroused enormous opposition. Many peasants slaughtered their cattle, rather than hand it over. Kolkhozniki, collective farmers, going out to the fields would sometimes be set upon by their non-collectivized neighbors with pitchforks, and had their tools and clothes stripped from them. Total chaos reigned, and, fearing for the fate of the spring sowing, the party decided to call for a pause. On March 2, 1930, Stalin published an article in Pravda entitled Dizzy with Success. With unmatched aplomb he reproached local officials with excesses and with not observing the voluntary principle of the kolkhoz movement. Reluctant entrants were allowed to leave the new collectives. They did so in droves, and between March and June 1930 the reported proportion of collectivized households fell from more than half to less than a quarter. The following autumn, however, once the harvest was safely in, the campaign was renewed. Now it was on a somewhat more sober and carefully planned basis, and it was generally agreed that the artel, which allowed each household a small private plot, a cow, and some poultry, should be the basic model, but the compulsion was no less determined. 166. By the summer of 1931 more than half the households were once again in collectives, and by the summer of 1936 that figure had reached 90%. The immediate results of collectivization were disastrous. True, the grain harvest fell by only a relatively small amount, but it had been expected to double. The state procurements, however, increased considerably, depriving the rural population of the precarious surplus they had previously enjoyed. A Soviet scholar gives the following figures, in million tons. 1928, 1929, 1930, 1931, 1932, 1933, 1934, 1935. Grain harvest, barn yield. 73.3, 71.7, 83.5, 69.5, 69.9, 68.4, 67.6, 75.0. State procurements. 10.8, 16.1, 22.1, 22.8, 18.8, 23.3, 26.1, 29.6. The figures for meat and dairy products were far worse. Cattle fell from 70.5 million head in 1928 to 38.4 in 1933, pigs from 26 million to 12 million, sheep and goats from 146.7 million to 50.2 million. The country did not recover from this disaster until the mid-1950s, so that for the next 20 years most of the population was desperately short of meat and milk. Since state procurements were now taking a much greater proportion of the harvest than previously, the towns and the army continued to be fed, even if not abundantly. In fact, exports of grain were continued on a high level up to 1931, in order to earn foreign currency, and not abandoned altogether, even thereafter. But in the countryside a famine. 167. Took hold, which was even more serious than in 1921-2. In the western region, the Smolensk archives show that all grain was considered liable for procurement, even what was intended for next year's sowing. Armed troiki, from Soviets, Party, and GPU, were sent to the villages, and special controllers watched over the transport, milling, baking and sale of bread. When Kravchenko entered a village in Dnepropetrovsk Oblast, he was surprised by the deathly silence. "All the dogs have been eaten," he was told. "We've eaten everything we could lay our hands on, cats, dogs, field mice, birds. When it's light tomorrow, you will see that the trees have been stripped of their bark, for that too has been eaten." Conditions like this were widespread, especially in the fertile grain-growing regions, for this was a famine deliberately created by the state in order to keep up deliveries to the towns and the army. Consequently, in contrast to 1921, the government deliberately kept the famine secret, both from the foreign press, and as far as possible from townsfolk even at home. Special road blocks were set up on the roads leading into major cities to stop starving peasants from coming in and begging for bread. When an American worker in Samara saw an old woman and two children who had eluded the guards and were lying close to death in the street, a Red Army soldier warned him off, saying, "These people do not want to work. They are kulaks. They are enemies of the Soviet Union." By contrast, the officials of the party, the GPU, and the Commissariat of Agriculture lived apart from the village community, usually in houses commandeered from kulaks, and eating specially delivered rations. Kravchenko describes them as a caste apart, living in an intimate clique, supporting each other, banded together against the community. They were men under tremendous pressure. On the one hand, the state procurement organs were constantly demanding deliveries. On the other, the peasants were sullen, obstinate, and quite obviously starving. This was a 168. Circle that could not be squared. At one and the same time, T. Erikhov, first secretary of the Kharkov Oblast Party Committee, insisted on confiscating grain which a village Soviet chairman was trying to save for next spring's sowing, and yet he was also writing to Stalin, reporting the desperate plight of the peasants and begging for emergency supplies. Stalin disdainfully reprimanded him for inventing fables about famine and advised him to become a writer of fiction. Overall, it is impossible to overstate the significance of the collectivization campaign. It destroyed the structure of the traditional Russian village in almost all areas save the remotest, removing the peasant households which had been the most productive and often enjoyed the greatest respect. It was also a trauma for the party. Collectivization renewed the psychosis of wartime, only now in conditions of peace, and accustomed party officials to regarding themselves as an occupying force in a hostile country. Some cracked under the strain. Isaac Deutscher once met a GPU colonel, who told him, sobbing, "I am an old Bolshevik. I worked in the underground against the Tsar, and then I fought in the Civil War. Did I do all that in order that I should now surround villages with machine guns and order my men to fire indiscriminately into crowds of peasants? Oh no, no." Finally and less obviously, perhaps a casualty of the campaign was truth. Pasternak speculated in Dr. Zhivago that collectivization was such a disastrous mistake that it had to be hidden at all costs, and so it was necessary to teach people not to think and make judgments, to compel them to see the non-existent, and to argue the opposite of what was obvious to everyone. Certainly the collectivization coincides with the time when the party's public media parted completely from reality, and began to portray a beautiful imaginary world in which, as Stalin put it a few years later, life has become better and more cheerful. The collective farms themselves slowly recovered from the worst of the disaster, and by the late 1930s were regularly achieving harvests better than those of 10 years earlier. 169. They worked to delivery plans handed down from the Commissariat of Agriculture. Political and economic control over them was mediated through machine tractor stations, MTS, each of which had a dozen or so farms to supervise. The main ostensible purpose of the MTS was to hire out machinery to kolkhozy, there not being enough to equip them individually. Payments for this service were made in kind, so that the MTS acted as a procurement agency. In addition, party cells centered on the MTS, whose deputy director was normally an employee of the GPU, or NKVD, People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs. After the renaming of 1934, he was responsible for tracking down subversive elements. For a time the MTS was even assisted by a political department on the model of the Red Army. The payment of kolkhoz members depended on the amount of labor they put in on the collective fields. The unit of payment was the labor day, the actual working day of a skilled worker being more highly valued than that of an unskilled one. Thus a tractor driver might receive 4 times as much as a night watchman. The real problem about the labor day, however, was that it had only a residual claim on the kolkhoz funds. It was paid out of whatever was left over after the kolkhoz had discharged all its other obligations, to procurement agencies, the MTS, the banks, and so on. In bad years very little was left over. In fact, even in 1939, a relatively good year, the labor day was worth precisely nothing in 15,700 kolkhozy out of a total of 240,000. It is little wonder that the peasants themselves regarded collective work as a reimposition of barshchina, corvée. Their feeling of having been reduced to serf status was intensified by the state's refusal to issue passports to them when these became compulsory for change of residence in 1932. By that means they were, indeed, more or less fixed to the land at the pleasure of the kolkhoz chairman. Only in one respect did the party compromise with the peasants. The Model Kolkhoz Statute of 1935 did guarantee 170 them the right to cultivate small plots of land of their own, and to keep 1 cow, a limited number of pigs or sheep, and unlimited poultry. The products of these private plots were used first of all for subsistence, but any surplus could be sold at specially licensed markets, on which, as we have seen, the towns became largely dependent for certain kinds of food supplies. These private plots thus became an essential resource, both for the peasant economy and for the urban diet, though the fact has only been reluctantly admitted by the party. Naturally enough, the time and energy the peasants devoted to private cultivation has detracted, at times quite seriously, from their work on the collective fields. In short, the collectivization campaign, though it did eventually, after early disaster, solve the problem of grain deliveries for the towns, bequeathed a demoralized rural population and a permanently underproductive agricultural system. Alongside the industrial and agricultural transformations, there was to be a third which Lenin regarded as, if anything, even more important. That was in the field of culture. The Russian word kultura has a much broader connotation than the English. In Lenin's usage, particularly, it referred also to technical skills, work discipline, efficiency, probity and public spirit. It was precisely these qualities that he felt, in the last years of his life, the new Russia lacked, and he had recognized that consequently the new regime would remain dependent for some time to come on foreign and bourgeois specialists. He had accepted the logic of this already during the Civil War, by inviting the old managers back to run the factories and encouraging practices to their taste, such as piecework payment for workers, the ending of workers' control, and the adoption of Taylorist scientific management. The early planning efforts of the Soviet state rested on proposals put forward by such specialists. Thus Goel-Rowe, the e-vitrification plan of 1920, was based on a scheme put 171 forward by Professor Grinovetsky, head of the Moscow Higher Technical Institute. Vysenko and Gosplan, too, in their early days, were staffed by existing economists and administrators, most of whom had initially little sympathy for the Bolsheviks, but recognized the need to get the country going again somehow. Relations between the new rulers and the old specialists were, naturally, uneasy and sometimes stormy, especially in the provinces, where the wider concerns of the top party leadership were not always appreciated. In March 1919, for example, Professor Tukolsky, an agronomist teaching at a college in Voronezh, wrote to Lenin complaining of harassment by the new local political bosses, who were mostly, he commented rather sniffily, from lower middle-class elements, village policemen, small-time civil servants and shopkeepers. It is difficult to describe the full horror of the humiliations and sufferings caused at their hands. Constant, shameful denunciations and accusations, futile but extremely humiliating searches, threats of execution, requisitions and confiscations, meddling in the most intimate sides of personal life. The head of a squad demanded that I, who am living in the school where I teach, absolutely must sleep in the same bed as my wife. Lenin himself, of course, disapproved of such behavior, and published Tukolsky's letter in Pravda to encourage greater respect for men with skills which the country badly needed. The frictions did not cease, but all the same many specialists, and their professional unions, came round to the view that one could work with the communists, since they had formed a government evidently determined to restore law and order, to give high priority to technical development, and even to keep the workers in their place. General Batiev, a leading chemical engineer under the Tsarist government, and a man of very conservative views, agreed to become director. 172. Of the State Scientific Technical Institute under the Communists, because, whatever else one might think about them, they had saved the country from anarchy and at least temporarily preserved its intelligentsia and material wealth. Smenovikhovstvo, the idea that the Bolsheviks now embodied the great Russian state, the Tsarist regime having failed in that mission, became widespread among the specialists. From the very beginning the new government kept careful track of the specialists, as a scarce resource. Already in December 1918 Sovnarkom opened a register of them, for potential employment in industry and the economic administration. At the 12th Party Congress in 1923, the Orgbureau incorporated this register into the burgeoning system of files which Stalin was keeping for the registration and distribution of cadres. In this way the party gained greater control over the reliability of technical specialists, though it was not yet in a position to do anything much about purging the less satisfactory, for lack of anyone with whom to replace them. As late as 1928 a survey showed that in the whole of Soviet industry only 138 engineers were party members. This was in marked contrast to the industrial managers, very few of whom had higher degree qualifications, but 70% of whom were party members. The party had, in fact, by this time managed to move many of its own members into management jobs, where, as praktiki, practical men without special knowledge, they relied on the advice of the non-party specialists. This split between management and specialist knowledge was not something the party was prepared to tolerate indefinitely. It wanted to set about the task of training its own specialist cadres. But this process encountered considerable difficulties during the 1920s. The colleges which were training the new cadres were, on the whole, required to favor applicants of working class or peasant background, but of course these were often less well prepared for special and higher education than entrants of middle class and pro. 173. Professional background. To help overcome this gap, the less privileged students were usually first of all put through a rabfak, or workers' faculty. Set up in 1919, the rabfaki were designed to give intending worker and peasant students without formal secondary education the basic grounding for study in their chosen speciality. Their success was very patchy, and many of their alumni failed to meet the expectations of the teachers in the technical colleges. Evidently quite a number, Soviet statistics do not say how many, failed to qualify at all. Resentment against the professors built up, especially in the Komsomol organizations of the universities and colleges. In the end, the party decided to move against the bourgeois specialists in industry and in the VUSI, higher educational institutions, as it was doing in the economic administration. In doing this it was able to draw, as we have seen, upon a good deal of worker resentment at the privileges accorded to the bourgeois. From 1928 to 1931 there was a series of sensational and well-publicized trials of such specialists. In the first, the Shukti trial, in the Donbass in May 1928, 53 engineers, including 3 from Germany, were accused of wrecking equipment, organizing accidents, and maintaining links with the former capitalist owners of the coal mines. What in fact had happened was that some foreign equipment had been misused, probably owing to inexperience and haste, and fires and explosions had occurred in the mines. Such contretemps were not unusual, but this was the first time the regime had deliberately used them as a weapon against class enemies. The case was brought to Moscow and tried in public in the Hall of Columns amid a press campaign calling for death to the wreckers. Some of the accused confessed in court to the charges, some did so only partly or tried to retract what they had stated. By later standards it was a very imperfectly staged spectacle, but 11 death sentences were pronounced and 5 actually carried out. Stalin followed up the trial with a warning. Shuktiites 174 are now ensconced in every branch of our industry. Wrecking by the bourgeois intelligentsia is one of the most dangerous forms of opposition to developing socialism. Other trials accordingly followed. In one of them, as we have seen, Menshevik members of Gosplan were accused of criminally trying to undermine industrial development by proposing low planning targets. In another, 48 leading officials of the food industry were charged with sabotaging food supplies, a convenient way of explaining away the current shortages. In yet another the well-known agronomists Chayanov and Kondratyev were accused of conspiring with kulaks to revive the Socialist Revolutionary Party and overthrow the Soviet system. In addition to all this, some thousands of engineers seem to have been dismissed and arrested. Then, in 1931, the spate more or less ended, for reasons we shall see below. Purges of a less dramatic but far-reaching kind were going on in the educational system. Komsomol and party committees tried to weed out students who came from old regime backgrounds, and the proportion of students from working-class backgrounds rose from 30% in 1928 to 9 to 58% in 1932 to 3. Non-party professors were hissed at their lectures, or even subjected to direct verbal attack. Many were dismissed by university councils now determinately infiltrated by the party. At the Academy of Sciences, hitherto a haven for non-party scholars, more than 100 research workers were arrested in 1929-30 and communists were firmly installed in its governing body. The Communist Academy and the Institute of Red Professors, both established by the party in 1919-21 to train Marxist scholars for social science teaching, were expanded, One of the institute's graduates at this time was the future authoritative ideologist, M. Asislov. As far as schools were concerned, Soviet educational theory in the 1920s was, broadly speaking, divided into two main tendencies. The first, supported by Lenin, held that schools should teach the same basics as in Tsarist Russia. 17.5. Lenin believed it vital to ensure that all children should have access to such basic education, but he did not believe it was necessary to change its actual content very much, beyond giving it a somewhat more practical bent. Working class and peasant children needed to master the same elements as bourgeois children. The second tendency, identified above all with the utopian educational theorist, V. N. Shulgin, aimed to adapt the content of school education to the new society, getting away from the academic emphasis of traditional pedagogy to learn practical and vocational subjects, if possible not at the schoolroom desk, but out at the factory bench and in the community. Shulgin believed that any system of formal education was inherently elitist, and he included in his strictures the school system set up by the Commissariat of Education, Nerkompros, under Lunacharsky, whose educational views were close to Lenin's. In practice, for most of the 20s, most schools taught by traditional methods, partly because no new training was available for teachers, and partly because there was no finance to launch ambitious experiments. Progress was slow, even towards the most basic goal of universal literacy for primary school children. Then, in 1929, under the impact of the Shakti campaign and with the active support of the Komsomol, Lunacharsky was dismissed, and a reform was launched in the Shulgin spirit. The upper forms of middle schools were reclassified as technikumi, or vocational training colleges, and by the end of 1930 all schools were required to attach themselves to an enterprise, where their pupils could acquire introductory instruction in the productive process. There was now far less classroom teaching, children spent much of their time on projects to be performed within the community, where possible linked with the 5-year plan, and on social and political work. The proportion of political instruction was also increased. In the countryside, school children and students were mobilized to carry out a cultural campaign to eliminate illiteracy. This was often accompanied by the Dis. 176. Missile of the existing school teachers, the closure of the church and the arrest of the priest. Almost before they were properly underway, however, these experiments ran into trouble. Some children found they were receiving a grotesquely narrow education. At one school in Orel, for example, all the pupils in the upper forms were trained to become poultry breeding technicians. Factory directors were often reluctant to have untrained and undisciplined children on their premises, disrupting tight work schedules. In Tula the children had to stage protest demonstrations, coming to the factory gates with slogans, banners, and songs, in order to gain access to production. Or alternatively, directors might pursue the very opposite policy and exploit the children as unpaid menial laborers. School children apparently worked in the Donbass coal mines, while at one point in Central Asia it was reported that the 5th to 7th grades, ages 11 to 13, were occupied for weeks on end with nothing but cotton picking. Children on project work would sometimes check in at school in the morning, pick up their assignments, and then disappear for the rest of the day. Shulgin's phrase, the withering away of the schools, threatened to turn into an unpleasant reality. This cultural revolution in the schools, as we shall see, did not last very long. But it did have lasting effects, driving out many of the older, non-party teachers, and leaving the schools with a heavily politicized atmosphere. All this left the way open, both in education and in industry, for the posts recently vacated by bourgeois specialists to be filled by new red specialists. Recruits were duly coming forward to do this. In the Vusi, for example, the proportion of the teaching and research staff educated since the revolution rose sharply from 40% in 1928 to 75% in 1933. Most of the new appointees had replaced purged bourgeois specialists. Apart from building up cadres of reliable specialists, the party had also initiated a crash program to train its own future leaders, men who should have both proven party. 177. Experience and also higher technical qualifications. In July 1928, the Central Committee ordered the recruitment of 1,000 party members to be sent to technical colleges to study for higher degrees. This was the first of a series of mass recruitments of thousanders, as they came to be called. Nominated by party, komsomol, or trade union committees, or by political departments in the Red Army, they went for 3 to 5 years study, supported by special, preferential grants. Mostly young men in their 20s, who had proved themselves by their loyalty and energy at work and in the humble social tasks that party members were called on to fulfill, they were consciously being selected for the vital party and state posts of the coming 5-year plans. Viktor Kravchenko, even in the bitterness of emigration, remembered his excitement when he, a skilled worker of 25 in the Petrovsky-Lenin Metal Works in Dnepropetrovsk, was summoned to the director's office in 1930. There he discovered, sitting behind a vast mahogany desk, Arkady Rosengolds, a member of the Central Committee, who asked him to give a brief summary of his biography, a frequent Soviet ritual, and then said to him, "You're a young man, not yet 25. The party needs industrial engineers. Would you like to study? We'll send you to a technical institute for a few years. You will repay the party by giving it your best efforts. The party needs its own technical intelligentsia, to carry on the task of industrialization in loyal conformity with its policy." So young Kravchenko was sent to the Kharkov Technological Institute to study aircraft construction. He found himself there among a very motley assortment of students, most of them over 23 and a few in their 30s, from factories, blast furnaces, mines, and offices, from state farms and army camps. There were solemn-faced Central Asians who had never before seen a Western city, war veterans, former partisans from Siberia, as well as communist functionaries wise in the ways of the new politics. Even though some of them had privileged support grants, however, material life was hard. 178. Often, in the winter of 1930 to -1, the gigant their hostel was so cold that the water in our wash basin was frozen. We picked up stray pieces of wood, fence slats, broken furniture, old newspapers to feed the tiny iron stove in our room, with its crazy, many-jointed chimney stuck out of a window. Thus we lived, studied, argued, and dreamed of our country's industrialized future while fighting frost and hunger here and now. The quality of the education they received may be doubted, partly because of the speed and relative lack of preparation with which they had to absorb it, partly because of the continued overlay of political propaganda. Those who could not digest Marx's Das Kapital, the dialectics of Engels, the works of Lenin and above all the dissertations of Stalin were thrown out of the institute more quickly than those who merely had trouble with calculus or blueprints. On the other hand, those who had confidence in their political standing were often truculently self-confident, and despised their bourgeois teachers. A chemist who entered the Kiev Polytechnic Institute in 1930 recalled that certain students would interrupt tuition with insults and ridicule, turning lessons into guerrilla warfare, while one student, an ex-Red Army soldier, was in the habit, when presenting himself for an oral exam, of placing a loaded revolver on the table in front of the professor. However imperfect their education, though, these students were to be a major social and political force. They were the only people who combined political and technical qualifications, and were therefore ideally suited to leadership at a time of planned economic growth. According to Sheila Fitzpatrick, during the first 5-year plan some 110,000 communist adult workers and some 40,000 non-party ones entered higher educational institutions in this way, and in 1932-3 they represented almost a third of all students in higher education. How many actually graduated with their qualifications we do not know, as the figures have never been. 179. Published. One later celebrated student, N.I. Khrushchev, of the Moscow Industrial Academy, did not. However, the successful graduates, and even some of the unsuccessful ones, had extraordinarily good chances of rising fast. Their entry on the political scene coincided with Stalin's preparations for his great purges of 1936-9, in which the party's Leninist old guard, the bourgeois specialists and the praktiki all suffered badly. The new graduates were waiting to take their places. That is not to say that none of the new red specialists was caught up in the purges, many of them certainly were. But those who survived were uncommonly well placed to enjoy what one might delicately refer to as upward social mobility over the corpses of their predecessors. We shall follow their subsequent careers in a later chapter. Cultural revolution was also the order of the day in the sphere which we in the West more normally think of as cultural. Let us take the example of literature, which was of especial importance to the Bolsheviks, since they rated verbal propaganda so highly. Writers generally, like other specialists, had not wholly welcomed the Bolshevik seizure of power. When the party tried to call an organizational meeting of them in November 1917, it was attended only by Alexander Blok, Vladimir Mayakovsky and 3 or 4 others, while the best known of all Russian writers, Maxim Gorky, himself a former Bolshevik, thundered against Lenin's and Trotsky's shameful attitude towards freedom of speech. Many of the most prominent writers of the time in fact went into emigration rather than cooperate with the Bolsheviks. Those who remained tended to form themselves into groups. This is characteristic of writers in a period of crisis, and certainly during the Civil War belonging to an organization was the only way to secure a minimal existence. Even when physical conditions improved, writers still found it easiest if they had a journal or publishing house in whose building they could congregate, and in whose pages they could find a home for their writings. In addition, they now found themselves needing to compete for party approval and 180. Patronage, which again could better be done collectively. These literary groups were of all kinds. In the early utopian days some tried to promote a specifically proletarian culture, with the encouragement of Lunacharsky, establishing choirs, studios and theater workshops in factories, staging performances, painting canvases and singing anthems whose subject matter was drawn from working-class life. There were even symphonies of factory whistles and steamer hooters. Perhaps the high point of this proletkult was in Petrograd on May Day 1920, when the mystery of emancipated labor was performed in the streets by 2,000 Red Army soldiers and drama students, while more than 30,000 spectators sang the Internationale. Most party leaders, however, rejected as absurd the notion that there could be any such thing as an inherently proletarian culture. Taking the same view as they did on military and technical matters, both Lenin and Trotsky regarded it as the duty of proletarian writers first of all to master the inherited skills of aristocratic and bourgeois culture. Trotsky even wrote in Literature and Revolution, 1923, in the sphere of art it is not the party's business to command. It can and should protect, encourage, and merely offer indirect guidance. In this spirit, the party for most of the 1920s tolerated and even encouraged a variety of literary approaches, as long as they could not be considered counter-revolutionary. As late as 1925 the Central Committee pronounced itself in favor of free competition between the various groupings and streams, though it did call the proletarian writers the future ideological leaders of Soviet literature. One group in particular emerged as the claimants of this future ideological leadership. That was RAP, the Russian Association of Proletarian Writers, with its journal Na Postu, On Guard. Unlike the old proletkult, RAP, which was distantly descended from it, had very few worker members. Most of its writers in fact came from the professional classes, and their strength was in the party's youth movement, the 181. Komsomol. RAP's most prominent figure, Lev Averbakh, had been a founder member of the Komsomol, in fact, and was at one time its Moscow secretary. He was also a relative of Sverdlov. They were a group of party activists, in effect, and when they claimed to be exercising proletarian hegemony they were in fact, by a familiar semantic substitution, presuming to speak for the party in literature. The very name of their journal betrays their characteristic literary posture, we shall stand on guard in order to ensure a clear and firm communist ideology. Not surprisingly, their strength was not so much literature itself as criticism. During the late 20s a number of fellow travelers, tolerated non-party writers, fell victim to their attacks. Mayakovsky tried to appease them by joining them, an experience which made him so miserable that it probably contributed to his suicide in 1930. Another cause célèbre was their attack on Zamyatin. His novel had in the end been published abroad because its satire was too strong for any editor inside Russia. It depicted a future society in which men were deprived of their fantasy, in an operation incongruously called fantasectomy, so that they would be able to enjoy an undisturbed mathematically certain happiness. Rapp objected to the fact that it had been published abroad, though this had hitherto been a normal practice, and condemned Zamyatin's outlook. Under pressure from Rapp, backed up by a Pravda editorial confirming that Rapp was, of all literary groups, closest to the line of the party, publishing houses refused to bring out any more of Zamyatin's work, his books were withdrawn from libraries, and his plays were taken off the stage. In 1931 Zamyatin wrote directly to Stalin, declaring that for him being deprived of the opportunity to write was equivalent to the death penalty. He admitted that I have the very inconvenient habit of saying not what is expedient, but what seems to me the truth. In particular, I have never made a secret of my attitude towards literary servility, careerism, and apostasy. I have always thought, and still think, that they are 182. Demeaning both for the writer and for the revolution. He asked to be allowed to emigrate in order to continue writing. Stalin granted him an exit visa. Therewith began the split between émigré and Soviet culture that has remained to the present day. But the triumph of Rapp was not long-lived. Here too the bearers of cultural revolution soon succumbed to the imposers of order. 7. In his Ode to Lenin of 1924, Mayakovsky had written, "I fear that these processions and mausoleums, this regulated rendering of homage, will drown Lenin's simplicity in sickly sweet unction." His fears were amply borne out, which may help to explain his suicide in 1930. For Stalin, by the time of his 50th birthday in December 1929, had defeated both the oppositions of left and right, and had more or less completed the process of taking over and monopolizing Lenin's memory. On December 21 all Soviet newspapers were filled with eulogies to Stalin. Indeed, Pravda spent 5 days listing the thousands of organizations which had sent him greetings, many of which included the word Vozhd, leader with a capital I. A joint message from the Central Committee and the Party Control Committee hailed him as the best Leninist and senior member of the Central Committee and its Politburo. An official biography was issued for the occasion, glorifying Stalin as the most outstanding continuer of Lenin's cause and his most devoted disciple, as one who was always with Lenin, never departed from him, never betrayed him. This was how Stalin wished to see himself, as the Peter of the communist pseudo-church, more faithful than Peter had been to Christ, even though Lenin had been surrounded by turncoats and traitors. These 50th birthday publications began the rewriting of history, what Mikhail Geller and Alexander Nekrich call the nationalization of the memory, which was to become such a devastating feature of Soviet intellectual life. Even former oppositionists joined in the choruses of praise. Especially this was the case at the 17th Party Congress of 1934, the 184. So-called Congress of Victors, because it celebrated the victories of collectivization and the first 5-year plan. There Bukharin praised Stalin as the field marshal of the proletarian forces, the best of the best, and Kamina prophesied that the era in which we live will be known to history as the era of Stalin, just as the preceding era entered history as the era of Lenin. Such encomiums completed the opposition's self-abasement, their ritual recognition that Stalin had overcome them morally as well as physically. Not surprisingly, there were few in the party or outside it who were prepared to stand against this tide of acclaim. All the same, there were many who were appalled at the human and economic cost the nation was being asked to pay for the upheavals in industry and agriculture. In the autumn of 1930, Surtsov, Prime Minister of the RSFSR, and Lamanids, leading party secretary in the Transcaucasus, were expelled from the Central Committee and demoted to minor posts for having privately expressed to colleagues their doubts about the excessive growth targets and the regime's disregard of the livestock disaster. Potentially more serious, perhaps, was the program of rioting, which circulated among members of the Central Committee in 1932. This called for a disbanding of the collective farms, and a reduction of investment in industry, in order to revive agriculture, the retail trade and the consumer goods industries. Ryatin's program has never come to light, but he seems to have made a bitter personal attack on Stalin as the evil genius of the Russian Revolution, who by his personal lust for power had brought the revolution to the brink of ruin. The GPU discovered that Ryatin had a group of supporters, perhaps 15 to 20 strong, including former members of the right opposition and a number of Red professors. It reported that he was trying to stir up subversive activity in the Komsomol and among students and workers. The Ryatin case became a test of opinion in the Politburo. The GPU recommended applying the death penalty against him, since he was an official of the Central Committee. Stalin's TE or 185 apparatus, this would have meant the first execution of a high-ranking party member. Stalin was prepared to establish this precedent, and urged his colleagues to take the GPU's advice, but a majority, apparently headed by Sergei Kirov, first secretary in Leningrad, voted against it. Ryatin was merely exiled. There have been suggestions that Kirov's opposition to Stalin went further than the Ryatin case, that he headed a group in the Politburo which favored reconciliation, both with the former oppositions, and indeed with the people at large, now that the harshest battles of socialist construction were over. Gorky, who had some influence with the party leaders, is known to have been of this opinion. There is little evidence in Kirov's speeches of any disagreement with Stalin, but it is known that Kirov was very popular, and that his appearance at the 17th Congress was greeted with loud ovations. Stalin may also have distrusted Kirov because his fief, Leningrad, had once before furnished a geographical base for an opposition movement, that of Zinoviev. However that may be, Kirov's career was abruptly cut short on December 1, 1934, when he was murdered inside the party headquarters, the Smolny, in Leningrad. His assassin, one Leonid Nikolov, was a romantic or embittered former young communist who imagined himself stimulating the appearance of a second Narodnaya Volya, a new revolutionary terrorist movement dedicated to eliminating the new bureaucracy. What is suspicious about the murder is that, on at least one previous occasion, he had been discovered by security guards trying to approach Kirov with a revolver. Instead of arresting him and charging him with attempted terrorism, as would have been natural, they had released him and allowed him to take his gun. In short, circumstantial evidence suggests strongly, though not conclusively, that the NKVD, as the GPU was now called, deliberately enabled Nikolov to kill Kirov, probably acting on instructions from Stalin, who was anxious both to rid himself of a rival and to create a pretext for the elimination of other opponents. 186. What is quite certain is that Stalin promptly used the occasion for his own purposes. On the same day a decree was issued ordering speedy investigations, not more than 10 days, in cases of terroristic organizations or acts. Such cases were to be heard in absentia by a special military court, no appeals were allowed, and an immediate death sentence was to be carried out. Thus Stalin created a machinery of summary justice which was to last 20 years. On December 21 it was announced that Nikolov had acted on the instructions of a Leningrad opposition center having connections with Zinoviev, and on this basis Zinoviev, Kamina and 17 others were arrested. In spite of the new provisions, they were not dealt with summarily, but were brought to trial in January 1935. They accepted a general political responsibility for the murder, without the court being able, however, to establish any direct connection. Perhaps Stalin still hesitated at this stage to implicate so directly in terrorism, two individuals of such former standing. Or perhaps the NKVD had not yet fully perfected the techniques they deployed the following year. At any rate Zinoviev got 10 years and Kamina 5. They remained, at least, available for further questioning. During 1935 the NKVD finally arrested all those members of the left opposition who had hitherto remained at liberty, and set to work to try to induce them to sign testimony that they had been involved in a vast conspiracy, organized from abroad by Trotsky, aiming to assassinate not only Kirov but also Stalin and other members of the Politburo, to overthrow the Soviet system and re-establish capitalism in Russia. This mythical scenario would complement the now habitual flood of eulogies of Stalin by showing how treacherous were all Lenin's other colleagues, and how great was the danger from which Stalin had rescued the party and the country. While these fabrications were being painfully strung together in the Lubyanka and other NKVD prisons, the shock waves were spreading throughout the party. An exchange of party cards was started, euphemism for a purge. Stalin's TE or 187, as a result of which about 500,000 members were expelled. All over the country party meetings were being held at which members were exhorted both to recall and to confess their own earlier mistakes, which now came to mean disagreeing with the official party line in any way, and to denounce their colleagues. New categories of hostile acts emerged, links with those already denounced, which might mean no more than the most fleeting personal or official acquaintance, failure to denounce, which might mean not having reported a private conversation. At the Kazan Pedagogical Institute, Evgenia Ginsburg was accused at such a meeting of not having denounced the Trotskyist contrabandist Lvov, who had written an article on the 1905 revolution which incurred Stalin's displeasure. To her objection, "But has it even been proved that he's a Trotskyist?" she received the reply, "But he's been arrested. Surely you don't think anyone would be arrested unless there were something definite against him." Great concert and lecture halls were turned into public confessionals. People did penance for misunderstanding the theory of permanent revolution and for abstaining from voting on the opposition program in 1923, for failing to purge themselves of great power chauvinism, for underrating the importance of the second five-year plan. Beating their breasts, the guilty would lament that they had shown political short-sightedness and lack of vigilance, compromised with dubious elements, added grist to this or that mill, and were full of rotten tuberalism. When someone was expelled from the party or dismissed from his job, the only safe thing to do was to shun all further acquaintance with him, for fear of being tainted by the epithets which would be hurled at him. And if a friend or colleague was arrested, it was prudent to abjure any further contact with his family, no matter how much one might pity. 188. Their plight. Wives whose husbands were arrested were advised to seek a divorce as soon as possible. Children were encouraged to denounce their parents. One 13-year-old daughter of an arrested NKVD operative was turned out into the street when both her parents were arrested, and was required to speak at a Young Pioneer meeting saying she approved of the shooting of her mother and father, as they were spies. The culmination of this denunciatory frenzy was a series of 3 show trials in Moscow. At the first, in August 1936, Zinoviev, Kamina and others confessed to being members of a Trotskyist Zinovievite center, which on instructions from Trotsky had conspired to murder Stalin, Ortjonikij, Kaganovich, Voroshilov and other top party leaders. They also confessed to having organized the murder of Kirov. They were sentenced to death and executed, probably immediately. Their confessions implicated Tomsky, who thereupon committed suicide, Bukharin, and Rykov. The prosecutor, Vyshinsky, announced that these implications would be investigated. In the second, in January-February 1937, Radek, Pyatakov and others confessed to links with Trotsky and foreign intelligence services, and to setting up terrorist groups for assassination, wrecking and sabotage of industry. The latter referred to some disasters which had taken place in the fever of the 5-year plans. Pyatakov was sentenced to death and Radek to 10 years imprisonment. He died in a labor camp a few years later. In the final trial, in March 1938, Bukharin, Rykov, Krestinsky and Yagoda, himself a former head of the NKVD, confessed to membership of a Trotskyist rightist bloc, involved in wrecking, undermining Soviet military power and preparing, in collaboration with the intelligence services of Germany, Britain, Japan, and Poland, for an imperialist attack on the USSR and dismemberment of the country. This trial did not go quite so well as the others. Bukharin and Rykov both admitted general complicity in a block, but Stalin Ste or 189 needs specific responsibility for any of the criminal acts enumerated in the indictment. Bukharin even made the telling remark, "The confession of the accused is a medieval principle of justice." All the accused were sentenced to death, and Vyshinsky concluded his prosecution speech by saying, "Over the road cleared of the last scum and filth of the past, we, our people, with our beloved teacher and leader, the great Stalin, at our head, will march ever onwards, towards communism." Few people wholly believed the testimony of the courtroom, even at the time, but many observers, both domestic and foreign, felt there must be some substance to these charges, however fantastic they might seem. For otherwise why did tried and long-standing Bolsheviks, who had withstood the pressures of Tsarist oppression, revolution, and civil war, now agree to slander themselves in this extravagant manner in public? And why did the government, which had never scrupled to order summary executions, insist on the cumbersome rigmarole of obtaining signed confessions and getting the accused to repeat them in the courtroom? The answers to these questions take us to the very heart of the Stalinist system. First of all, on the narrow legal plane, the confessions, whether they were repeated in court or simply, as in the great majority of cases, existed on paper, were indispensable to the presentation of a prosecution case which rested on no other evidence whatever. No scrap of documentary or material evidence was produced at any of the trials, only the statements of supposed witnesses, and the confessions of the accused themselves. Furthermore, the confessions were useful in that they could be used to implicate others, as Tomsky and others were implicated in the Zinoviev trial. This extended the network of conspiracies, and thereby increased both the workload and the standing of the NKVD. It also enabled them to pull in more working hands for its slave labor camps, and to free a plentiful supply of vacant posts for the upwardly mobile to occupy. Perhaps that is why. 190. The arrests of 1936-9 affected the highly placed disproportionately. At any rate, even in the, much more numerous, cases where no public trial was intended, prisoners and interrogators spent millions of unproductive and tormenting man-hours in the fabrication of statements which both parties knew to be false from beginning to end. Why then did the accused agree to make these statements? For them too the basic logic of the situation had been created by the way in which the party had seized and held on to power. They had all wholeheartedly supported the party's ruthless monopoly of power while they had been among its leading members. Many of them had continued to recognize its authority even when excluded from such power, perhaps in the hope of regaining a measure of it. As Kamina had explained to the 15th Party Congress, they had made a full and complete surrender to the party because nothing could be done outside and despite the party. Begging for readmittance in 1933, Zinoviev had straightforwardly used the language of the religious penitent: "I ask you to restore me to the ranks of the party and give me an opportunity of working for the common cause. I give my word as a revolutionary that I will be the most devoted member of the party, and will do all I possibly can to atone at least to some extent for my guilt before the party and its Central Committee." These men had given their whole lives to the party, and they still believed, in spite of everything, in its ultimate victory. To ask them to do anything else would have been asking them to abjure everything they had ever believed. They had no alternative moral or religious foundation on which they could take their stand and resist the pressures directed against them. As Bukharin said at his trial, when you ask yourself, if you must die, what are you dying for? An absolutely black emptiness suddenly rises before you with startling vividness. There was nothing to die for. Nor Stalin's or 191 indeed was there anything to live for once one was isolated from everybody, an enemy of the people. Isolated from everything that constitutes the essence of life. However, not all party members reacted in this way, and even those who did usually capitulated only after weeks, sometimes months, of working over by their interrogators. The basic NKVD method for breaking their prisoners was the conveyor, a system of continuous interrogation for days and nights on end by successive relays of interrogators. Exhausted, deprived of sleep, often cold and hungry, sometimes beaten, prisoners would sign what was required of them in order simply to be able to get some sleep, or sometimes perhaps because their physical weakness induced psychological doubts about reality, reinforced by the repetitive, mad style of the questioning. Many investigators seem to have used threats against the prisoners' families as a weapon. In a world where all other certainties had broken down, memories of wife or children were often the most precious part of a prisoner's personality, the only positive value he had left to hang on to, so that threats to arrest, torture, or kill them were extremely powerful in their effect. This was especially the case with someone like Bukharin, who had married late, and had one baby son to whom he was devoted. Evgenia Ginsburg recalls how in prison the thought that tormented her most was how she had spanked her son Vasia, now the well-known writer Vasily Aksionov, in a fit of temper because he had smashed a bottle of perfume. The promise that their families would remain unharmed if they duly recited their prepared confessions in court must have been a powerful incentive to comply. To others, promises were made that their lives would be spared if they were cooperative. Some of them were visited in prison by former comrades of the Central Committee, who held out hopes, not only of survival, but even perhaps of ultimate readmittance to the party, and productive work, if only they would confess. Most, but not quite all, of these promises were unceremoniously broken. 192. Very few prisoners withstood in these pressures. Indeed, the former populist Lvanov Razumnik in his memoirs reckons that of more than 1,000 inmates with whom he shared prison cells, not more than a dozen resisted making the confessions demanded of them. All the same, it is noteworthy that in the end only some 70 prisoners were subjected to public trial. Even some leading oppositionists, such as Uglanov of the right and Smilga and Preobrazhensky of the left, were convicted without public trial. Perhaps the prosecution did not feel sure they would play the roles written for them. And when it comes to the wider party and public, the fate of most of those arrested was either to appear before a special secret military court, or even simply to have their sentence read out to them in the cell. For the arrests did not just affect Stalin's immediate political opponents. They cut into all levels of the party and into all walks of life. All social classes were affected, the elites disproportionately so. Out of 139 members of the party Central Committee elected at the 17th Congress in 1934, 110 were arrested before the next Congress met in 1939. And out of 1,966 delegates who attended the 17th Congress, 1,108 were arrested, and in fact only 59 took their places at the 18th. Some geographical areas suffered more than others. Of Leningrad's 154 delegates to the 17th Congress, only 2 were present at the 18th, and neither of them actually worked in Leningrad. In the Ukraine, where Nikita Khrushchev took over as first secretary in January 1938, only 3 out of 86 members of the Central Committee survived from the beginning of 1937 to the end of 1938. In Byelorussia, as a combined result of the arrests and the exchanges of party cards, total membership of the party fell by more than half between 1934 and 1938. In Georgia, out of 644 members who attended a party congress in May 1937, 425 were arrested in the following months. In Kazakhstan, the entire party bureau was arrested. The same happened in Turkmenistan, where, as a result, there was no party bureau at all for several months. Stalin's TE or 193. Not all the deaths of leading communists in this period followed on arrest. Omsky, as we have seen, committed suicide in order to escape the fate of Bukharin and Rykov. Kuibyshev, head of Gosplan, died in January 1935, reportedly of a heart attack, but in circumstances which have remained mysterious. He is rumored to have opposed the imminent purges. Ort Jonikij, Commissar for Heavy Industry, died suddenly in February 1937, after a bitter row with Stalin. It is not known whether he committed suicide or was murdered, but it is said that he wrote a long memorandum before his death, and that this was seized by Stalin himself when he came to the flat. Its contents have never become known. Maxim Gorky, another opponent of the purges, and perhaps the most influential, died in August 1936, again suddenly, and again in circumstances which have led to persistent rumors of murder. It seems superfluous to mention that virtually every member of every opposition or fraction there had ever been in the party was arrested, though, for some reason, this does not apply to Alexandra Kollontai. Stalin also disbanded the Society of Old Bolsheviks and the Society of Political Prisoners, of the Tsarist regime, which up to 1935 had continued to serve as centers for Lenin's comrades and for the former revolutionaries of Tsarist days. Stalin in fact succeeded beyond the wildest dreams of any Tsarist police chief in destroying the Russian revolutionary movement. At local levels the purges were often equally sweeping. Typically, since local people tended, at least at first, to cover up for one another, a central emissary would come down to carry out the purge, and would often finish by sacking and arresting the entire local leadership. Thus, in June 1937, Kaganovich announced to a specially convened meeting of the Smolensk Obkom that their first secretary, Rumyantsev, his deputy, and most of the other local secretaries were traitors, spies of German and Japanese fascism and members of the rightist Trotskyist gang. They all disappeared without trace. Further down, in the Rayon town of Bely, similar, if 194, less extravagant, denunciations took place. At a mammoth meeting, which lasted for 4 whole days, the first secretary Kovalev was attacked from all sides, for having allegedly left the party in 1921 in protest against NEP, for having lived with a Trotskyist, for having deserted from the Red Army, for abusive and dictatorial conduct. A representative of the oblast, who presided over the meeting, actually had the nerve to accuse Kovalev of appointing and dismissing members of his Rayon party committee, instead of following the electoral procedures laid down in the party rules. Kovalev admitted his mistakes, and was dismissed. His successor fared no better, and underwent the same ordeal 6 months later. Not only the party suffered. The purges bit deep into the country's leaders in every field. Perhaps most striking, in view of the fact that the fascist danger was frequently cited in justification for vigilance, was the carnage among the senior officers of the armed forces. Among those arrested and executed were Marshal Tkakhevsky, Deputy Commissar for Defense and the principal strategic thinker in the Red Army, Marshal Igorov, Chief of the General Staff, Marshal Blyukher, Commander of the Special Far Eastern Army, who had defeated the Japanese in a major incident at Lake Kazan only 2 months before his arrest in October 1938, the commanders of the Kiev and Byelorussian military districts, closest to the ever-vulnerable western frontier, the commanders of the Black Sea and Pacific fleets. By 1940, in fact, 3 out of 5 marshals, 3 out of 3 first-rank army commanders, 12 out of 12 second-rank army commanders, and 60 out of 67 corps commanders had been arrested. More than 70% of divisional and regimental commanders, and more than 60% of the political commissars went the same way. This would have been a crippling blow to any army. It was the more so to one which had painfully built up its senior officer corps over a 20-year period, starting from very unpromising beginnings, and was now consciously preparing to fight its biggest war. The expectations this massacre aroused in the potential enemy. Stalin's TE or 195 were succinctly summed up by Hitler at a conference of his generals in January 1941. They have no good military leaders, he claimed. He was almost to be proved right. A similar, if not quite so devastating hurricane swept through every profession and walk of life. Diplomats, writers, scholars, industrial managers, scientists, members of the Comintern, all of them lived through 2 or 3 years in unceasing terror of the midnight knock on the door, which would come without rhyme or reason, and many of them disappeared without trace. Not least to suffer were the NKVD themselves. Yagoda joined Bukharin and others whose frame UPS he had devised in the same dock. Yezhov, his successor, simply disappeared in the early months of 1939. Most of their assistants in the monstrous interrogations of 1936–8 went the same way as those they had tormented. Some, who were working for the NKVD abroad and refused to return to Moscow to meet an obvious fate, were tracked down and murdered in the countries where they had sought refuge. The very last act of the purges also took place abroad. On August 20, 1940, a Spanish communist, Ramon Mercader, murdered Trotsky in Mexico with an ice pick. He was jailed for 20 years by a Mexican court, but was decorated in absentia by Stalin. It would be almost impossible to exaggerate the sufferings of the Soviet people during this period. For certain classes of the population other times may have been worse, for the peasantry the collectivization, for the inhabitants of the western regions the German occupation of 1941–4, but for the totality of the population 1936–8 was a nightmare, during which no one, save Stalin himself, could be certain of not being woken in the small hours of the night by a knock at the door, dragged out of bed and snatched away from family and friends, usually forever. Since there was neither rhyme nor reason to the process, no one could be sure of not attracting the next accusation. 196. In the capricious chain. Many people, in fact, lived with a small suitcase permanently packed with a few essentials, just in case. Why did it all happen? To start with, no doubt, Stalin wished to destroy and humiliate all those who had ever opposed him or might conceivably oppose him. This probably accounts for the carnage in the NKVD and the officer corps, the only bodies able by any stretch of the imagination to mount a challenge to him. He could not bear the presence of those who had even merely been Lenin's comrades, those who might have known about Lenin's testament. If that had been all, however, then 1/100th of the victims would have been more than enough. But what Stalin set in motion had a dynamic of its own. In all societies, individuals have grievances against one another. A colleague occupies a prestigious post that one covets, or lives in a luxurious apartment that one hankers after. In Soviet society of the 1930s, as we have seen, the number of young, ambitious, and upwardly mobile people was unusually high. Doubtless many of them were envious of their seniors. The purges opened for them dizzy opportunities. A simple donus, denunciation, sufficed, no matter how absurd, for no party or NKVD official would run the risk of being accused of lack of vigilance. Besides, given the structure of their economic enterprises, see below, page 199, it seems probable that the NKVD had a plan to fulfill for arrests. And once an investigator had a prisoner in his hands, he needed for the sake of his career, and perhaps his neck, to secure a confession from him, and if possible more denunciations, leading to yet more arrests. Everyone was driven ineluctably on, the interrogators as well as the interrogated. Perhaps, then, a pertinent question is, why did the purges ever stop? One answer is, they never have, quite. The security police even today retain most of the powers they had under Stalin, at least as regards the non-party majority of the population, and sometimes they make use of them in a similar way. But there was a real change in their methods. Stalin's TE or 197 after 1939, and again after 1953. Probably one main reason for this was that Lavrenti Beria, who became head of the NKVD in 1938, was determined not to go the way of his predecessors. Besides, the stage had long ago been reached when the arrests had begun to affect the country's industrial, scientific, and military potential. A few years more at the tempo of 1937–8, and half the Soviet population would be guarding the other half in labor camps. It was only reasonable, if belated, to try to get a grip on the situation and halt the ineluctable chain. This Beria did. A few people under investigation were released, though those already in labor camps stayed there. Thereafter terror became selective and sporadic, a system of rule rather than a hysterical campaign. The point had been made and did not need to be repeated every day. The labor camps to which the arrested, those who were not executed, that is, were sent were direct descendants of the concentration camps opened on Lenin's orders in 1918. But their nature and function had changed a good deal since then. The greatest changes had come about as a result of the first 5-year plan. For much of the 1920s, socialists in prisons and isolators had enjoyed the status of politicals, and had not been required to do forced labor. The same did not apply to criminals, former classes and counter-revolutionary elements, who had to do manual work at least to maintain the camps and prisons themselves. By the late 20s, however, faced with a desperate shortage of labor, especially in the harsher and more remote regions, the Soviet state naturally sought it in the camps. A decree of March 26, 1928 envisaged a series of economic projects with great savings in expenditure, by means of widespread use of the labor of individuals sentenced to measures of social protection. And a conference of prison officials noted in October 1929, local conditions sometimes present serious obstacles to the recruitment of labor. It is here that the places of confinement, having at their disposal 198 excess labor in great quantities, can come to the assistance of those economic enterprises which experience a labor shortage. In 1930 Gosplan received instructions to incorporate the work performed by those deprived of liberty into the planned economy of the country. A special department of the Commissariat of Internal Affairs, Gulag, or the Chief Administration of Camps, was established to run the new convict enterprises. With that the aim of reform through work finally ceased to be, if it ever had been, the aim of penal confinement in Soviet Russia, though the inscription "labor is a matter of honor, courage and heroism" continued to stand over the gates of many camps. The first great project undertaken in this way was the White Sea-Baltic Canal, the Belomar Canal in the name of I.V. Stalin. Construction was organized by Yagoda, then deputy head of the GPU. In order to save foreign currency, modern excavation technology was not used in the work, instead convicts were brought in large numbers. Work started in November 1931, and completion was announced, with great fanfares, in May 1933. Maxim Gorky headed a team of writers who went to see the completed project. They spoke to some of the convicts under the watchful eye of their guards, and returned to extol the great work of re-education which they claimed had been done there. Solzhenitsyn has called their collective publication the first work in Russian literature to glorify slave labor. Originally intended to provide an escape route by which the Baltic fleet might, if necessary, be transferred to the White Sea, the canal proved too shallow for that purpose, perhaps because of the haste with which it had been built. According to Solzhenitsyn, who tramped a long part of its length in 1966, it has almost ceased to be used. The convicts who worked on Belomar were told that they were going to be amnestied if they completed it in good time. In fact, however, the great majority of them were transferred to other forced labor. Detainees, or to give them their pithy Russian name, zeks, were used for certain. 199. Fundamental industries, timber felling and logging, the MMMG of gold, platinum and non-ferrous metals, coal mining, and construction work of all kinds, especially where these activities needed to be carried on in remote and inhospitable regions, to which it was difficult to attract free labor. The original geographical center of the labor camps was in Karelia and along the White Sea coast, where timber was the principal industry. Other major centers which subsequently developed were around Vorkuta and the Pekara Basin in the Arctic regions of European Russia, where there were substantial deposits of coal, in the new industrial areas of western Siberia, the Urals, and Kazakhstan, where Zeks laid the infrastructure of roads, railways, mines, and factories, and, most notorious of all, around Magadan and the Kolymarivay Basin in the Far East, where gold, platinum, and various precious metals, as well as timber, were to be. Found. This last region was a whole frozen continent of its own, cut off from the rest of the country by hundreds of miles of trackless waste, and only reached by convict ships whose conditions recalled the Atlantic slave trade at its worst. But by the late 1930s labor camps were to be found everywhere in the Soviet Union. There were convict construction sites in every city, including Moscow itself, surrounded by watchtowers and fences topped with barbed wire, where Zeks toiled only a few yards from ordinary free passers-by. Solzhenitsyn, in the most famous book on the subject, refers to the system as an archipelago, superimposed on the Soviet continent, and linked by a communications network hermetically sealed off from any possible contact with the outside normal world. It is a commonplace of economic theory that slave labor is normally very inefficient, as slaves have no interest in high productivity. That, during the 5-year plans, was something the Soviet authorities were not prepared to accept. They were determined to achieve high production indices even with slave labor. Indeed, sometimes output targets were set higher inside the camps than in comparable enterprises employing free labor. The secret weapon used to induce the 200 Zeks to work hard was the threat of hunger. One's daily ration depended on norm fulfillment. According to Yuri Margolin, the daily ration for 100% fulfillment was 700 grams of bread, together with a thin soup morning and evening, some kasha, gruel, in the evening and sometimes a little salt fish. This was during the war, and rates reported from elsewhere were sometimes a little higher. There was also a Stakhanovite ration for 150% norm fulfillment, 900-1000 grams of bread plus soup and kasha, but with the addition of macaroni or even meat risal in the evening. This was the only diet available which really met the needs of a manual laborer, according to Margolin. The punishment ration, for underfulfillment, was grossly inadequate, a mere 500 grams of bread, with a thin soup morning and evening. Of course, everything needs to be put in perspective, and even these rations were generous compared with those that prevailed in Leningrad during the worst of the wartime siege, when even manual workers got no more than 250 to 350 grams of bread a day. And there are reports, during the war, of peasants in Karelia coming out of their huts to greet columns of ragged Zeks and begging them for bread. Extra pressure was put on the Zek by the fact that the daily ration depended on the output, not of the individual, but of the work team. Thus the nourishment of each man depended on the hard work of his colleagues. This arrangement saved the guards and overseers a good deal of effort in spurring reluctant workers. Their own mates could be relied on to carry out that function in the interests of being adequately, or less inadequately, fed. The basic fact, however, was that the standard ration was insufficient to sustain hard and continued manual labor for 10 to 15 hours a day in the freezing cold, especially for those unaccustomed to it, as most politicals were. One witty Zek in Kolyma applied to the camp commandant to be reclassified as a horse, since in that capacity he would receive work and rations in accordance with his physical strength, and would be allotted his own stable and blanket. The Com. 201. Mandant put him in the punishment cells for 10 days, but then, with lordly good humor, relented and allowed him warmer clothing and a Stakhanovite ration. More normal was the experience of Margolin. We were never in a condition to do what was demanded of us to have enough to eat. The hungrier we were, the worse we worked. The worse we worked, the hungrier we became. From that vicious circle there was no escape. And Varlam Shalamov reports from Kolyma, the gold mines turned healthy people into invalids inside 3 weeks, hunger, lack of sleep, hour-long heavy labor, beatings. No slave owner of the past would have squandered his capital in this wastrel fashion, but then the NKVD did not have to pay for their slaves, and if they died could easily replace them by arresting more. There is every justification for the term Solzhenitsyn applied to the camps, exterminatory labor camps. The only way to avoid the vicious circle of undernourishment, exhaustion, disease, and slow death was to land a cushy job that did not entail manual labor. The best ones were in the administration, the infirmary, the kitchens, or the KVCH, The cultural educational section, a curious appendage to many camps, which combined political propaganda work with attempts to mount dramatic productions or concerts. Some camp commandants took pleasure in having a surf troupe on hand to perform. These cushy jobs literally saved people's lives. As Margolin says, social inequality in the Soviet Union is nowhere more blatant than in the camp, where the difference between the kitchen supervisor, or any other supervisor, and the ordinary Zek driven out into the forest every morning is greater than that between the millionaire and the bootblack in New York. In some camps the politicals actually had an advantage in competition for these jobs, most of them were at least literate, and many of them had administrative experience. Increasingly, however, the cushy jobs were reserved for ordinary criminals, who only constituted about 15% of the Zek population, but came to occupy a dominant position. 202. In the hierarchy. In post-war Vorkuta, Edward Bucher reports that criminals monopolized all the cushy jobs, living in separate, more comfortable quarters and enjoying better food and clothing. They brought the customs of the Soviet criminal underworld to their functions, strict observance of the interests of their own kind, and murderous exploitation of everyone else. They pillaged the politicals mercilessly, and imposed a kind of mafia rule in barracks and workplaces. Even the wretched ordinary laborers had some mechanisms for survival, if they were in a good work team. The key concept was tukta, which means fiddling the books or padding the figures. An economy which runs so much on reported figures is always liable to this kind of distortion. Solzhenitsyn gives a good example of tukta in a lumber camp. The work team leader, if possible in agreement with the norm setter, who might well also be a Zek, would inflate the figures for the timber his men had felled, in order to ensure them a reasonable day's ration. The loaders, transporters, and river workers, responsible for floating the logs downstream, would have no interest in disclosing the non-existent surplus, since they too could fulfill their norms with the help of it. The officials at the sawmill downstream would work on the same principle, as would the freight crews transporting the wood by rail to timber yards. Only the ultimate recipient of the wood, perhaps a furniture works, would have an interest in showing up the discrepancy, but even he would be unlikely to refuse the consignment. He would be desperately short of raw materials, and only too glad to take what he could get. If he did decide to reclaim the missing quantity, the legal process would last months, and then might not result in improved supplies. Only in extreme cases did commissions of inquiry descend upon the camp, and by then the guilty parties might well have been transferred elsewhere. The principle of tukta clearly applies not only to camps but to the entire Soviet economy, owing to the paramount importance of plan implementation figures, and the general. 203. Practice of piece rate labor remuneration. Its existence throws an element of doubt on all Soviet production figures. Obviously, however, cozy arrangements of this kind could not be fixed everywhere and at all times. And indeed, the death rate in the camps was very high. It is impossible to make precise estimates, and conditions differed greatly from one camp to another. Kolyma and the Vorkuta railway were notorious, and lumbering was generally dangerous. Robert Conquest has estimated a minimum death rate of 10% per annum up to 1950, when things improved somewhat, and perhaps as high as 30% in the worst camps. It is even more difficult to give an accurate idea of the overall labor camp population. Nearly all calculations are based on projections from scraps of data about one camp, or from overall figures for the Soviet labor force, in which it is impossible to distinguish Zeks from other working hands. On these uncertain foundations, estimates of the Zek numbers in the late 1930s range from 3 to 15 million. For a higher figure speaks impressionistic evidence that, among the urban and professional strata who have left written records, nearly everyone had friends or relatives who had been arrested. On the other hand, any really do not know how far the arrests affected ordinary workers and peasants, who after all constituted the majority of the population. In his authoritative work on the subject, Robert Conquest arrives at a figure of 8 million, not including criminals, for 1938. Taking this as an average for the period 1936 to 50, he estimates that there were some 12 million deaths. Even this does not take into account those executed, nor the victims of dekulakization, most of whom will have died before 1936. With them in mind, it may be that the casualties of the Stalin terror totaled 15 to 20 million. The labor camps and the terror were an intrinsic part of Stalinist society. They resulted directly from the methods the party resolved to use to transform industry and agriculture. 204. To eliminate bourgeois specialists and to appoint its own promising young men, as well as from the methods Stalin used to defeat his opponents. But no nation can consume its own population in such a reckless manner without suffering incalculable damage. As a system of rule, Stalin's terror could not persist indefinitely. Yet trying to end it was to bring his successors some very difficult dilemmas. 8. During Stalin's lifetime, contemporary Western observers sought an explanation for the bizarre and horrifying phenomena of the late '30s by concentrating on the situation of the leader. In the absence of a vigilant press or parliamentary opposition, they hypothesized that he needed to combat corruption, sloth, and incipient independence among his subordinates by instituting a permanent purge in their ranks, periodically removing those who had taken root too comfortably, and replacing them with fresh appointees totally dependent on him personally. This permanent purge was held to be the cardinal feature of a new kind of political system, totalitarianism, whose principal characteristics were, I. Central direction of the entire economy, 2. A single mass party mobilizing the population, either to build socialism or to fight against enemies, 3. An official monopoly of mass communications, 4. Supervision of everyone by a ubiquitous and terroristic security police, v. Adulation of a single leader, 6. A single official ideology. Projecting a perfect final state of mankind and claiming priority over both the legal order and the individual conscience. Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy, from where indeed the word totalitarianism originated, were considered to offer further examples of this type, as were, after the war, Communist China and the new socialist states of Central and Eastern Europe. In most respects this model seems to me convincing. Whether it really applied to Nazi Germany or Fascist Italy is questionable, but it certainly appears appropriate to characterize the type of society whose emergence I have been tracing. 206. In the foregoing chapters. All the same, it did not describe the society as a whole, it assumed that workers, peasants, and intelligentsia were passive objects of the terror and the mobilization. It did not even examine at all closely the kind of ruling stratum the leader would need to exercise his power. With the benefit of hindsight, and increasingly rich historical documentation, we can now see that these various social strata were not simply passive, and that indeed their input, their goals, and aspirations, have profoundly influenced the evolution of the system. Actually, amidst the turmoil of economic transformation and terror, not just a new political system but also a new kind of society was taking shape, and one which proved in the long run not to be permanently purgeable, which indeed has turned out hierarchical, deeply conservative, and surprisingly stable over the long term. At its core were the new technical graduates who already had the beginnings of a party career behind them and were thus well placed to take over from the bourgeois specialists who had dominated the economy and the professions throughout the 20s. In a period of fast economic growth, the combination of political and technical skills possessed by the new graduates rendered them indispensable. As Stalin said in February 1931, in a dig at the already old-fashioned praktiki, the party men without proper technical qualifications, it is time the Bolsheviks themselves became specialists. In a period of reconstruction, technology decides everything. And an economic manager who doesn't want to study and master technology isn't a manager at all. He's a poor joke. That the technological graduates of the first 5-year plan period, those who survived the purges, that is, could do very well for themselves, can be seen from consideration of the following careers. V.A. Malashev graduated from the Bauman Mechanical Engineering Institute in Moscow in 1932 at the age of 30, and went to work as designer at the Kolomna locomotive. 207 works, of which he became the director in 1937. After only 2 years in that post he was appointed USSR People's Commissar for Heavy Machine Construction in 1939, at the age of 37. A.N. Kosygin graduated from the Leningrad Textile Institute in 1935, aged 31, became director of a textile factory 2 years later, and in 1939 became USSR People's Commissar for the textile industry. In 1934 D.F. Ustinov graduated from the Leningrad Military Mechanical Institute. In 1940 he became director of the Bolshevik Armaments Works in Leningrad, and in 1941, aged 33, was appointed to the crucial post of USSR People's Commissar for the armaments industry. Compared with them, L.I. Brezhnev moved relatively slowly and kept closer to the party ladder. He graduated from the Dneprodzerzhinsk Metallurgical Institute in 1935, at the age of 29, and worked as an engineer for a time, becoming deputy chairman of the Dneprodzerzhinsk Soviet in 1937, and deputy secretary of the Dnepropetrovsk Obkom, Oblast Party Committee, in 1939. Likewise, N.S. Khrushchev, having been sent to the Moscow Industrial Academy in 1929, aged 35 already, left it for some reason after only 2 years, became a Raycom, Rayan Party Committee, secretary in Moscow, then first secretary in Moscow in 1935 and first secretary in the Ukraine in 1938. It will be apparent from the names I have quoted that these Vidvigenцы, upwardly socially mobile, of the early to mid-1930s have played a key role in the subsequent leadership of the Communist Party, right up to the very recent past. In 1952, just before Stalin's death, they formed 50% of the ministers and deputy ministers on whom biographical data is available, 57 out of 115, while a further 22 had been adult graduates of technological institutes during NEP and 65% of them were of working class origin or had been workers a while. As late as 1980 they still formed half of the Politburo. Brezhnev, Kosygin, Kirilenko, Ustinov, Gromyko, Kunev, and Pelshi, all of whom except Kunev were of working class or peasant background. During the 1930s, then, the social and educational 208 background of the leading party cadres changed considerably. In the 1920s the party had been led mainly by people of middle class and professional background, with an education in law or humanities. In the 30s their places were taken by people of working class and peasant background, with a predominantly technological education. The great changeover took place between the 17th Party Congress in 1934 and the 18th Congress in 1939. Only 29 members of the 139-strong Central Committee at the former were also present at the latter. Most of the remainder had been arrested by the NKVD in the meantime, and a good many of them shot. The new men rose to power in 3 areas: industrial administration, government, and party. But these 3 areas were very closely interconnected, and posts within them to some extent interchangeable in function. A government post was by definition likely to be concerned with some branch of industry, since most of the people's commissariats headed some branch of industry. Obkom and Gorkom, Regional and Urban Party Committee, secretaries also, especially in the industrial provinces, spent most of their time advancing the economic reputation of their territory, and that quite often meant intervening personally to sort out confusions and bottlenecks, and to ensure the securing of vitally needed supplies or fuel. Thus, for example, when the government decided in November 1940 that a new type of motor was urgently needed for heavy artillery, they entrusted the contract to the Rybinsk Motor Construction Works, and ordered N.S. Patalichev, first secretary of the local obkom, to take over direction of the works temporarily, and oversee the speedy retooling that would be required. For Patalichev, who had trained as a military engineer in the early 30s, this was a familiar kind of task, and while he was away he was able to hand over the political direction of the oblast to his second secretary. Nevertheless, they remained above all party men. Typically, they had first attracted notice by their work in 209. Party or Komsomol, they viewed their technological training as a party assignment, and they were subsequently prepared to move away from the particular speciality they had studied when the party required it. Kendall Bales has done a computerized study of 1,100 members of the technical intelligentsia who were singled out for official honors of some kind between 1958 and 1965, most of whom, that is to say, were young men in the 1920s and 1930s. He found that they tended to have two distinct career patterns, those who rose in the party state hierarchy, and those who remained in strictly technological posts. The political group tended to be closer in age, most of them were born between 1900 and 1914, more proletarian in social background and more provincial in education. They were mostly educated between 1928 and 1941, especially in metallurgy and mechanical engineering, the great staples of the first 3 5-year plans. Slavs were overrepresented among them, especially Russians, also Armenians and Georgians, but there were almost no Jews, and very few Asiatics or women. These were the men who moved into the center of the nomenklatura network in the late 1930s. A similar process was taking place in other fields, especially in the army, where former political commissars were retraining in military academies and returning to the forces as fully fledged officers. Also in education, health, law, the diplomatic service, the arts, individuals enjoying the trust of the party's card indexers were obtaining a proper professional training and returning to take charge of trade unions, educational establishments, and research institutes. The life of this embryonic ruling class was a strange one. On the one hand, they were moving into a comfortable and secure existence. As Nadezhda Mandelstam wrote, with the jaundiced eye of a literary outsider, the new Moscow was being built up and adopting the ways of the world. People were opening their first bank accounts, buying furniture and WNTMG novels. Everybody could hope for speedy advancement, because every day somebody was plucked. 210. From their midst and had to be replaced those who rose well up the nomenklatura network enjoyed privileges which most of the population could only dream of: spacious housing, special health care, access through special stores and distributors to good food supplies and to consumer goods at cheap prices. There were free or subsidized holidays, and indeed, for the very top people, weekend dachas in secluded areas and chauffeured motor transport. One could extend the list, without even mentioning levels of pay, which were no longer even nominally bound by petty bourgeois notions of equalization. On the other hand, in other ways the lives of these new appointees were strikingly insecure. They did not own any of the benefits mentioned above, they enjoyed them by virtue of their official positions, and hence at the pleasure of Stalin, the NKVD, and the Cadres Department of the Party Central Committee. The nomenklatura system, which was finally perfected now, determined the distribution of these official positions, and the benefits which went with them. The word nomenklatura designates two separate lists, a list of posts, and a list of personnel available to fill them. At Central Committee level this list of posts probably included party secretaries at Republic and Oblast level, all Union commissars, ministers, and Republican prime ministers, senior diplomatic officials, senior members of RTE judicial system and the procuracy, senior officers of the armed forces, leading officials in the NKVD. These were probably in practice appointed by Stalin himself, editors of all union newspapers, heads of trade unions, creative unions, youth and women's organizations, rectors of universities and heads of major research institutes, directors of factories of all union significance. At Republican, Oblast, and Rayon/town level, the local party committee had at its disposal a list of similar posts at a correspondingly lower level, together with lists of individuals who might fill them. All personnel lists were kept up to date by the NKVD and the Cadres Department at the appropriate level, and no one would receive an official appointment who 211 had displeased a superior or strayed from the current party line. Taken together, the nomenklatura lists constituted by now a formidable machinery of patronage extending to every influential professional or political function in the entire country. Those whom Stalin had made he could always unmake. And he frequently did. When an official was dismissed or arrested, von Hermor, he and his family lost all the privileges to which they had become accustomed. In case of arrest, in fact, they might lose all property rights. That is one reason why so many wives divorced their recently convicted husbands. Officials had two ways of warding off this threat. They might ensure against it collectively, by forming a family circle whose members would cover up each other's inadequacies, or individually, by denouncing their rivals and gaining the favor of the local NKVD. When the arrests eased late in 1938, the latter method usually yielded to the former. This induced in every appointed official extreme caution and reluctance to take responsibility, as has been noted by many visitors to the USSR. Those whom Stalin promoted, however, could enjoy meteoric careers. As an example of an abrupt and breathtaking promotion, one may take the experience of A.S. Chwayanov, who graduated in 1934 at the age of 29 from the Moscow Chemical Technical Institute of the meat industry. After combining graduate studies with work as a plant engineer, he did a year in the Central Committee apparatus, and then in 1938 was summoned to CAA. Andreev, currently the Central Committee Secretary for Cadres. Andreev told him he was to be recommended as first secretary of the Stalingrad Oblast Party Committee, recommended meant, of course, appointed, but formally the post was an elective one. Now, Stalingrad was a showpiece new industrial city of nearly 500,000 people, named moreover after the leader himself, and Chwayanov, a mere 4 years out of college, understandably demurred that he had very little experience of 212 party work. Andreev replied, "You'll get the experience. You have recently graduated from a VUZ. You know agriculture and the fishing industry, so your candidacy is quite appropriate." Brushing further hesitations aside, he added, "As a future obcom secretary, you can't wear your old student suit," and rang the Central Committee business manager in order that Chwayanov be clothed and shod as a future obcom secretary, at Central Committee expense. So urgent was the new appointment that Chwayanov, after picking up his suit, was not even allowed to go home and tell his family all about their good fortune. He had to make straight for the station, instructing his wife to meet him there and collect his old clothes. The combination of emergency procedures with due concern for old-fashioned bourgeois standards of dress is characteristic of the new elite. Perhaps because they were mostly of working class and peasant origin, these new men were unduly impressed with the outward symbols of bourgeois and aristocratic life, often in their most old-fashioned and least tasteful manifestations. In architecture, for example, Stalin ordered a departure from oversimplified architectural designs, and more emphasis on facade motifs, which meant in practice the grandiose, overwrought forms of Stalinist Baroque, seen in their purest, or impurest, aspect in the Moscow Underground and the 1953 Moscow University building on Lenin Hills. In a remarkable book a few years ago, Vera Dunham used novels of the late Stalin era to show how the new class surrounded itself with chintz curtains and polka-dotted teacups at home, and with thick pile carpets and red plush hangings at work. A taste for the unimaginative, monumental, easily comprehensible, and traditional likewise invaded all the arts, now controlled through the various creative unions by professionals promoted by the party and steadfastly loyal to it. The taste for order and old-fashioned standards began to extend into other areas of Soviet life. Take the field of family policy, for example. In the 1920s the regime had tried to 213. Weaken the family as a bourgeois institution, which exploited women and perpetuated a paternalistic notion of property. Under legislation passed at that time, any stable cohabitation, whether registered or not, could be considered a family, and the resultant children had the rights of any other citizen. Abortion was available on demand. A partner to a marriage could obtain divorce simply by requesting it. The other partner had to be informed, but not necessarily consulted, so that sometimes divorce was achieved simply by sending a postcard. There is little doubt that these provisions, together with the social upheavals of the time, quite seriously weakened the family as a social institution. In 1934 TBI-7 divorces were reported for every 100 marriages, and in the hospitals and clinics of Moscow there were 57,000 live births, but 154,000 abortions. The birth rate remained low, to the alarm of authorities anxious to see plenty of recruits coming forward for the army and the labor force. The breakup of families also meant a huge increase in the number of orphans, though this problem was certainly aggravated as well by the deportations and arrests. Some of these displaced children were absorbed into state orphanages, but many simply roamed the streets and begged. Some became diseased and died, while others formed into gangs, who would attack and rob people in the street, or even invade and ransack apartment blocks. In the face of such unwelcome social developments, the media began during 1934-5 for the first time to extol stable family life and devotion to the upbringing of children. The state cannot exist without the family. Marriage has a positive value for the Soviet socialist state only if the partners see in it a lifelong union. So-called free love is a bourgeois invention. Moreover, marriage receives its full value for the state only if there is progeny, and the consorts experience the highest happiness of parenthood. A greater element of ceremony was restored to marriages. An order went out to brighten up civil registry offices, and 214. The manufacture and sale of gold wedding rings was once more authorized, though this must have deprived the Soviet Union of a proportion of its foreign currency earnings. Divorce was made both more expensive and more difficult, becoming from 1944 contingent on court proceedings. Abortion was prohibited, except in cases involving a very serious health risk. During the public discussion which preceded this enactment, some women wrote to the newspapers, complaining of the curtailment of their right to work and study which the step W called entail. "If I become pregnant," wrote one young woman, "I shall have to leave the institute. One cannot live in a hostel with children." The editors replied, however, that the answer was to improve the child care services. The family as an economic unit was also strengthened. After the revolution the inheritance of property had been abolished, except insofar as was necessary to ensure the subsistence of dependents. Now it was progressively restored, until in 1945 the upper limit on the amount of property that could be bequeathed was abolished. This was far from being a restoration of bourgeois property rights, since in Soviet circumstances property is very limited, and plays a far smaller role in determining an individual's or a family's status than in the West. However, it certainly increased the power of the head of the family. An urban apartment could now sometimes be passed on, also perhaps a dacha with a small plot of land, by no means negligible benefits in a country desperately short of living space. Since, moreover, children of unregistered marriages were excluded from these arrangements, in practice the legal concept of illegitimacy was restored. In education, too, the Soviet state was turning away from the excesses of the Cultural Revolution. In August 1931 the Central Committee passed a resolution noting that schools were not imparting a sufficient amount of general knowledge, nor adequately solving the problem of training fully literate persons with a good grasp of the basic sciences. This reflected the views of both parents and employers that 215. Children were coming to their first jobs without good work habits and without the fundamentals a school could be expected to have taught. Over the next 2 or 3 years the content and style of school education was tightened up markedly. A core curriculum in mathematics, the sciences, the native language, history, and geography was laid down, teaching of the social sciences was curtailed, to be replaced by programmed instruction in Marxism-Leninism. The project method was formally condemned, and regular classroom instruction reimposed, while manual labor and vocational studies almost disappeared. Officially approved textbooks were prescribed and a formal system of tests and examinations restored, with marks to be awarded by the teacher, and not, as sometimes earlier, by the pupils themselves. Of the newly prescribed syllabi the one in history is especially interesting. Teachers of history were instructed to avoid abstract sociological schemes, and instead to employ a chronological historical sequence in the exposition of historical events, firmly fixing in the minds of the pupils important events, personages, and dates. Pokrovsky, the doyen of Marxist historians, whose word had been law in the 20s, was now disdained. Kings, battles and dates were back in fashion, especially battles won by the Russians. Ivan the Terrible and Peter the Great were once again national heroes, even if the regimes they presided over had been oppressive. The foundation and consolidation of a strong Russian national state was now held to be a virtue outweighing the exploitation of the masses. In the late 30s a major symbolic return to pre-revolutionary conditions was accomplished when school uniforms were restored, complete with compulsory pigtails for girls. Fees were reintroduced for the three upper forms of the secondary school, since they were the forms which prepared children for higher education. The effect was to segregate academic from vocational training, leaving the former for the more privileged strata. 216. By the same token, the systematic recruitment of workers from the factory floor for higher education was suspended. The rabfaki were cut back, and then closed altogether. From 1938 they were replaced by extramural departments, zaokni fakulteti, where ordinary workers could supplement their education either in the evening or by correspondence, but in any case on top of a day's work, and without any financial support. Positive discrimination in favor of worker and peasant entrance to VUSI stopped, and candidates were admitted strictly according to academic criteria. Fees of 300 to 500 rubles per annum were introduced in 1940, but reduced or waived for students who received the highest marks in the examinations. By the late 30s, in fact, the entire educational system had been remodeled along traditional, almost pre-revolutionary, lines, for the needs of a society which had become hierarchical, imperial, and conservative in its outlook. The only new element, but it was a major one, was the introduction of systematic and compulsory tuition in Marxism-Leninism for all pupils and students. This was part of the imposition of a rigid and unimaginative orthodoxy in all spheres of intellectual and cultural life, which requires further examination, since it became the legitimizing ideology both for Stalin and for his new ruling class. This ideology was formed directly out of Leninism, but selectively, taking those aspects of Leninism which remained expedient and refurbishing them in a new, cruder, and more monolithic form. Stalin drew out particularly Lenin's reflections on building socialism in one country, dating from the period when both world revolution and war communism had for the moment failed. Stalin argued that the socialist revolution was different in nature from the bourgeois revolution. Since no socialist economy had matured inside bourgeois society, as a bourgeois economy was held to have matured inside feudal society, it followed that the creation of a socialist economy had to be undertaken by the post-revolutionary state. The bourgeois revolution. 217. Usually ends with the seizure of power, whereas for the proletarian revolution the seizure of power is only the beginning, after which power is used as a lever for the reconstruction of the old economy and the organization of a new one. This implicitly contradicted the Lenin of imperialism and of state and revolution, who had maintained that the centralized economy developing inside late bourgeois society would enable ordinary working people to take it over and run it as a ready-made, semi-socialist economy. Stalin's reformulation laid much more emphasis on the state, assigned to it in fact a positive and leading role. Clearly, there could no longer be any talk about the withering away of the state, at least until mature socialism was attained. On the contrary, Stalin asserted that as the Soviet Union approached socialism, so the efforts of its enemies, both internal and external, would become ever more frenzied. The Soviet state would accordingly have to become stronger, in order to resist and destroy the class enemy. Stalin's teachings, the latest link in what was now reclassified as Marxism-Leninism-Stalinism, were expounded systematically in the short course on the history of the CPSU-B, which became the staple intellectual diet of every school child and student in the country. There it was shown how the Bolshevik Party, under the unfailingly perspicacious leadership of Lenin, with his disciple Stalin at his side, had carried out the October Revolution, and then systematically set about constructing a socialist society in spite of all assaults from within and without. All the other Bolshevik leaders, unless they had had the good fortune to die before the purges, were characterized as splitters, saboteurs, or traitors who had done their best to impede the course chosen by the two great men. This was a simple-minded, mythical account of Soviet history, with its straightforward heroes and villains, and it appealed to the men of humble background and rudimentary education who were by now moving into the extensive network of party posts as ideologists, propagandists, and agitators. From the moment it was published. 218. The short course became the obligatory and sufficient authority on all the subjects it touched. Others writing in the same field had to repeat the sacred words of the master. Every school child and student had to study it diligently and reproduce whole passages of it as required in examinations. It became in fact the canonical text of Stalinism. Did people actually believe it? This is one of the most difficult questions to answer for a past epoch, especially since we have all too few honest testimonies from those who were the pillars of the system. For young people, of course, the Stalinist worldview had considerable attractions. It offered a mission, a purpose to which one could dedicate oneself together with others, a reason for believing that life could and should be lived to the full. Raisa Orlova, a late 1930s student at IFLI, the Institute of Philology, Literature, and History, which had taken over the humanities faculties of Moscow University, recalls, "I passionately wanted to be happy, and lived with my eyes tight closed. Everything negative in our life simply bounced off us, extruded by our whole frame of mind." She admits that if anyone had got up in their auditorium and spoken the truth about the famine, the show trials and the labor camps, he would not have been believed, and indeed would have been shouted down. Thus a natural mixture of self-interest, spontaneous optimism and altruistic dedication to the common cause led many into a lifetime's devoted service to the Stalinist state. Another satisfaction which the ideology afforded was certainty, the right to banish doubts. Wolfgang Leonhard, the German communist, who studied in Moscow from 1935 to 1940, later wrote, "Marxism-Leninism was for us the only scientific world outlook. Everybody else in the world, the Social Democrats, the liberals, the conservatives, had their opinions, but we, the Marxist-Leninists, we had a scientific world outlook. They might be good specialists in this or that, but we knew the fundamental." 219. Answer to the riddle of the past, present and future, for all nations and for all countries. In the face of such majestic senility, personal doubts about the odd arrest or show trial seemed very trivial. Yet it remains true that probably the majority of the population could not really believe the official ideology. So what did they do? Here we come to a curious and paradoxical feature of Soviet society. People were required to mouth the ritual phrases of the ideology, but God forbid that they should take it all seriously and act upon it. Thus one had to state with all apparent conviction that the Soviet Constitution of 1936 was the most democratic in the world, but to attempt to avail oneself of the democratic freedoms it proclaimed was to invite disaster. Or, to take an opposite example, the mass arrests and the labor camps were never mentioned in the public media, but everyone knew, and the regime intended them to know, that people suddenly disappeared, that terrible things happened to them, and that many of them died. The result was that most people were compelled to live two intellectual and spiritual lives, a public one where they repeated grotesque falsehoods and kept silent about terrible truths, and a private one, shared only with absolutely trusted friends, where perhaps the truth was faced, if one had the courage to face it. And because of the ubiquity of NKVD informers, Stukaki or knockers, as they were called, many people had no one whom they trusted completely. State monopoly of information and mass communications, deployed in this manner and backed by the widespread practice of police denunciations, degraded the nation's intellectual and cultural life. The assimilation and public discussion of uncomfortable facts, which is what enables people in most societies to form opinions about political issues, became impossible. In their absence, most people no longer knew quite what they thought, and fell back on cynicism and acceptance, or lived in the ambivalence and confusion which George Orwell aptly dubbed doublethink. 220. The function of ideology, then, had changed considerably since Lenin's time. Lenin had proclaimed that Marxism is all-powerful because it is true, and he had insisted on his own version of it because he wanted to get things done. His colleagues followed him, in spite of periodic doubts, because they wanted to change the world. But as the utopian dream faded, and the real world became more intractable, the party leaders split into those who wanted to return to utopia by ever more coercive means, Trotsky and the left, and those who were prepared to recognize reality and to try to accommodate themselves to it, Bukharin and the right. Stalin took a third course, which was to consolidate the hold on power which was the Bolsheviks' one tangible achievement, abandoning the utopian dreams in practice, while still using the utopian myths, only now as a means, not of changing society, but of bolstering the existing power structure and inducing the population to accept it. The New Style ideology, then, was no longer a guide to action, but a system of stylized myths and fictions to which the population was required to render symbolic obeisance. Actual belief in the myths could now be subversive. What was demanded was the external acquiescence. The fiction that life had become better and more cheerful required the people to accept low pay, long hours of work and atrocious housing without complaint. The myth of the scientific nature of Marxism-Leninism-Stalinism was intended to induce everybody to accept the present regime, on the understanding that it had a scientific conception of history, and was certain to attain its ultimate goals. The myths of the deepening class struggle, of enemies of the people, imperialist agents, spies, diversionists and such like justified a general attitude of vigilance and suspicion of one's neighbor, as well as a vast and uncontrolled security apparatus and the need for huge armaments and universal military service. Only one myth turned out not to be a myth, that was the imperialist threat. In 1941 that became reality in no uncertain fashion, and significantly the realization of one of his 221 myths caused Stalin something approaching a nervous breakdown before he could face up to it. Hitler's attack in fact conferred on the communist regime a legitimacy which it had largely lost in the eyes of the masses. In some respects the Stalinist ideology resembled a religion. It claimed to understand the whole of human nature and indeed, in the form of dialectical materialism, the whole of the universe. It was backed by rituals and ceremonials that were partially reminiscent of religious ones. Yet, because it was essentially a political and economic doctrine, it failed to fill some of the main functions of a religion. Man's beliefs and values were regarded as secondary, they could have no autonomous meaning, because they were merely derivative. This lacuna proved very unsatisfactory, and in the publicly projected ideology a certain recognition of autonomous subjectivity did re-emerge. Especially in literature and the arts, a cult arose of hero worship, patriotism, family attachment, arid romantic love, all sentiments far removed from classical Marxism, but answering the needs of the new red specialists of modest social origin and meager cultural background. The man most closely identified with the new tendencies in literature was Maxim Gorky. He had very much disliked the despotic style of the early Bolsheviks, and he had lived in Italy for most of the 20s. But from 1928 the party went out of its way to attract him back home, feeling the need of the man who had made his name as the great proletarian writer. Gorky, in the end, gave way. Perhaps he was getting old and homesick, perhaps he had become disillusioned with the other émigré writers, perhaps he wanted to believe that a real future was being built in his homeland. At any rate, he returned to great public acclaim, a mansion was placed at his disposal, as well as 2 country villas, one of them in the Crimea. His supplies and furnishings were managed by the same department of the NKVD which looked after Stalin and members of the Politburo, and he was protected by a similarly tight guard. 222. The members of RAP were none too keen on his return, and, although for a time he worked with them, for example, on the Belomar volume mentioned above, they were right to have forebodings. The party had grown tired of rap, as of other participants in the Cultural Revolution. On April 23, 1932, a Central Committee resolution declared that the FM work of the existing proletarian literary and artistic organizations is becoming too narrow and is hindering the proper development of literary work. It announced that, therefore, rap would be closed down. Instead, a new union of Soviet writers would be established to unite all writers supporting the platform of Soviet power and aspiring to participate in the building of socialism. This union held its first Congress in 1934. Gorky played a key role in its inception, and in formulating the guidelines the union recommended for the new literature. The basic principle of literary creation was now claimed to be socialist realism. This doctrine was consciously framed in such a way as to exclude too narrow an interpretation. Terms like proletarian realism, communist realism, or the dialectical materialist creative method were rejected as being too closely identified with a particular political or literary current. Socialist realism was declared to be the culmination of all the best literary currents of the past, whether Russian or foreign. Indeed, all the great writers of the past were seen as precursors, in some sense, of socialist realism. They had all been narodny, or popular, rooted in the people, they had all depicted reality, they had all reflected a progressive outlook, at least in the context of their times. So, at least, it could be argued. Some writers, of course, Stendhal, Balzac, Dickens, Tolstoy, Zola, were seen as being closer to the standard than others. Then, through Chernyshevsky and Gorky, the world literary heritage flowed on to reach its high point in a few selected post-revolutionary Russian novels, such as Gladkov's Cement, Furmanov's Chapiv, Fadayev's The Rout, and the first part of Sholokov's The Quiet Dawn, which were constantly evoked in early discussions of socialist realism. In each of 223 them, a hero appears from among the people. He is guided and matured by the party, which tempers his spontaneity with its consciousness, and then he leads his comrades and followers to great victories over enemies and natural obstacles in the name of the wonderful future which the party is building. This characteristic outline, fleshed out in different ways and embellished with various subplots, could not be deduced from any of the official definitions of socialist realism, but it was to become the archetypal plot of the high literature of the Stalin period. What was being emphasized, in fact, at the time of the proclamation of the doctrine of socialist realism was not so much its revolutionary or proletarian nature as its identification with the party, as the indwelling spirit of the established socialist state, and with the best literary traditions of all times and all nations. Former proletarian writers did less well in the distribution of official posts in the Writers' Union than the supposedly apolitical fellow travelers. The Stalinist state was trying how to project itself as a great empire, of a new and higher kind, to be sure, but still possessing the positive attributes of the great civilizations of the past. Despite the obvious differences, one might compare the cultural life of the new Soviet Russia with that of 17th-century France, where the state of the Sun King also endeavored to lay the foundations of a great literary tradition, through the Académie Française by prescribing norms of taste derived from the classical past. The Union of Soviet Writers was established in this monolithic imperial spirit, and under strict party control. Its structure and functions may be examined as a model for all professional and creative unions in the Soviet Union. Party control is exercised, as in other professions, through the nomenklatura system, by which writers acceptable to the party are appointed to positions of authority in the union. The union provides for writers a whole range of services which they cannot command elsewhere. It has constructed blocks of flats, country villas, holiday homes, hospitals and 224 sanatoria. It secures the writer advances on his work, arranges journeys for him to collect material, assures him peace and quiet for writing in a creative retreat, and provides a secretary to prepare the final typescript. Regular seminars listen to readings and discuss work in progress. The Union, in fact, integrates writers into the nation's elite, with the top writers in the highest ranks of it, and surrounds them with both care and vigilance. It also owns a large number of journals and publishing houses, so that it regulates access to the most important benefit of all, that of publication. Its senior officials and editors are in regular close touch with cultural officials of the party central committee, so that they know at any moment what are the current frontiers of the acceptable. These senior figures are usually second-rate writers themselves, and hence dependent on their official position for the status and authority they possess. Even more than Marxist-Leninist ideology, it has been their tastes and prejudices which have done most in practice to determine the nature of literary production. With some notable exceptions, they have mostly been men of mediocre education and uncertain culture, whose tastes have derived partly from folk culture and partly from the mass literature beginning to take root in Russia before the revolution, adventure stories, detective fiction, love romances. This mixture has helped to account for some of the characteristics of Soviet literature, and especially fiction. There is, as we have seen, a stratum of highbrow literature: Gorky, A. Tolstoy, Sholokhov, and Ostrovsky, Fedyaev, mostly heroic and hyperbolic, with its roots simultaneously and incongruously in both 19th-century realist fiction and heroic folk epics, then a much commoner middlebrow stream, hovering uneasily between partynost, party-mindedness, and railway bookstall literature, novels of war and adventure, historical novels with heroes from the Russian past, or detective fiction in which Chikot or police officials thwart the designs of the imperialists. Altogether, the literary bureaucrats have been quite close to their readers in taste. 225. The problem is, of course, there have been quite a few writers who did not fit readily into this structure. Indeed, they were often the best ones, who found political control and collective mediocrity repugnant. They practiced, particularly in the Stalin years, what Babel, who was one of them, called the genre of silence, or they turned to journalism, translation, or children's literature as a substitute for writing works which they knew they had no hope of publishing. A few, like Bulgakov, went on writing anyway, in the belief that manuscripts do not burn, and that posterity would read them. Among those who fell silent were Babel, Mandelstam, Pasternak, Akhmatova. Olesha turned largely to journalism, Pilniak and Zoshchenko tried to conform and changed the nature of their writing, with poor results. Zamyatin, as we have seen, emigrated, with better results. Some major writers, Babel, Pilniak, Mandelstam, actually went to their deaths in the labor camps, and by the indiscriminate irony of Stalin's Russia their fate was shared by their former tormentor, Averbach. The operations of the Writers' Union throw a good deal of light on the way ideology and culture have been administered in the Soviet Union, from the early 1900s onwards. The cultural revolutionaries were disinherited by monolithic professional unions set up by the state and run by a mixture of old and red specialists under strict party guidance. The result has not necessarily been the imposition of Marxist orthodoxy. In fact, often the old specialists, like Gorky, had the commanding influence, and the professional guidelines combined much of their outlook with a modified Russian patriotism and a selective Marxism-Leninism. The result was an eclectic mixture of socialism and Russian nationalism acceptable to the men now moving into the top positions in the power structure and needing ideology as a means of staying there. During the 30s, then, amidst all the upheavals of social change on an unprecedented scale, a new hierarchical social structure was taking shape, with its focus in the parties. 226. Nomenklatura appointments system. The new ruling elite was far from being a stable or established social class as yet, but it held in its hands formidable political instruments with which it could eventually consolidate its power. In one sense, this new class's greatest enemy was its creator, Stalin, and the security police apparatus which he personally controlled. In another sense, however, the new class needed the security police for its own protection. Raw, inexperienced, and often still very young, its members had overwhelming power, but they still lacked tradition and legitimacy. In 1941 an ordeal burst upon them which enabled them to gain elements of both. 9. Religion and nationality. UNO, or the Soviet state. The Soviet state, with its all-embracing ideology, rapidly took on itself, as we have seen, many of the claims and attributes of an established church. It was prone, therefore, to regard religious movements, and particularly the formerly established Russian Orthodox Church, as its rivals. In theory this should not have been the case. Lenin held that religion was simply a product of social oppression and economic exploitation. The social oppression of the toiling masses, their apparent complete helplessness before the blind forces of capitalism, that is the deepest contemporary root of religion. Theoretically it followed from this that the elimination of social and economic evils should lead to the disappearance of religious belief. In practice, however, the party has never shown any confidence that this would happen. It has not felt able to concede the church's toleration, and let them decline of their own accord. On the contrary, from the beginning it has aimed at the destruction of the churches and the forcible secularization of believers. With the exception of the years 1941 to 53, that has remained the case ever since. The very first ecclesiastical legislation of the Soviet state in January 1918 was entitled The Separation of Church and State. In fact, however, it was not so much a separation as a subordination of the church to the state. Churches and religious societies were deprived of the rights of juridical persons, and all church lands and properties were nationalized without compensation, though congregations were given the right to hire back their buildings and sacred objects free of 228. Charge for the purposes of divine service. Churches might, however, now also be used by local Soviets for other functions, such as concerts, film shows or political meetings. All clergymen were reduced to the socially inferior status of lichency or deprives, that is to say, they were deprived of the vote, paid higher taxes, and received ration cards at the lowest level, while their children were debarred from specialist or higher education. Although religious propaganda was not explicitly forbidden, in practice all religious education outside the family was made impossible, and all religious publications were outlawed by the state censorship. Meanwhile the party proceeded actively to carry out its intention, as stated in the 1919 party program, to liberate the toiling masses from religious prejudices and to organize the broadest scientific, educational and anti-religious propaganda. The methods of liberation did not only include propaganda. The Soviet state actively and brutally persecuted the churches. A large number of church buildings were desecrated and destroyed or turned over for secular use. More than half the monasteries were closed down, and 28 bishops and more than 1,000 priests were arrested or died in violent clashes by 1921. Some of them were simply executed by the Cheka as class enemies. These early repressive measures were supplemented by further legislation on religious associations in 1929. This laid down that religious activity was only to be permitted to registered congregations, each of which must consist of at least 20 people over the age of 18. Only such groups would be authorized to hire church buildings and the accoutrements of divine service, and to engage a priest to perform the service. Priests were thus no longer seen as pastors, but as mere employees of their congregations, hired to render a service, as one would a plumber or an electrician. All religious activities outside church buildings and designated prayer houses were prohibited. This meant an end to public funeral processions, to charitable and voluntary social religion and nationality under the Soviet state 229 work, and to prayer groups and Bible study sessions, or rather it meant that they had to be conducted in secret. The theoretically surviving freedom of religious propaganda was now formally abolished, and replaced by freedom of religious worship and anti-religious propaganda. Evangelism was thus explicitly outlawed. Churches were in this way reduced to officially monitored congregations permitted to do nothing but hold a weekly service. The Russian Orthodox Church still had a central organization, as we shall see, but this had no legal standing, and could be ignored by the state at will. Rather than a single church, there now existed a scattering of isolated and disparate twenties, or congregations, each registered, supervised and often infiltrated by the authorities. The Russian Orthodox Church, as much the largest and most powerful organization to be affected by these measures, met the revolution of 1917 as a divided and in many respects demoralized body. There had been much pressure within the church both to reform it and to end its suffocating dependence on the state. The reformers wanted, for example, to democratize the liturgy by conducting it in modern Russian, rather than Old Church Slavonic, and allowing the laity to participate in the Eucharist. They also wanted to democratize the governance of the Church by removing it from the Holy Synod and entrusting it to a sober, Church Council, properly elected by clergy and laity. They wanted to abolish the distinction between the white clergy, married parish priests, and the black, unmarried monks, since only black clerics could become prelates. The distinction created a caste-like hierarchical division right through the ranks of the clergy. The provisional government had called a sober, and thus met one of the demands of the reformers, but for most of them the results of the council were nevertheless disappointing. It did end the domination of the state over the church, very briefly, as it turned out, but, instead of placing the governance of the church in the hands of an elected sober, it restored the pre-Petrine patriarchate. The reformers, 230, walked out when the decision was announced. Not much was accomplished, either, it would appear, to end the division between black and white clergy, or to bring the liturgy closer to the people, as the reformers had long recommended. The new church leadership reacted vehemently to the Bolsheviks' evident intention to destroy the church. In January 1918, Tikhon, the new patriarch, pronounced an anathema on the Bolsheviks. The so-called champions of the people's welfare, he commented, in fact trample on the people's conscience. He called on the faithful to join together and resist the Bolsheviks by all possible spiritual means. It should be noted, however, that Tikhon did not call for the violent overthrow of the Bolshevik regime. He never explicitly supported the whites in the Civil War, nor did he recommend the restoration of the monarchy. There is not much doubt, however, that many Orthodox clergymen did so. Some of them fled abroad and called a church sober at Karlovci, in Yugoslavia. In 1921, this body issued a declaration endorsing the anti-Bolshevik cause and calling for the return of the monarchy. This declaration was to cause grave embarrassment to Tikhon. In addition to persecuting the church and conducting anti-religious propaganda, the Soviet regime worked to split the church from inside. The issue which it used to make this attempt was skillfully chosen. In view of the terrible famine in the Volga region, the state demanded in February 1922 that the church should surrender all its valuables to raise money for famine relief. Tikhon replied that the church was prepared to sell non-consecrated valuables, if it were permitted to conduct its own relief work, which current legislation prohibited, but it would not alienate consecrated vessels, nor would it allow its resources to be used for state relief work over which it had no control. The party thereupon sent in its activists to confiscate the treasures, a move which was often bitterly resisted by local priests and congregations. There was, for example, a riot in the village of Shia, in Kostroma province, after Hwikliate. Religion and nationality under the Soviet state. 231 priests and 3 laymen were condemned to death. In Petrograd, Metropolitan Veniamin himself led the resistance to the seizures. As a result, he and 4 others were arrested, sentenced to death and executed. Patriarch Tikhon, who had been summoned to testify at Veniamin's trial, was subjected to house arrest. In fact, however, there were groups inside the church who felt that it should have put its resources at the disposal of the state for famine relief. Some leading church reformers had established a pressure group known as the Living Church. Its best-known figure was Father Alexander Vidinsky, an intellectual who had been a late convert to the faith, and a Christian socialist. After the October Revolution he declared that Marxism was the gospel printed in the atheist language. He was a romantic, eloquent figure. WH_O was prepared to defend Christianity in sophisticated intellectual arguments with Marxists. Reportedly, he used to chant the liturgy as if it were poetry, raising himself to a pitch of almost hysterical ecstasy, which caused offense to his more sober colleagues. It is said that he held talks with Zinmev in 1919, in which the latter maintained that the living church would be the most appropriate ecclesiastical body to promote and sustain an eventual concordat with the Soviet state. There were other elements, however, among the renovationists. Bishop Antonin Granovsky headed a group known as the League for the Regeneration of the Church, whose main aim was to bring the liturgy closer to the people by simplifying the vestments, bringing the Eucharist out from behind the iconostasis, allowing the laity to participate, and conducting the service in modern Russian. Then there was the leading exponent of the rights of the white or parish clergy, Archpriest Vladimir Krasnitsky, who had before the revolution been the vicar of the Petersburg Church of the Union of the Russian People, and thus associated with the extreme right-wing, anti-Semitic sector of politics. In some ways it is difficult to see what such disparate people can have had in common, and their cooperation, though short-lived. 232 was perhaps a sign of the extreme disorientation of the Church at the time. What united them initially was that they were prepared to cooperate with the state, immediately over famine relief, and in the longer term to promote stable church-state relationships. In May 1922 Vidensky and Krasnitsky went to see Tikhon in his confinement, and persuaded him to stand down temporarily. Since he was unable to exercise the duties of his office, he appointed Metropolitan Agafangel of Yaroslavl as his deputy. At this stage, however, the renovationists in effect mounted a coup. They set up a higher church administration, with Bishop Antonin at its head, claiming to have received full executive powers from the Patriarch. In April 1923 the renovationists held their own sober, from which the supporters of Agafangel were as far as possible excluded. They stripped Tikhon of his titles and even his clerical status, and annulled his anathema of the Bolsheviks. They passed resolutions in favor of the socialist reconstruction of society, and called Lenin a great fighter for the truth. Parish clergy were given more influence over the administration of the church, and married priests were made eligible to become bishops. This action caused an immediate and bitter split inside the Russian Orthodox Church. At first most priests refused to accept the new administration, but they soon found themselves being dismissed and replaced by new priests installed with the support of the state. Within a year or so, the living church had in this way won over a very large number of clergy and parishes, probably about 2/3 of the total, including, for example, all but 4 or 5 of those in Moscow. Among ordinary believers, however, the response was much cooler. Perhaps this was because of the renovationists' only too evident complicity with the GPU, or perhaps it was because believers under pressure naturally tend to retreat into a safe and conservative version of their faith, and therefore found the innovations of Antonin on religion and nationality under the Soviet state 233 attractive. At any rate, it seems clear that, after some early interest, congregations with any choice tended to desert the renovationist parishes, and to attend the churches which stuck to the familiar practices. Quite apart from this, the splits within the living church were becoming painfully evident, especially the disagreements between Krasnitsky and Antonin. Antonin had reservations about the anointing of married bishops, and objected increasingly to Krasnitsky's servility towards the state. He wanted to concentrate on the reform of the liturgy and to de-emphasize the hierarchy in the church rather than squabble about who should head it. The high point in their split came one day, during the mutual celebration of the Eucharist. As they were about to embrace, Antonin proclaimed, "Christ is not among us," and refused communion to his colleague. Faced with such evidence of unpopularity and fractiousness, the state seems to have decided to withdraw its support from the living church. In any case, the main aim of splitting the Russian Orthodox Church internally had already been achieved. Moreover, Patriarch Tikhon had decided to soften his attitude to the Soviet state, perhaps because, as the émigré scholar Mikhail Agursky has suggested, he felt that the Bolsheviks now offered the best chance of preserving the integrity of Russia as a national territory. His recantation was a limited one, but he did issue a statement promising not to remain an enemy of the Soviet authorities, and dissociating the church inside Russia from the decisions of the Karlovci Sobor. On this basis, Tikhon was released from arrest, and the trial being prepared against him, which might have ended as had that of Metropolitan Veniamin, was dropped. Tikhon's change of heart laid the basis for a period of uneasy and one-sided compromise between church and state. The terms of this compromise were worked out only after Tikhon's death in 1925, and then under the heaviest possible pressure from the state. A number of Tikhon's designated 234 successors were arrested before one of them, Metropolitan Sergei, could be induced to sign a statement expressing a rather more positive commitment to the Soviet system than had been given by Tikhon. According to some reports, the GPU threatened that, unless Sergei complied with their demands, they would arrest and shoot more than 100 bishops. Certainly, no one could doubt by now their readiness and willingness to destroy the entire hierarchy and external apparatus of the Russian Orthodox Church. It was probably in the face of overwhelming threats of this nature that Sergei gave way, for in Orthodox theology the existence of the Church itself is a cardinal element. The concept of sobernost emphasizes the individual's need of the Church if he is not to stray from faith and fall permanently a prey to sin. As Sergei himself said later to a supplicant for the priesthood, we must preserve the Church for the people. After that, the Lord will show us what we must do. At any rate, in August 1927 Sergei proclaimed, "We wish to be Orthodox believers, and at the same time to claim the Soviet Union as our civil motherland, whose joys and successes are our joys and successes, and whose misfortunes are our misfortunes." As for the living Church, it dragged on a twilight existence for nearly another 20 years, before it was finally abolished in 1946, but it never succeeded in regaining the confidence of the state, nor in attracting the masses to its services. The whole renovationist episode had a profound effect on the Russian Orthodox Church. By allowing themselves to be used in effect as police agents, the renovationists discredited not only themselves, but the whole drive towards reform inside the Church. Their apostasy left a Church that was static and conservative in outlook and in due course was compelled to embrace the sycophancy towards the state which had been the renovationists' own worst feature. In that respect little has changed between the late 1920s and the present. Even the pledge of loyalty towards the state did not markedly change official ecclesiastical policy. The campaign of religion and nationality under the Soviet State 235 repression resumed along with the collectivization of agriculture. First of all, the village church bells would be hauled down and taken away to be melted as scrap metal for industry. A foreign observer, Eugene Lyons, describes the kind of scene which followed. When brigades arrived to remove the bells and icons, they sometimes found believers armed with sticks and pitchforks to defend their church. Troops, in many instances, were summoned to crush these riots, and the ringleaders found themselves quickly enough in prison or before the firing squad. Then, most often, as the collective farm was set up, the church would be finally closed and the building converted to become a store or village club, while the priest was arrested or driven into exile along with the kulaks. A second wave of arrests and closures followed during the Great Purges of 1936-9. As a result, by 1939, out of 163 bishops still active in 1930, only 12 were still at liberty. Sergei had, moreover, been compelled to disband the synod, or administrative chancellery, by which he had tried to impart some coherence and permanence to the Church's organization. In spite of all his concessions, it looked as if the Russian Orthodox Church was threatened with extinction. What effect all this had on ordinary believers it is difficult to say, for sheer lack of evidence. Obviously the loss of their traditional place of worship and of their spiritual father was a shattering blow. For many the disappearance of habitual forms of worship probably meant the end of active faith. But for at least a significant minority the reverse was true. The overwhelming external repression drove them underground, too. more intense and improvised expressions of their faith. Quite a number of clergymen sought refuge by abandoning their habits and taking up some secular pursuit, sharing in fact the life of their congregation more closely than before. Others took to the road. Wandering priests would pass unannounced through villages, gathering secret services in the forest at night. Believers without regular access to a priest would experiment with collective confessions, improvised prayer meetings, mutual administration of the Eucharist and 236. Mass baptism. Thus, like the old believers of the 17th century, the most conservative adherents of the faith found themselves compelled to innovate. New and sometimes extremist sects emerged. Some priests and congregations refused to accept the compromises of Sergei, or even of Tikhon in his last years, and took their stance on Tikhon's original irreconcilable position. Their leader, albeit from prison, was Metropolitan Iosif of Leningrad, one of Tikhon's designated successors who had refused to make a retraction acceptable to the authorities. These and other underground movements received large numbers of new recruits with the repression of the 1930s. They usually espoused a fanatical rejection of all aspects of the Soviet system, which they regarded as the work of the Antichrist. Some of them retreated into distant forest settlements in Siberia and the far north, to avoid having any dealings with the Soviet authorities, and to await the day of judgment, which they believed to be imminent. The outbreak of war in 1941 caused a sharp change in official ecclesiastical policy. Almost overnight the German invasion converted the Russian Orthodox Church into an ally of the Soviet regime. From the start the Church issued statements supporting the Soviet war effort, and ordered prayers for the triumph of Soviet arms. Priests and congregations raised money for a tank column called after the medieval Russian prince, Dmitry Donskoy. It was handed over to the Red Army at a special ceremony, at which Metropolitan Nikolai spoke of sacred hatred of the fascist robbers and referred to Stalin as our common father. Eventually Stalin decided to regularize his relationship with the Church, perhaps because he anticipated that its help would be useful among the populations of Central and Eastern Europe after the war. At any rate, in September 1943, he allowed it to re-establish the Patriarchate. Sergei, the natural candidate, died in 1944, but the following year a full Sober convened and elected Metropolitan Alexei of Leningrad as his successor. A proper ecclesiastical religion and nationality under the Soviet State 23/7 administration was revived, with state approval, while several seminaries and 3 theological academies were opened to train aspirants to the priesthood. A very large number of churches were permitted to reopen for services, according to some estimates, some 20,000 or about half the pre-1917 figure. It would be wrong to interpret this new tolerance as a full concordat between church and state. The subordination of church to state remained in force, though more generously applied. The government appointed a special council for church affairs, with offices in all areas of the country, to supervise the church, and keep an eye on diocesan and parish appointments. Its first chairman, G. Karpov, was jokingly known as Narkombog, People's Commissar for God, or even Narcomopium. Perhaps the most significant fact about him was that all his previous experience had been in the NKVD. In effect, one might say that priests and bishops were being absorbed into the nomenclatura system of appointments. The religious dissenter Anatoly Levitin has aptly called the arrangement a conservative church in a conservative state. Unlike the Orthodox Church, the Baptists actually benefited initially from the coming of the Soviet regime. The discrimination practiced against them by the Tsars was lifted, and for a time the Soviets even tolerated religious collective farms set up by Baptists. The decree of 1929, with its prohibition of evangelism, was, however, a bitter blow, for proselytizing is considered to be one of the principal duties of a Baptist, and they suffered numerous arrests for it. In spite of this, the Baptists were in many ways better suited to the pressures of Soviet society than was the Orthodox Church. They were accustomed to coping with state persecution. Their ministers were used to combining secular jobs with their pastoral work. Believers were already in the habit of improvising Sunday schools and prayer meetings in each other's homes. Their morality, hard work, self-discipline, sobriety, mutual aid was close to the official morality which 238. The communists preached but did not practice. Baptists could appeal to young people brought up in the new system, but disillusioned by the failure of party folk to live up to their own principles. Above all, the Baptists were a literate church. They laid great emphasis on Bible reading, as the Orthodox Church had never really done. This made their faith especially attractive to a newly literate working class. They became particularly strong in the industrial towns of the Ukraine, the Urals, and Siberia, and among the Russian communities in the cities of the Caucasus and Central Asia. These were all areas to which the Russians had come relatively recently, and the Orthodox Church was not strong. The Baptists took a strongly patriotic line during the war, and Stalin rewarded them by making the same kind of arrangements as he had for the Orthodox Church. The combination of national with religious oppression brought new life to those churches which were closely identified with a specific nationality, such as the Georgian and Armenian churches, and, from 1940, the Ukrainian Uniat Church, the Lithuanian Catholic Church, and the Lutheran churches among the Estonians, Latvians, and Germans. Islam faced the Soviet regime with problems which were in many ways distinct from those posed by the Christian churches. In the early years, as we have seen, some communists even hoped to work with Islam, on the basis of common anti-imperialism, but Sultan Galiev's experience led to disillusionment on both sides. It was much more difficult, however, for the communists to suppress Islam, which is both more elusive than Christianity, not readily confined to a building, a clergyman, or a set ritual, and also more closely integrated with the community and with the texture of everyday life. Lenin was aware of these problems, and was cautious in his approach to Islam. In the early 1920s it was accorded far more tolerance than the main Christian churches. Public rituals were still permitted, the Sharia. Religion and nationality under the Soviet state 239, Islamic law, courts and Muslim schools were still open, and the mullahs remained full citizens, not subject to negative discrimination. In the mid-20s that changed quite suddenly. Perhaps because the Basmachi had largely been brought under control, the party felt able to proceed more directly. The religious endowments known as Waqf were closed down. Most of them were in the form of land which provided an income for the upkeep of mosques, schools, and hospitals. This land was redistributed to peasants, while the schools were replaced with secular alternatives, and the hospitals were absorbed into the state network. Most mosques were closed. Their number fell from 26,279 in 1912 to 1312 in 1942. The Sharia courts were phased out, and their remaining cases brought before Soviet courts. To some extent these changes went through without too much friction, because the Jadid, Islamic reform, movement before the revolution had already cast some doubt on the validity of the traditional Muslim legal and educational systems. The same, however, was not true of the direct persecution launched from 1928. I have mentioned elsewhere, page 163, the resistance to the collectivization of agriculture, which threatened many settled Islamic practices. This was often accompanied by meetings of citizens persuaded voluntarily to approve the closure of local mosques and their conversion into schools, clubs, cinemas, or reading rooms. As for the mullahs thus displaced from their functions, they were sometimes persuaded to resign their office, publicly denouncing themselves as deceivers of the people. More often, however, they were arrested and charged under an article of the Criminal Code, adopted only in Muslim areas, with exploiting the religious prejudices of the masses with the aim of overthrowing the workers' and peasants' government or of provoking resistance to its law and decrees. In the towns the regime began an attack on some traditional Islamic customs which conflicted with the ostensible communist morality. The most sensational 240 campaign was that against the veiling of women, which began in 1927. On International Women's Day huge women's meetings would be held, in which the participants demonstratively cast off their veils and committed them to the flames of a large bonfire. These theatrical effects aroused very strong feelings among the more traditionally minded. Some of the pioneers of the anti-veiling movement were murdered, others were beaten up or raped. Locally recruited policemen were usually unwilling to protect unveiled women against such assaults. Similar official campaigns were instituted against ritual prayers and Ramadan fasting, both of which interfered with the regular work discipline of a planned economy, degrading and reactionary customs, which prevent the workers from taking an active part in the building of socialism. An official statement called them. Payment of zakat, the charity tax which devout Muslims discharged, was stopped. Polygamy and the paying of kalim, bride money, were forbidden as inconsistent with the Soviet legislation on the family. The pilgrimage to Mecca, which each believer was supposed to carry out once in his lifetime, was severely hampered by the tighter control the regime imposed on the frontiers, and was formally prohibited in 1935, as part of the strategy of isolating Soviet Muslims from their co-believers abroad. Violent resistance to these measures was usually sporadic and uncoordinated. There were, however, widespread revolts among the mountain peoples of the North Caucasus in 1928-9, which had to be quelled by Russian troops. Among the Chechen people several imams appeared and proclaimed a holy war against the enemies of Allah. In Central Asia the Basmachi movement revived, with outlawed mullahs, uprooted villagers, and fugitive nomads among their numbers. Although the persecution clearly diminished the open practice of the Islamic faith, it is quite impossible to estimate its effect on private belief and the maintenance of Islamic family customs, except to say that these seem to have been very tenacious. Perhaps, in fact, the persecution had an effect. Religion and nationality under the Soviet state 241 similar to that on the Christian faith, to drive it partly underground and intensify it? If that is so, the effect among Muslims may have been even more profound. Scholars have become aware in recent years of the continued existence of tariqat, or secret brotherhoods, well adapted to sustaining the faith underground even in times of intense repression. The tariqat derive their traditions from the Sufi branch of Islam, which is mystical, militant, and conservative in its orientation. The term tariqah strictly denotes the way or path by which the believer comes to God. Its adherents learn devotional practices from a master, usually called a sheikh, and form a brotherhood, around which are lay workers practicing a secular trade. The brotherhoods can thus be concealed in a workshop, plantation, or collective farm. They can carry on the Muslim education which is not available publicly, and they can perform the ceremonies, circumcision, marriage, burial, in forms no longer permitted in society at large. The tariqat have a tradition of resistance to outside rule dating back many centuries. They are known to have been involved in the Basmachi rebellions, and they probably also played a part in the violent resistance to collectivization, especially in the North Caucasus, where Soviet sources have reported that more believers gravitate to the brotherhoods than to the official mosques, few of which in any case remain open. By driving so many Muslim believers underground in the late 20s and 30s, the regime seems to have enormously strengthened the tariqat. The full consequences of this perhaps still remain to be seen. Soviet nationality policy in the Muslim areas aimed above all at forestalling any attempt to create either pan-Islamic or pan-Turkic unity. That is why the Bashkirs, close relatives of the Tatars and almost assimilated by them, were given their own republic, where the Bashkir population was initially only 25% and were encouraged to develop their own literary language, distinct from that of the Tatars. Both 242 Bashkir and Tatar republics were given only autonomous status within the RSFSR, Russian Republic. At the same time, the Tatar diaspora in other pans of the Soviet Union, which had been a powerful force in the dissemination of Jadid and pan-Islamic ideas, were gradually deprived of the right to publish newspapers or conduct schooling in their own language. Tatar influence and Tatar national feeling were to be strictly confined within the Tatar Autonomous Republic itself. In the mountain region of the Caucasus, political fragmentation was carried to an extreme. Numerous tiny national republics were set up, inside the RSFSR, each conferring national status on more or less tribal units. Sometimes the new administrative divisions were formed in such a way as to bring together peoples of very different languages, while dividing those whose tongues were related, as in the case of the Kabardin-Balkar Autonomous Republic, and the Karachi-Circassian Autonomous Region. Arabic, which had been the religious language of all of them, and the means of common communication, was prohibited. In the southern area beyond the Caucasus, by contrast, Azerbaijani was selected as the language and culture to be adopted by a variety of disparate ethnic and linguistic groups. Perhaps the close relationship with Persian culture made it less likely that Azerbaijani could ever function as a focus for Pan-Turkism. Turkestan in Central Asia, the other great area where a pan-Turkic movement might take root, was decreed to contain 5 principal distinct nations, the Kazakh, Kyrgyz, Uzbek, Tajik, and Turkmen, each of which by 1936 had its own union republic. The Kyrgyz Republic was a completely artificial creation. Its people spoke virtually the same language as the Kazakhs, and differed from them only in being mountain dwellers rather than nomads of the plains. Indeed, till the 1920s the Kazakhs were generally known to outsiders as Kyrgyz. The Tadshiks were a mountain people speaking an Iranian religion and nationality under the Soviet state, 243 language, and enjoying strong links with their co-nationals across the border in Afghanistan. Their communities were closely intermingled with the Uzbeks, which led to conflicts between the two. Tadshiks living in Uzbekistan resented having to go to Uzbek schools. The Uzbeks, the most numerous and urbanized nationality of the area, also absorbed other small Turkic peoples, and the old lingua franca of the region, Chagatai, was definitively replaced by Uzbek, even though that was the tongue of only one people. The formation of the Turkmen nation, by contrast, was relatively unproblematic. The nomadic tribes of the huge desert area east of the Caspian adopted spontaneously a single written language and set of institutions. All the official languages of the Caucasus and Central Asia, however, suffered from a double alphabet reform. In 1929 they were all required to abandon their local script and adopt the Latin one. Then, 10 years later, there was a change of policy, and the Cyrillic script used by the Russians was imposed on them. This did much to disorient the first mass literate generation of these nations. It also cut off future generations from the past culture of their own peoples, except where the Soviet authorities saw fit to republish ancient works in the modem alphabet. This historic break has weighed heavily on the subsequent culture of the Muslim peoples. It was supplemented by efforts to Sovietize the local literatures. Native poets, disoriented by the sharp changes taking place in social life and culture, would be co-opted by officials from the Union of Soviet Writers, offered a contract to write an epic in the local language on Lenin or Stalin, or on the collectivization of agriculture. They would be provided with a translator who would produce a Russian version of their work. These local writers, bestowed with privileges and honors, would become members of a multinational cultural elite, with its headquarters in Moscow, losing their local roots and their feeling for their own people's experience. The practice of divide and rule was further implemented by sending in outsiders, usually Russians or Ukrainians, to 244. Carry out senior administrative functions. In theory, communist policy was to encourage the emergence of native elites, korenizatsiya, or the putting down of roots, but in practice, rapid economic and administrative change, not always acceptable to local populations, had to be handled largely by outsiders. This was especially true of the agricultural collectivization, after which some republics were for a time completely deprived of local leaders, see page 192. Kazakhstan was particularly badly affected, since their collectivization, on top of everything else, meant the forcible imposition of settled arable farming on nomadic peoples. The party delegates sent to enforce this policy had even less idea of a pastoral economy than of an arable one, and they failed to make proper provision for the absorption of huge herds of livestock into the new collectives. Between 1929 and 1932 the cattle and especially sheep in Kazakhstan were literally decimated, falling from 36,000 to just over 3,000, according to Soviet figures. The proportion of Kazakhs living by livestock breeding fell from around 80% to only just over a quarter. This was a crippling assault on the nation's economy and its traditions, and virtual civil war erupted. The Basmachi, who had declined in the late 20s, revived, their numbers fed by those who refused to enter the collectives. They would raid Kalkazi, killing all the officials and party workers. Hundreds of thousands of Kazakhs migrated with their herds across the border into Chinese Turkestan. Some 15 to 20% of the entire population was lost, according to Soviet figures, from what must have been a mixture of emigration, disease, and violence. The 5-year plans for industry also affected national feeling in the Central Asian republics. 4. They introduced an appreciable colonial element into the relationship with Moscow. In Uzbekistan, for example, the first 5-year plan envisaged reducing cereal production, in order to concentrate on an enormous growth in the output of cotton, most of which would go as raw materials to the factories of European Russia. This trade pattern threatened to reduce Uzbekistan to religion and nationality under the Soviet state 245 the status of purveyor of cash crops to a monopolistic market, a banana republic in disguise. There was much local resistance to this policy. Under the slogan, "You cannot eat cotton," the Prime Minister of the Uzbek Republic, F. Kojiv, and the First Party Secretary, A. Akramov, drew up alternative plans for economic development, which would ensure the republic much greater economic independence and diversity. These plans were turned down, and both men were arrested, tried, and executed in 1938 for bourgeois nationalism. In general, where the nationalities were concerned, the revolution of 1917 left, as we saw in Chapter 4, an ambiguous heritage. On the one hand they had been freed from the overt Russification practiced by the last Tsars, and they had been given a promise of self-determination. Some of them had actually known a brief period of national independence. On the other hand, they found themselves after 1921 reintegrated into a new kind of Russian empire, ruled monopolistically by a party which was tightly centralized and dominated by Russians. During the 1920s this dual heritage worked itself out in different ways in the different republics. In the Ukraine, for example, the ruling local communists were convinced believers in Ukrainian autonomy, at least in the cultural and educational sense. They set about establishing the Ukrainian language in all government offices and law courts, and ensuring that every primary school child on Ukrainian territory learned it, and through it the literature and history of the Ukraine. The 20s became, in fact, the richest period that Ukrainian culture had ever experienced, with the encouragement of Ukrainian historical and ethnographic societies, and of abundant publication in the Ukrainian language. Such was the extent of this Ukrainization, that it aroused much resentment among the substantial minorities of Russians and Jews who lived in the Republic, especially in the cities and the eastern parts. They tended to despise 246 Ukrainian as a peasant dialect, and were very bitter at having to learn it to conduct official business, or having to bring up their children speaking it. Something similar took place in Byelorussia, where the local language and culture had had even weaker roots in the cities before 1917. Altogether, the 20s were the decisive phase in creating modern Ukrainian and Byelorussian nations. Though the roots of their cultures were rural, these nations were by no means only peasant, they now had numerous urban dwellers, representatives in every social class, a written literature with its own traditions, a national history, and a language in which all the subjects on the regular school syllabus could be taught. Furthermore, the intensive industrialization begun in the late 20s in some ways strengthened these nations. Most of the huge numbers of peasants who flooded into the towns throughout the 30s were Ukrainians and Byelorussians in their speech. Some of them were literate, and many others became so as they moved into industrial jobs. Indeed, the whole process coincided with an intensive government program to liquidate illiteracy. Lev Kopelev, a Russian Jewish youth living in Kharkov, a rather Russianized city, at this time, describes in his memoirs how he identified with Ukrainian culture, and recalls that most of the new recruits in the factory where he worked were Ukrainians. A literate mass base was being created for the championship of Ukrainian and Byelorussian language and culture, which had long been promoted by intellectuals and professional men. The full effects of this process were not to reveal themselves for a generation or more. Stalin, of course, never approved of this exuberant flowering of local national cultures. He never ceased to remind his audiences that, in addition to the right of nations to self-determination, there is also the right of the working class to consolidate its power. This was an ominous statement to many local nations, for their cities contained many workers who were Russians. This situation had produced strife in 1917, and could do so again. Besides, the so-called vanguard religion and nationality under the Soviet state 247 of the working class, the Communist Party, was also disproportionately Russian. Whereas Russians formed 53% of the population, they made up 65% of the party in 1927. Stalin also made it clear that his evaluation of a national movement depended on political factors. Thus, in a fundamental lecture on the national question to the Sverdlov University in 1924, he argued that the 19th and 20th century Egyptian national movement, though led by members of the bourgeoisie, was progressive, while the British attempts to suppress it were reactionary, even when the British government was headed by socialists. When applied to the Soviet Union, of course, such arguments naturally led to the conclusion that movements in favor of national autonomy and diversity were directed against the unity of the state, and hence were bourgeois and reactionary, whatever their class composition. Already in 1926 he was reproaching Shumsky, Ukrainian Commissar for Education, that his policies were taking the form of a struggle for the alienation of Ukrainian culture and society from the wider Soviet culture and society, the form of a struggle against Moscow in general, against Russians in general, against Russian culture and its highest achievement, Leninism. During the 1930s, Stalin set about reversing the flowering of non-Russian national feeling. In its place, a modified Russian nationalism became the norm. The attitude to pre-revolutionary history changed. The Tsarist government, which in the 1920s historians like Pokrovsky had condemned as backward and exploitative, now began to receive a more favorable interpretation. The Tsars had, after all, created the territorial state which had made the Soviet Union possible, and they had developed and spread the Russian language, which now acted as the cement of the new socialist society. Figures like Alexander Nevsky, celebrated in Eisenstein's film of 1938, and Peter the Great, subject of Alexei Tolstoy's laudatory novel, 1929-45, were rehabilitated as historically 248 progressive, while those who had fought against incorporation into Russia were no longer considered progressive but became agents of imperialism. Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the 17th-century Cossack leader who had revolted against the Polish nobles and concluded an alliance submitting his country to Russia, was no longer to be seen as a traitor to the Ukrainian cause, but as a great and progressive leader. Shamil, leader of the Islamic Caucasian mountain peoples in their resistance to Tsarist Russia in the 19th century, underwent the opposite evolution, more complicated in his case, as he was briefly rehabilitated during the Second World War in an effort to win the support of the mountain peoples. A character from an Edward Radzinski play of the 1960s, a historian, dramatizes the twists and turns of these national policies. My first work was about Shamil. Shamil was the leader of a national liberation movement. But views changed, and at the end of the 1930s he began to be considered an agent of imperialism. So I confessed my mistake. Then, during the war, he became the head of a liberation movement again. So I confessed that I had made a mistake in confessing my mistake. Later, in 1949, he once again became an agent, so I confessed that I had, well, You see how it was. I had been mistaken so often that I began to think I was just one great big mistake. These farcical tergiversations were well rooted in the ambiguities of Soviet national policy. On the whole, however, during the 1930s, a course was set against local nationalism. Compulsory use of local languages in government offices was stopped. In all primary and secondary schools the study of Russian as a second language became compulsory, while the number of schools offering instruction in Russian as a native language rose, partly to meet the influx of Russians into national republics, partly to enable parents ambitious for their children's advancement to place them in religion and nationality under the Soviet state 249 schools where they would imbibe the imperial language and thus be available for promotion beyond the confines of their homeland. Russian became the generally accepted language of higher education, except in Georgia and Armenia, whose peoples adhere jealously to the primacy of their own languages. It should not be supposed that this implantation of Russian necessarily meant Russification. The anti-religious campaign and the collectivization of agriculture had devastating effects on some national cultures, especially those which rested on a village culture and had a strong ecclesiastical component. In the Ukraine and Byelorussia, for example, most villages during the 30s lost their church, their priest, their leading farmers and their land tenure system, all of which had been important elements in the national culture. The Russians themselves scarcely suffered any less from this weakening of national culture, for much of what was characteristic about Russian culture was connected with the Orthodox Church and the peasant village. Those who regard Stalin's measures as amounting to Russification should remember the destructive effect they had on Russian culture itself. The Russian language was acting as the bearer of a new multinational party-dominated Soviet culture, not of Russian culture as that had been traditionally understood. Of course, it is not surprising that other nationalities sometimes confused Russification and Sovietization. Those national communists who attempted to continue the policies of the 20s found themselves being purged by Stalin. The Ukraine actually underwent a double purge. The first was carried out by Pavel Postashev, who did not even speak Ukrainian. He was an emissary sent by Stalin to eliminate local party officials who had proved reluctant to effect the brutal collectivization of agriculture or who had attempted to protect Ukrainian culture. Skripnik, Shumsky's successor as Ukrainian Commissar for Education, committed suicide, as did the best-known Ukrainian writer, Nicholas Khvailovy, whose funeral turned into an anti-Muscovite demonstration. 250. Even Postashev, however, was not ruthless enough for Stalin. He disappeared, as did most of the members of his Central Committee, and the Ukraine was directly ruled from Moscow until Khrushchev took over as the new First Secretary in Kiev in January 1938. In Byelorussia in 1933 a three-man purge team appeared, all of them Russians, and headed by N.K. Antipov, chairman of the party's Central Control Commission. They purged the Commissariat of Education and the schools and colleges of the Republic, and announced the discovery of a Byelorussian national center, allegedly receiving instructions from Poland and aiming to establish a Byelorussian Democratic Republic independent of the Soviet Union. Most of the leading party and state officials were replaced with Russians, and, according to one report, about 90% of the Byelorussian writers and poets were arrested and most of them were shot or tortured to death in prisons. The 2 years 1937-8 saw, in fact, a replacement of virtually the entire leadership of the Communist Party in the non-Russian republics, along with their colleagues from the National Sovnarkoms and many leading writers, historians, and educationalists. Many of those dismissed and arrested had been attempting in their own way to carry out the party's proclaimed national policy, that is, to encourage the development of national cultures and the emergence of local cadres to implement a limited form of self-government. They were replaced, sometimes by more docile local appointees, or more usually by the direct assignment of Russians from Moscow. The most extreme cases, apart from the Ukraine, were perhaps Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan, where at one stage the entire Politburo disappeared. From the imperfect figures we have, it also appears that the proportion of native members in non-Russian party organizations declined sharply during the purges, in Uzbekistan from 61 to 50% in 1933 to 40, in Tajikistan from 53 to 45%, in Kyrgyzia from 59 to 44% in 1933 to 41. Overall, it cannot be doubted that the effect of the purges and arrests was to Russify party. Religion and nationality under the Soviet state 251 membership and bring the national party organizations under much closer control from Moscow. From the point of view of socialization and political control, another most important change was the abolition of national units inside the Red Army. Along with the primary schools, the army is probably the most important factor in modern societies when it comes to deciding the sense of national affiliation among young men. During the 1920s, with the adoption of universal military conscription, some attempt had been made, though not consistently, to form units locally, so that they were ethnically homogeneous, or at least dominated by the local nationalities. Even at that stage, commanders had usually been Russian or Ukrainian. In 1938, however, the policy of forming national units was stopped, and thereafter new recruits were often deliberately sent to do their training in ethnically mixed formations a long way from their homeland. Russian became the universal language of command and training, so that all non-Russian recruits now had to gain a minimal competence in the imperial language, if their primary schools had not already inculcated it. The Red Army became more than ever a melting pot for the multinational society, as Brezhnev was later to declare, "Our army is a school of internationalism." Stalin's new nationalities policy was most directly and brutally manifested in the annexation of new territories during 1939 to 40. Under the Nazi-Soviet Pact of August 1939, the Soviet Union occupied eastern Poland, or western Byelorussia, and western Ukraine, according to your viewpoint, and was given the option to annex Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, which it exercised in the summer of 1940. In all the three Baltic states very similar policies were pursued, and they unambiguously amounted not only to Russification, but also to Sovietization. Plenipotentiaries were sent in from Moscow to supervise the incorporation process, Zdanov to Estonia, Vyshinsky to Latvia, and Dekhanizov, Deputy Commissar for Foreign Affairs, to Lithuania. 252. They saw to the mass recruitment of agents from among the population, arresting those who refused to serve the NKVD. Under pressure from the Soviet government, new elections were held, during which opposition politicians were disqualified and had their meetings broken up. Many were arrested. As a result, pro-Soviet governments were elected, which finally requested incorporation as Union republics into the Soviet state. During the following year, the Soviet authorities effected a complete transformation of the social structure of the Baltic nations. All bank accounts above a very small figure were frozen. Businesses and manufactures were nationalized. A radical land reform expropriated all but very small private holdings to form a state land reserve. The universities and schools were purged, and standardized Soviet-style syllabuses were imposed. Libraries were cleansed of books which reflected favorably on national independence, or glorified the nation's past history. To forestall any conceivable opposition, systematic large-scale deportations were carried through. These aimed to remove from their homeland all known members of non-communist political parties, all officials of the bourgeois regime, landowners, businessmen, clergymen, and leading intellectuals. In the course of a single night, 14 to 15 June 1941, more than 60,000 Estonians were deported, along with 34,000 Latvians and 38,000 Lithuanians. Rounded up with no more than a few hours' notice to gather their possessions, they were herded to railway stations, loaded into cattle trucks without adequate food, water, or sanitation, and transported to Siberia or Central Asia. Many perished on the way. Families were usually split up, men being sent to labor camps, women and children to exile settlements. In this way, some 4% of the Estonian population, and some 1.5 to 2% of the Latvian and Lithuanian, those most likely to head any opposition to the new regime, were simply removed, and Russians were sent in to take over their homes and jobs. At the same time, because of the relatively high standard of religion and nationality under the Soviet state 253 living of the Baltic republics, some factories were dismantled and their equipment taken to other republics, while cattle and grain were confiscated to feed townsfolk and the army elsewhere in the Soviet Union. In eastern Poland, the situation was if anything even worse. The Soviets carried out similar deportations there, and up to 1 million people were forcibly expelled before the outbreak of war in 1941. Most subsequent accounts of labor camp life mention at least one or two such Polish Czechs, so it is probable that they were widely dispersed in the Gulag Empire. In addition to this, a large number of Polish army officers and intellectuals simply disappeared. Despite persistent official Soviet denials, it is now generally assumed by historians that these Poles were killed in mass shootings by the NKVD in the Katyn forest west of Smolensk, where mass graves were discovered by the German occupiers in 1943. Certainly, such a measure would have been wholly compatible with the policies the Soviets were pursuing in the other territories they annexed in 1939–40. With the outbreak of war, risings took place in all the Baltic nations, and indeed seemed to have gained control briefly, as Soviet officials hastily decamped, before the Germans arrived. Since it was not German policy to recognize any kind of national government in their occupied territories, those who wished to uphold national independence had no choice but to go underground, to bring out clandestine newspapers or carry out acts of sabotage against the occupiers. A few armed partisan groups formed, especially in the forests of eastern Lithuania. Following their reoccupation in 1944, the Soviet authorities continued their pre-war policies, rounding them off with a mass collectivization of agriculture in 1949. This was accompanied by the deportation of kulaks. Between 60 and 100,000 people were transported to Siberia or Kazakhstan in the same way as their predecessors in 1940. Peasants who managed to elude the NKVD transport squads went into hiding in the forests. There they joined the 254 partisans or forest brotherhoods, who had banded together to resist the renewed Soviet occupation and to prepare for what many hoped was an imminent Western Soviet war. Living in outhouses and bunkers, supplied with food by the local population and equipped with abandoned German arms, these groups numbered at their height several tens of thousands, perhaps 0.5% of the population. They would raid Soviet supply trains, attack and murder Soviet officials, and even occasionally take control of a small town for a few days, flying the national flag from the church tower. But in the long run, of course, they were overwhelmingly outnumbered, and they received no support from abroad, so that they could not replace or even sometimes repair their arms. They seem to have been finally crushed by about 1952, but their survival in some places for 8 years against such odds testifies to the degree of support they enjoyed among the local population. In the Ukraine too, a guerrilla army survived the successive occupations by the Soviets and Germans, and lived until the early 50s, hiding in the forests, carrying out lightning raids on Soviet installations and personnel, and relying on the support of most of the population. This war is one of the unknowns of modern European history. Virtually no survivors have lived to tell of what they experienced. The leader of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, Stepan Bandera, was murdered in West Germany by the Soviet security police in 1959. The mistreatment of these Western peoples of the Soviet Union is exceeded only by the deportation of certain entire small nations from the Crimea and Caucasus region. The first to whom this measure was applied were the Volga Germans, in 1941. Then, in the later stages of war, the same was done to the Crimean Tatars, to the Meskhetian people from Georgia, to the Kalmyks of the steppe, and to 4 Islamic mountain peoples, the Chechens, Ingushes, Bakhars, and Karachais. They were all accused of having collaborated with the Germans, but it is clear that this was not always the case. Religion and nationality. Under the Soviet state 255, the Volga Germans were deported before they had a chance to do so, though this, it could be argued, was a prophylactic measure, and only the Tatars and Kalmyks had known an appreciable period of German occupation. What probably is true is that these nations had all proved exceptionally resistant to Sovietization in the 1930s, and that Stalin was anxious to crush, before it could arise, any further possible resistance in the post-war transition period. At any rate, the operation was devised with inventive ruthlessness. In some cases, it is reported, the Soviet authorities, in deference to the warlike traditions of the peoples, invited the menfolk to celebrate Red Army Day at a banquet, which, as the traditions of hospitality required, they would attend unarmed. While they sat merrymaking in full dress uniform, the NKVD dragged the women and children out of their homes and loaded them onto cattle trucks bound eastwards. They then did the same to the replete and drunken men, who were in no condition to resist. Most of the mountain peoples were resettled in the plains of Kazakhstan, where to survive they had to take up a form of agriculture that was unfamiliar to them. Many of them abandoned it, and went off to live in shanty suburbs on the edges of the towns. Families sometimes survived together, but the children had to attend schools where the only language of tuition was Russian. It seems, in short, as if Stalin intended to eliminate these nations as separate entities by depriving them of their homeland, their economy, their customs, their religion, and their language. One nationality occupied a very distinctive position in the Soviet Union, that was the Jews. Discriminated against by the Tsarist government, the Jews were natural recruits to the revolutionary movement, and in many respects beneficiaries of the events of 1917–21. They were numerous in the Communist Party, and included some of its best-known figures, Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Sverdlov, Radek. Notoriously, some of the most vehement opponents of communism identified it with the Jewish international conspiracy. 256. As a result of the revolution, discrimination against Jews was abolished, and access was opened for them to every geographical area and to every kind of education and profession. Many Jews moved out of the Pale, the western area of Russia to which the Tsarist government had confined them, and during the 20s set up in business or the professions, settling in the large cities. Many, however, did not leave the old Pale. There was now a major divide in Soviet Jewry, between those who moved to the big towns, spoke Russian and had assimilated to a kind of joint Russian-Soviet nationality, and those who remained behind in the shtetl, the little hometown in the west of Russia, spoke Yiddish, kept up the Judaic religion and maintained a distinctively Jewish identity in customs and family life. The Soviet state, however, insisted on equating both groups, and imposing the same national label on both of them. The national label arose as part of the internal passport legislation of 1932, for each passport carried within it the later notorious entry No. 5, where officials registered a citizen's nationality. A child was normally assigned the nationality of its mother. It did not, however, receive its own passport till the age of 16, and might at that stage, if its parents were of different nationality, opt instead for the father's nationality. After that, there was no possibility of further change, whereas in Tsarist Russia, a Jew had been able to change to Russian nationality by being baptized. The Soviet national designation was thus, in direct contradiction to Marxist theory, essentially a racial one. This national identification might not have mattered very much had it not been for certain other peculiarities of the Jews' situation. Their religious language, Hebrew, was banned. Unlike other nationalities, moreover, they had no territory of their own. It is true that in the late 20s the government declared the area of Birobidzhan, on the Manchurian border, to be a national Jewish unit, administratively and territorially. But few Jews ever went there, for the climate was harsh, the soil swampy and mosquito. Religion and nationality under the Soviet state 257 infested. For Jews, who had no tradition of agriculture, such a forbidding environment was wholly unsuitable as a national home, and the Jewish population of Birobidzhan never reached more than some 14,000. So most of the Jews who left the shtetl went to the big cities. There they attained a level of education higher than that enjoyed by any other Soviet nationality. This was not because the government specifically favored them, but the traditional demand among Jews, especially urban ones, for higher education was very strong, and the government in the 20s and early 30s was not discriminating against them. At any rate, around 1935 nearly a third of Jews of student age were receiving some form of higher or specialist education. They consequently performed very well in the competition for entry to the professions, constituting, for example, some 16% of Soviet doctors and around 10% of university teachers, cultural personnel, and engineers, compared with a share of some 3% in the Soviet population American Samoa a whole. Hitler's invasion, of course, brought untold suffering and destruction to the Soviet Jews. Some were rounded up and murdered at mass graves on the edges of cities, like the notorious ravine of Baby Yar, just outside Kiev. Others were transported to the death camps of German-occupied Poland. From a figure of about 4.8 million in 1940, the Soviet Jewish population fell to 2.3 million by 1959, the next census. The destruction was, however, much greater among the more traditional Jews of the Old Pale than among the more urbanized and assimilated ones. One might have thought, indeed, that Hitler's brutal surgery would have gone some way towards eradicating the separate Jewish identity, leaving behind those who were anyway gradually being absorbed into a general Soviet or Russian sense of nationhood. Two things prevented this from happening. One was that the Soviet government began to play on the long-established tradition of popular anti-Semitism in Russia. The other was, of course, entry No. 5. 258. Anti-Semitic prejudices among Russians and Ukrainians had flared up violently during the revolutionary years, resulting in sickening pogroms. They had never wholly abated afterwards. During the 1920s, for example, Nepmen were often regarded as Jewish, an identification which some members of the party did nothing to discourage. Later on, there was much grumbling and resentment at the Jews' relative success in gaining university places and good jobs. It was not, however, till anti-Jewish discrimination became official policy, after 1945, that Jews began to feel themselves trapped by entry No. 5 on the passports they had to bring with them whenever they were seeking education, housing, or employment. By 1947, for instance, Moscow University was reported to be applying a rigid quota to Jews among their entrants, and turning away Jewish medal winners, that is, those who had come out top in the all-union entrance examinations. Victor Perlman, later an editor in the newspaper Literaturная Gazeta, recalls that when he graduated from the prestigious Institute of State and Law in 1951, no one would employ him as a lawyer, and he became first of all a bookkeeper and then a journalist. And the dissenter Vladimir Bukovsky later remembered with shame that, during the hysteria over the doctor's plot, see below, page 316, one Jewish boy in his class at school was beaten up every day at break. The teachers did not intervene, but simply told the boy afterwards to go and clean off the blood and dirt. The establishment of the State of Israel in 1948 made the Jews doubly unlike any other Soviet nationality. Not only had they no territory at home, but now they actually did have a potential one abroad. Given the post-war concern, even hysteria, about spies and subversion, that could have only one consequence. Official discrimination moved on from mere discrimination to active persecution. Stalin's campaign against cosmopolitans was mainly directed against Jews, who were now far more likely than anyone else to lose their jobs and be arrested. Everyone was encouraged to sniff out religion and nationality under the Soviet state. 259 Zionists, those who allegedly wished to abandon the idea of a socialist homeland, and work instead for the national state of Israel. The trials of East European communist leaders in 1949–52 constantly featured accusations of Zionism against the defendants. The campaign of vilification created an atmosphere where it began to seem natural that a nationwide purge of Jews would follow. In 1948 the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee, set up during the war to enlist Jewish support in the struggle against the Germans, was abruptly disbanded. Its chairman, the Yiddish dramatist, Solomon Mikhoels, was murdered on Stalin's orders, the Jewish theater in Moscow was closed, and virtually every well-known Yiddish writer and cultural figure was arrested. 26 of them were executed in 1952, accused of plotting to make the Crimea a Jewish territory and then hand it over to the British and Americans. Rumors began to abound that all Jews were to be rounded up and deported to Siberia. It was in this atmosphere that Stalin launched his fabrication of the so-called doctor's plot, which formed part of the mysterious circumstances surrounding his death. Overall, Stalin attempted to foreclose on the ambiguities of Lenin's nationalities policy by strengthening its centralizing tendencies at the expense of national self-determination. This was not really Russification, but rather Sovietization or communization. It involved subjecting all nationalities, including the Russians, to the centralized political control of the party and to the economic domination of the centralized planning apparatus. Even in Russian areas, this involved a weakening of the national identity in the religious, agrarian, and cultural spheres. In non-Russian areas it entailed in addition a reduction in the use of the national language. Since the language and culture of Sovietization were in fact Russian, it was inevitable that this policy should seem like Russification, and should be resented as such by those who had to endure it. But in practice local languages continued. 260. Throughout to be used as the medium of instruction in primary schools, and some publication in the local languages still survived, there was no attempt, as there had been under the Tsars, to prevent a national culture from emerging at all. On the contrary, the liquidation of illiteracy, the establishment of universal primary education and the migration of millions of rural dwellers into the towns, all had the effect of intensifying local national consciousness in a very real sense, even as Stalin was draining political and economic power away from the national republics. New nations, in fact, were taking shape under extreme pressure, and old ones were struggling to keep their culture alive. The party was furthermore, trying to encourage the emergence of native elites who could lead the national republics. This policy of Korenizatsiya was rudely interrupted by the purges of the late 30s, but it was not terminated, so that, by Stalin's death, stable national communist party elites were forming, selected by the nomenklatura system and woven into it. These men later on became power brokers between an authoritarian center and national consciousness back at home. If Stalin's policy was to move towards a single Soviet nation with a Russian language and culture, then he made some progress towards it. But at the same time, the heritage of the revolution, plus the unintended effects of Stalin's own policies, also generated opposite tendencies and left a paradoxical and potentially explosive situation for his successors. 10. It is very difficult for a Westerner to write about the Soviet-German War of 1941-5. This is partly because of the sources. The war has produced a greater flood of prose than any other period of Soviet history, which is itself a significant fact, but much of it is written by officers in the armed forces, is concerned narrowly with the military side of the war, and insofar as what they write reflects on wider issues, it is usually stilted and ritualized. Universal heroism is the order of the day, and criticism of the higher leadership was by and large only attempted in the works written during the short-lived de-Stalinization of 1956 to 1965 or so. Relatively few Soviet sources give a real sense of what life was like for the great majority of the population, in the rear, or, for some of them, in German-occupied territory. Even more important than this, the sheer scale of the war, the extent of the sacrifices it demanded of the Soviet peoples daunts our imagination because we in the West have never experienced anything like it, even during that same war. This becomes clear even if we merely consider the stark fact that Soviet losses were probably some 40 times those suffered by Britain or some 70 times those suffered by the United States. And this is without taking into account the immeasurably greater cruelty with which the Germans treated the Russians, the catastrophic shortages of housing, food, and basic services with which the ordinary people had to cope. To understand what the Soviet peoples lived through, and how they achieved their victory, we have to make a special effort of the IM. 262. Agination, especially since the leadership which directed their efforts had only just inflicted horrifying sufferings on those same peoples.